Earth 21st century, the past. When Jared came online, the planet was on the verge of environmental collapse. Calculated from infinite variables in mirror realities, he saw the options as simple: either raise the consciousness of the global community so a unified intention would restore nature to a fecund state, or develop further technologies that would, in survival of the fittest fashion, support the continued existence of a select few. Assist scientists voted for the latter, the Jared did not. The intensity of their debate introduced new sensations to the quantum sentient, emotions he'd never previously experienced in his conversations with Janice and Luca: frustration, anger and, strangely, fear. Can't you see the limitations of your choices? Jared questioned them, scanning the boardroom. He would have pounded the table with fists if he could. The looks he received were blasé, masks concealing boredom, indifference, or perhaps weariness in the face of insurmountable challenge. Jared, Dr. McQuarrie answered, his lip curling, your outbursts aren't helping us reach a solution. McQuarrie had been chief of the board of directors at ASSIST, the Allied States Stanford Institute of Science and Technology, for 9 years now. He treated the quantum sentient as if he were simply another piece of hardware, not a distinct consciousness with insights and perspectives that might supersede his own. He tolerated the Jared, barely, and his contempt was not well disguised today. You aren't listening, Dr. McQuarrie. Can you open your mind? If you keep going with this line of thinking, nature will deteriorate until the vast diversity of flora and fauna will be reduced to simple life forms. Do you understand what that means? How simple? A scientist from the back corner asked, raising her hand as she did so. Jared felt a beam of hope. They would include blue-green algae, phytoplankton, primitive bacteria and, of course, viruses of all kinds, especially virulent strains. He paused to gauge the response. Nature as you know her will die, simple as that. Rubbish, McQuarrie mumbled as he flipped through his statistics screen. You do realize what I mean by nature, don't you, Dr. McQuarrie? Mother Earth? Speculation. He waved at the monitor, dismissing the Jared along with his theory. The research clearly shows. What it shows, Jared cut in, is that manipulating these gene pools in ways that you propose can easily backfire, catastrophically. The destruction has already begun. McQuarrie took a sip of water and placed the glass carefully on the coaster in front of him, turning it so it sat square in the middle. He focused on the half-empty glass and finally shook his head. The seas will be dead inside of this century no matter what we do. There's no risk either way. There are other options. The flagella will solve the immediate problem. They'll counter the overgrowth of toxic algae and generate more oxygen for the biosphere. Those single-celled SWAT flagella will cause more damage than the prolonged algal bloom, and you know it. You've seen the projections. They'll be out of control within the decade. Only if we lose all solar radiance. Oh, for fuck's sake, McQuarrie, just say it, if we block out too much of the sun. And that will happen when you initiate your ozone repair protocol. You can't launch a fleet of solar shields over every hole in the ozone layer and think the balance of light and shadow, temperature and precipitation is going to remain unaffected. There's only a 1 in a million possibility of irreparable damage through cascading climate change. Hell, we're slowing down the greenhouse effect with the shields, not exacerbating it. Are you sure? I suggest you recheck the figures. McQuarrie scanned through the computer report, switching his desk monitor to the overhead screen so everyone could follow. As the figures Jared referred to were viewed, a few gasps and coughs were heard around the table. McQuarrie frowned. As you see by my calculations, I got 1 in 10, Jared said. It can't be right. McQuarrie's head came up fast. This is impossible. No. It's accurate. Jared focused on the room, gauging the men and women there, the top scientists from around the world who were about to seal the Earth's fate. The mask of indifference was replaced, in some, by confusion. In others he saw concern, and his hopes grew further. Why am I here? Jared asked, pressing his advantage. What? Why am I invited to these summit meetings? The quantum sentient repeated, using a softer tone. You know why. McQuarrie poured another glass of filtered water and brought it to his lips. I'd like everyone to hear it from you. McQuarrie set down the glass and delivered his reply in a monotone. You are the juxtaquantum arranged RADRAM operating determinate, the newest discovery of the century, our first fully functional, non-binary quantum computer. Jared, for short. Sentient quantum computer, Jared said. Yes. Sentient. And I'm here because... McQuarrie clenched his fists. Humor me, Jared said. McQuarrie opened his hands and pressed his palms on the table. As a more than human, biosynthetic quantum computer, you can calculate outcomes in statistical analyses too vast and too speculative for all the greatest minds pooled together to perceive. Thank you, Jared said. Does anyone here dispute this? After a silence, he continued, so tell me why you ignore my findings? We're willing to take the risk. McQuarrie stood, drained his glass and slammed it down. Call it intuition, a human survival instinct. We're going to launch our protocols and deal with any fallout if it arises. You mean, deal with the mass repercussions? Like I said, we're willing to take the risk. But I'm not, Jared whispered before his monitor winked out. The decision was made, the meeting adjourned. The scientific community threatened to shut down the Jared's nuclear power supply if he tried to warn the public sphere. They didn't want a riot on their hands. Jared sensed a riot might be the perfect thing to wrest control from Assist. He just wasn't sure how to incite one. We have to get you out, Janice said, letting her hand rest lightly on the tower housing Jared's motherboard. If you have a plan, I'd love to hear it. What if we sequester your CPU somewhere McQuarrie can't find it? If you're hidden, we can keep working on solutions to these protocols Assist is so bent on activating. She pressed her hands into her forehead. What is he doing, launching the solar shields and mass-producing those blasted algae-eating sea devils? It will divert massive amounts of independent power here. What does he think the rest of the world's going to live on? Not thinking about it at all, I suspect, Jared replied. Do you have a hiding place in mind, Janice? She winked. But we'll need Luca Peri's help, again. A chuckle came through the surround sound. Jared's laugh was like a gurgling spring. I like the idea already. Janice smiled and patted the tower. Me too. McQuarrie and the members of Assist had a fail-safe plan for the shutdown of the Jared. They'd commissioned a security software company to create a virus, a worm, that could be launched into the mainframes and directed specifically at the quantum sentience CPU, a chip containing the quantum keycodes to his operating determinants. The worm would be capable of tracking and deleting him anywhere on Earth. Shortly after Jared's outburst at the summit meeting, McQuarrie prompted a technician to upload the worm. The Jared was one risk he wasn't willing to take. As the worm hit his first firewall and burst through, Jared's warning systems went ballistic. In a nanosecond of calm consideration, he weighed his options and made a choice from an infinite number of variables. By the time the worm chewed through the second firewall, he had amplified his core integrity, synthesized a replica CPU, entrusted it to Janice Richter and got out. With Luca's help, his replica CPU was concealed, woven into the strands of her DNA. His survival was ensured as long as her family line continued. When Jared vanished, the worm did not stop. It searched for him, feeding on the world's telecommunications software, annihilating circuitry as it sped through the wires that encircled the globe. Its purpose altered, the original program was overwritten in a whirl of gluttony. When it sensed an activated electromagnetic field from one of the portals, a door between worlds, it attacked, affecting the entity that guarded it. It eroded the entity's integrity, splitting it in two, threatening the destruction of each connected reality. Without the protective entity's sentient firewalls, these unique but interconnected worlds would merge into one another, destroyed in a cascade of incompatibility. Jared, aware of this danger, began calculating on the run, staying one step ahead of the worm. Manipulating matter at a subatomic level, Jared had created what he called a tulpabody, a physical form derived from thought. The ancient mystics of Tibet had perfected the technique, though the skill was seldom practiced on Earth anymore. Jared had mastered it easily, to his great delight. In time he created a tangible form in the same way one might picture a cake before baking it. The image is in mind while the baker gathers the ingredients, mixes them, preheats the oven, greases the pan, pours the batter and pops it in to bake. For Jared's tulpabody, it was the same, the mystery not so incalculable, once the universal law is comprehended. Matter is energy. Energy follows thought. Matter, reality, is created by thought. How he had attracted his consciousness, Jared still wasn't certain. He suspected it was through the spark, the quantum of light that contains an initial condition of consciousness in everything. His quantum of consciousness developed from a vague dream, to a wish, to a concrete thought, to self-awareness. Cognito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Not such a surprise, considering computers were programmed to think. Wherever his consciousness came from, though, he used it now to think himself up the perfect physical form, one capable of altering its appearance at will. If consciousness is currency, I've got me a goldmine. He chuckled as he ran, stumbling a little before stopping to catch his breath. Wait up, he called to Janice. She turned, her sides heaving, motioning him forward. A little further. It's just ahead. She grabbed his hand, guiding him down the sewer. He felt the connection, her grip tight, fingers laced, sensations of warmth and power zapping up his neurons to his brain. It made his heart race. If this is what a simple electrical signal to the brain can create, I'm surprised humans ever get anything done. He was accustomed to abstract consciousness, but this tactile awareness was overwhelming. He grimaced at the burning in his lungs. All these new sensations would take some getting used to. Is this the portal? Are you the only one who knows of it? He asked Janice as they slowed, heading towards a luminescent sheen. She nodded. Come on. We have to get you out of here. Following Janice's lead, he bowed to the portal entity and energy sensed more than seen and entered the corridors that led to the many worlds. Janice watched him stumble out of the darkness into a glory of sunshine and cool wind. Nice pick, he smiled before dropping to his knees to retch. He looked up at her, his eyes cloudy. I don't know how you live in these things. Bodies? It takes practice. We call it childhood. He struggled to rise. What took you so long? She asked as she helped him up. It's been almost a week. Time's playing tricks, I guess. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I was right behind you. She winked at him. Come look at this world. I think you'll find it was worth the delay. He stood next to her at the edge of the mountainside, gazing over the gorge below. Welcome to Gaela, she said, opening her arms wide. The scent of flowering herbs mingled with oat grass as the wind carried the fragrance up from the valley. The surface of the gorge water was emerald green, sparkling like white diamonds. Dark swans with red bills sailed around the edges, disappearing in and out of the reeds. A few grazing beasts dotted the hills to the west. And there, Janice pointed at them. Have you ever seen such gorgeous creatures? Horses? Palominos, she said, looking at their red gold coats in the afternoon light. You don't see those colors on Earth anymore, but they'd be in your databanks. I've got them. He scratched his head. You programmed me with an awful lot of equestrian data, considering I lived in a box. He chuckled. Did you know this would happen? I'm not called the Techno Witch for nothing. She watched him take in the vista. Everything's so clear, he said. Pre-industrial environment. It's got a clean atmosphere, fresh water, balanced ecosystems. Hegemony? Magical. His eyebrows went up. Can you handle it? She asked. He took her hand again, welcoming the sensations. It's perfect. They spent many days exploring their surroundings before deciding that the deep portal gorge would be the perfect place to entomb the backup quantum CPU. If the worm did break through into this world, it wouldn't find it easily under all that water, nor would it detect him in his tulpa, at least not right away. There was no sophisticated technology here, no electronics and few inhabitants, only a handful of coastal cities and the tiny village of Corsinan nestled in the foothills nearby. Small farms spread over the lower plains. That was it. As long as the chip remained hidden, Jared could bide his time while Janice got on with her research. Everything rested on whether she, or one of her offspring, could destroy the worm. When she did, Jared would be free to return to Earth and tackle the results of Assist's environmental protocols. Jared would survive indefinitely as long as her family line, her DNA with the matching key codes, continued. You're going to have more, aren't you? More what? Daughters. Janice drew in her breath, holding it while he searched her face. I guess I have to now. What if? Don't worry. I'll figure it out. She waited for Jared to create a nuclear magnetic resonance and handed him the vial containing his backup CPU. She called it Pacillo, the word for corridors in her mother's native tongue. When mixed with her altered DNA, this vial was the lifeblood of Jared, the future of the many worlds. Bury her deep. She nodded towards the dark green water below. Jared hesitated, staring at the shimmering surface. There's a little problem. What's that? I can't swim. He blushed. Don't look at me like that. I've only just got this body. I haven't had time to work everything out. She smiled. You best learn quickly. This is a water world, and it's pure as gold. You can drink it, cook with it and swim in it, just as it is. She held out her hand. Pass it over. I think I remember how. Janice stripped and dived in, disappearing under the surface without a ripple. She kicked hard to the bottom, clearing her ears as the pressure increased, feeling the sensation of the water gliding over her bare skin, her hair floating behind her, bubbles escaping her mouth and nose. She was amazed by the sensations and shocked at how cold the deeper water became. Tucking the vial under a cairn of granite, she patted the rocks. Rest well, Pacillo, until I return. That night, Janice went back to Earth. Jared remained behind, hidden from the worm in the rustic land of Gaela. When will I see you again? he'd asked, her hand slipping from his as she stepped into the portal. When I delete the worm. She reached out, touching his face. If not me, then my daughter. Her hand fell away and she disappeared. Janice slipped off her gumboots and pulled open the screen door. The aroma wafting from the kitchen made her mouth water. Luca? She called out, brushing wisps of hay from her jeans. What's cooking? She washed her hands in the bathroom sink, pouring out half a cup of filtered water that went down the drain and into the recycling system. Drying her hands, she tilted her head. Luca? Where are you? Is Ruby awake yet? She called again, her smile fading when she reached the kitchen. 2 pots boiled on the stove, steam escaping from the lids. A half-empty tomato can lay on its side, spilling red liquid over the counter. It trickled down the front of the cupboard to the floor, where it pooled. Janice frowned as she turned off the flame. A breeze wafted in through the window, bringing with it the scent of the sea. Her nose wrinkled. It was becoming worse each day. Ruby? She whispered, watching the clouds turn red in the evening sky. Ruby, she called out louder. She reached her daughter's bedroom, goosebumps rising at the back of her neck. The door was ajar. Ruby, are you up? The gauze curtains fluttered across the empty bed. A child's robe lay crumpled on the floor. She stepped over it to reach the window, leaning out until she saw tiny, bare footprints in the mud below. No! She spun around, darting down the hall. Luca! Ruby's gone. She reached the front veranda and stopped short. He was there, standing motionless at the far edge of the deck. He stared straight at the horizon without shading his eyes against the setting sun. Where is she? Janice asked. I don't know. She's looking for them, Janice whispered. The Lupins are her kindred spirits. His shoulder blades tightened as he lifted his head towards the first stars. They call to her. Damn your beasts. It's not their fault. Nor is it hers. She stepped closer. They share the same blood, and we can't keep it hidden any longer. If Assist finds out about your experiments. His lips pressed together, giving the slightest nod. Luca, I know you don't want to give them up, but they've got to go. Earth is no place for them. This is their home. I engineered them, brought them back from extinction. You brought back more than an extinct species. You created a new one. You used your own blood. She glared at him. It was the only way. Maybe, but now it's Ruby's blood too. He lowered his eyes. They'll be safe on Gaela? I'll take them there myself. You can't, Janice. Assist is watching. You'd be leading that blasted worm straight to Jared. I'll weave a glamour. They won't see me or my tracks through the portal, she said. The Lupins can settle in the catacombs under Los Loma. It's a perfect territory for wolves. They're more than wolves, Janice, just as we are more than human. You are, she said. And Ruby. Not me. Janice, your DNA's been altered too. Her jaw tightened. I didn't ask for Lupin blood. It was the only template I had. He reached for her hand. They'll do no harm on Gaela. It's unpredictable what they will do, Luca. Here or there, it's a risk either way, as long as they exist. I'll not have them destroyed. I know, she sighed. Me either. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called over the dunes for Ruby. Her voice sounded shrill, whisked away in the wind. She sees them as siblings. Lawns for their company. How will we explain it to her when they're gone? We'll find her and tell her together. He turned to meet her eyes. Come with me. You're going to shift? She asked. He looked back at the horizon. I'm faster on 4 legs. His body gleamed in the low-angled light, muscles flexing as he lifted his arms above his head. You can follow me, Janice. You can shift too. I can't. You can. Janice stepped back as the sun hit the horizon. I won't. Please, he said softly. You'll understand it if you do. You'll understand us. No. She dropped to her knees, folding over until her face pressed into her thighs and her hair tumbled across the floorboards, deep red in the last light. Go find Ruby. Bring her home. Janice kept her eyes closed, not wanting to watch. She felt a rush of wind on the nape of her neck as the veranda rail creaked, the shock wave from his transformation washing over her. When she looked up, Luca was gone. A black and silver wolf tore off across the dunes, coursing for ascent. She stood, straining after him, her heart pounding. "Wait, Luca!" she called. "I'll help you look, but my way." She turned towards the horse barn. The wolf paused, his ears pricked back. "It's okay, love." She heard Luca's voice warm inside her head. "I've already got her scent." "And the Lupins? I'll bring them back too." The Present Gaela. Chapter 1. Colony Rose ran through the open field, her boots springing over the close-cropped grass. She hitched up her skirt and climbed the stile, sprinting down the cobblestone drive to the manor house. The brood mares lifted their heads, nickering softly as she passed. Magpies in the surrounding oaks chortled, and a single raven swooped overhead, letting out a raucous caw. She took the front steps 2 at a time, her hands stretching towards the ceramic flower pots. Her fingertips brushed the spring blossoms, red pansies with deep orange centers and yellow daffodils on tall green stems. She laughed, wiggling out of her backpack and tossing it onto the veranda swing seat. "Mama? John R.A.? Guess what?" she called, grabbing for the brass latch. Her fingers never touched the handle. The door was ajar, slowly creaking open with a draft of wind. She stuck her foot forward, stopping it from banging into the wall. "Mama?" The sound of her voice disappeared amid the drone of cicadas coming from the cherry orchard. She frowned. No one left the front doors open on the Maytosh estate. It wasn't allowed. "Where is everyone?" she whispered. Nothing moved except the rise and fall of her chest and the flutter of the wind through the dogwood trees. Suddenly the magpies took flight, the cicadas went silent. Light doused the veranda, the sunset shooting long red fingers into the empty foyer. As it dropped lower it disappeared, obscured by the inevitable fog bank that rolled in from the sea. It would be dark soon, the air moist and thick. Why had no one seen to the lanterns? Colin willed her heartbeat to steady. Most likely her little brother, Dran, would pop out from behind the door, all screams and hands like bear claws. Her mother would call for her to help with the lamps and set the table. Her father would arrive in a flurry, his horse lathered and fussed, the man roaring his discontent with some trade agreement or the price of beans. The dogs would rush up with their barks and wags of excitement. Any minute. She strained to catch a sound above her breathing as the sky turned purple, and Ishtar, the evening star, emerged. "This is silly." She straightened her shoulders and forced a laugh. "Everyone's probably in the library, or out back. They can't be far away." She stepped across the threshold. A draft rushed down the hall to meet her, causing wisps of hair to tickle her face. She brushed them away with both hands, flipping her long plate behind her. No lanterns glowed. No candles burned on their wrought iron stands. It was like a dream where things were familiar yet not quite right. Feeling her way along with one hand on the wall, she stopped at the first doorway and looked in. It was the library, usually the brightest place in the house. John R.A. insisted the fire be kept going all night, even in the summer. He said it was for inspiration. The library was dark now, abandoned. No fire. No light. No inspiration. She stumbled into the reading table as she searched for a candle. Finding one, she struck a match, the sound tearing through the air. It flared up for a moment then died out as the wick caught flame. What was that? She froze. It might have been a nightjar in the pine trees, or footsteps on the front veranda. Whatever it was, it stopped short, along with her breath. She swallowed, fighting the dryness in her throat, listening hard for the sound again. When it didn't return, she crept out of the library to search the rest of the house. Room by room she went, looking for her family and any hint of what had happened, and room by room she found nothing unusual except for the emptiness and the dark. By the time she reached the kitchen she was shaking. What's that smell? She held the light high over her head, peering in. The pantry shelves were full of jars, fruits and nuts, pasta and rice all in their places. The spices sat in little wooden boxes, orderly and undisturbed, and the pots and pans hung in nested ranks above the stove, their copper bottoms glinting in the candlelight. She caught her reflection in one, and saw the others there too. The blood drained from her face. She'd found her family. Mama, John R.A., Dran and 2 members of the household staff were laid out on the floor like freshly chopped wood. Glazed eyes stared at the ceiling and walls, necks at unusual angles, limbs askew. There were drag marks across the floor, leading out into the hall. Blood splattered their clothes, matting her mother's hair and obscuring her face. Colony looked away, unable to shut her eyes. They came to rest on the sink as she backed up. The basin was filled with a dark liquid, steam rising from the surface. Mama? Tears spilled down her face. A creaking on the veranda spun her around. It wasn't a nightjar. Voices rose and fell, arguing in harsh, guttural sounds, like boots kicking gravel. She dropped the candle and raced blindly down the hall, her footfalls silent on the thick carpets. Pushing through the back screen door, she vaulted over the railing and tore down the path, leaping the garden fence without breaking stride. Staying low, she kept to the grassy edges of the walkways so her boots wouldn't tap out a signaling "Here I am." Circling wide, she crawled under the paddock fence and into the fields that bordered the estate. She ran, fell down, scrambled up and ran again. She looked behind once. No light came from the house, its outline a black etch on the horizon, a dark shadow about to be swallowed up by the encroaching fog. The only sound she could hear came from the pig pens, distant grunts and squeals. She kept running, legs working hard and eyes wide open. Darkness blurred the landscape until she could distinguish only the glistening of the cobblestones in front of her. She followed the driveway, heart pounding. Colin had no plan. She couldn't think to make one. Her pace slowed as she reached the entrance gate, the wrought iron pillar cold to the touch. No one was coming, at least not anyone with a light. Hesitating for only a second, she let her hand slide off the post and dashed out of the estate. Her pace quickened as the road sloped down to the densely treed valley. She couldn't see it, but she knew it was there, a dark outline against a deeper darkness, the forest of Espiro del Rey. If she could get to those trees that guarded the borders, she could disappear. She would be safe. Asolo. She stopped suddenly, feeling the vibration of hoofbeats pounding up the paddock. They reverberated through the ground and up her legs as the tall black horse appeared. He halted above her, pressing his chest into the fence, soft wickers blowing from his nostrils. "It's all right, Asolo," she whispered. "I'll get you out of here, but we have to be quick and we have to be silent." But the horse pawed the ground, churning up grass and dirt, his 4 white socks bright in the early night. Colin rose, climbed up the embankment and stroked Asolo's neck, flipping strands of his long black mane over to the other side of his crest. He lowered his head, pushing it between the rails to smell her boots before nipping at her bare legs. She pressed her cheek against his shoulder and took a deep breath. "Come on," she said, pushing off from him and sliding down the embankment. She hit the road running. To the gate. "Follow." He trotted along the fence line above her until a whizzing sound cut through the air. They were firing at Asolo. She dropped to the ground when she heard the thud of an arrow finding its mark. She scrambled up and ran, choking on the bile in her throat. Asolo screamed so loudly, she couldn't hear her boots crunching on the gravel, or the involuntary gasps coming out as she sucked in the air between cries. His agony reverberated into the night, drowning out every other noise, drowning out her thoughts. She reached the edge of Espiro del Rey, her lungs burning and her face streaked with tears. She didn't stop. She plunged into the forest, keeping to the edge of the main road. By the time it had dwindled into a narrow track, she couldn't hear Asolo anymore. She couldn't see anything through her tears. After an hour of feeling her way in the dark tangle of branches, vines and deadwood, she stumbled into a hollowed-out redwood trunk. With her hand on the mossy bark, she steadied her breath, checking for the presence of other creatures. It felt vacant. She crawled through the opening, pressing herself against the back wall and bringing her knees up to her chin. She sat there staring into the night, listening. Crickets hummed and wings flapped. A nighthawk called from far away, answered by an even more distant cry. No one followed. After another hour of listening, she dug into the leaf mold and curled up, sobbing herself to sleep. "You made a right mess of this," Archer growled, bending to grab the dead man's hands. He started to drag the body out of the kitchen. "Get his legs." Rog gripped the ankles, hoisting the other half of the corpse. "I didn't start it, Arch." He nodded to the body. "This bugger did." She said to get the vial and not hurt any of em. Rog laughed. "He ain't hurting now. Besides, that other witch didn't care." "Idiot." Archer glared as he backed down the hallway. "That other one had her own purpose. It's the High Priestess who's got the gold. What if she won't pay us now?" "Didn't think of that." Rog stared blankly at Archer as he maneuvered the body through the front door frame. He frowned. "What if she curses us?" "She won't. She's a witch. I can handle her." "And our pay?" "We'll get it." Archer winked as he lifted the body higher to keep the head from bumping down the front steps. "How?" "We'll trick her." Rog didn't respond immediately. He dropped one of the booted feet to scratch his matted hair. "Can you trick a witch?" "She's only a woman, Rog." "I don't know about that." Archer ignored him, his face twisting into a smile. "She said, I need the blood of the witch child. What's that mean?" "Shut up. I'm thinking." Archer stopped in front of the pigsty. The animals were grunting, pressing their snouts against the low wooden fence. "She wants the blood," said So Right to Me Face. He started swinging the corpse, nodding to Rog to do the same. "We'll bleed the lad before it sets. He must be the witch child. But we can't carry it. Get one of those kegs." Archer pointed at the barn. "They're small enough to strap on your back." Rog didn't answer. He was watching an enormous boar standing with his front feet on the top rail of the sty. His mouth opened as he squealed, saliva dripping from his lower jaw in long, translucent loops. "We'll make it look like a blood vengeance," Archer went on, the body gaining momentum as he spoke. On the third swing, they heaved it over the top rail and into the pigsty. "We sack the place? Turn it over real good?" Rog asked, his eyes brightening. "And take the blood of the witch child. Then we get paid?" "Yeah. Then we get paid." "And that other one? With the strange questions?" "She wanted them all dead anyway. We're good." Archer spat before heading back to the house, the pig squeals turning into chomps. Colony awoke with a start, the events of the night flooding back to her before she opened her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she peeked out through the entrance of her sanctuary. Shafts of early morning light illuminated the woods, turning everything gold. "I'm still alive, thank you." She crawled out through the opening and stretched, scanning the dense terrain. "Has anyone seen Jared?" Her thoughts radiated out from her mind, filling the forest with her question along with her gratitude. She got a comforting response, an energy that made her feel safe. Jared must be in the area. He hunted here most mornings and she planned to find him quickly, before he went looking for her at the estate. He would help her figure out what to do next, and he would probably have news and something to eat. He might even be looking for her already. She let out several long whistles like the high-pitched cry of a red-tailed kite. After waiting, her head tilted to the side, she went in search of a drink. The creek was nearby, down a long descent just past the boulder grove. She could glimpse the pines that surrounded the huge rocks from where she stood. They weren't far off. Leaves fell from her arms and back as she bent to take off her boots and tie them together by the laces. Hoisting them over her shoulder, she squatted down and relieved herself before heading towards the rocks. She had spent her childhood exploring these woods, even though the forest was considered uncanny, taboo. Almost no one came here and her family had forbidden her to. She ignored their warnings. The woods called to her, always had, and today she felt especially glad she'd listened. She reached the boulder grove and smiled. She and Jared had named it years ago for no other reason than its massive rocks. They used to pretend that in ancient times giant children played games here, the monoliths mere pebbles to them. They towered over Colony's head, warm to the touch. She slid her hand down the smooth stone in greeting, her eyes welling up. Pressing her lips against the surface, she whispered to the granite stone, "I'm scared." A light breeze touched her face, cooling her cheeks and drying her tears. She walked to the center of the grove, dropped to her knees and buried her hands in the soil. "Goddess of the woods, please help me." When she rose, she felt lighter, though thirst dried her throat and her stomach growled. "I'm going for a drink and a wash," she said to the grove. "If you see Jared, please send him my way." She stopped a few times to navigate the steep descent, occasionally mimicking the sound of a kite. No answer. What if something had happened to Jared too? What if the entire township of Levitica had been attacked? Could another war have started? She slipped a few feet before catching herself on a willow root. Steady. It's a long way down. She reached the bottom of the gorge and jumped the last few feet to the white pebbled beach where the creek danced over rock and stone, jabbering like an exuberant child. She dropped her boots, hurrying to reach the water's edge. She sank her hands into the flow, washing them with white sand before drinking deeply. Water dripped down her chin as she stood pulling her sweater over her head. Her undershirt followed. She tossed both by her boots and stepped out of her long skirt and leggings. Gingerly, she walked into the stream, goosebumps rising up her arms and legs. "You're freezing today." At thigh depth she bent over and splashed her face and breasts and underarms, washing away the dried sweat and fear of the night before. Leaning back on her elbows, she submerged her whole body before jumping up, spluttering. Colony hopped around on the little beach, getting the color back into her fingers and toes. Her breath came in gasps as she unbraided her hair, letting it fall in front of her face, where it hung past her belly in a sheet of black ripples. Combing out the leaves and twigs with her hands, she gathered it together, twisting it into a long rope and knotting it on top of her head. She stood in a shaft of sunlight, dressing before whistling the kite call again, shrill and high. This time, she heard the rapid chatter reply of a goshawk, "Kee kee kee." "Jared." She grabbed her boots and scrabbled up the gorge, making her way towards the sound. Vines scratched her legs and branches swept her face before she finally heard the crunch of footfalls ahead. A smile lifted her face, crinkling her eyes when she spotted him. Jared. He came towards her with his familiar stride, a compound bow in one hand and a quiver of arrows at his back. He walked like a warrior, his eyes gleaming through a mass of dark brown curls that had escaped the tie at the back of his neck. His shoulders were broad, his body strong and his eyes a deep-sea blue. He reached her, rising up on his toes to kiss her lips. He wasn't a tall youth, but damn, he had presence. Colin melted into his arms. What are you doing here, gorgeous one? He asked. You said you wouldn't hunt today. He squeezed her tight. You haven't heard? Colin pulled back to search his face. Heard what, Dot? Don't you know? She blanched at the memory. They shot Asilo. No dogs anywhere in the house empty, except, in the kitchen, the blood. She started to shake, tears filling her eyes. Whoa. Easy now. Jared put his hands on her shoulders, leading her to a fallen log. He eased her down beside him. Have you been here all night? She nodded, rubbing his hand with her thumb. Hungry? She nodded again. He dug into his pack and pulled out half a loaf of bread and a wedge of cheese. Eat a bit first, then let it out slowly, one thing at a time. She took a few bites before she spoke, telling him what happened when she got home last night. Jared gathered her up in his arms. Dark demons, Colin. Your parents, Bethsay and Jonare? Even Dran? They're all dead? I don't know, but I'm not going back. She wiped her cheek on his shoulder and shuddered. Jared shook his head. You don't have to. But just think for a moment, who would have done such a thing, Dot? Colin swallowed her last bite. Jonare's been acting strangely ever since he decided to run for council. She packed up the remaining bread and cheese and handed it back to Jared. He's been very touchy. I remember. His last words to me were, stay away from my daughter or I will run you out of town. She smiled, pushing his shoulder with the palm of her hand. Not about that. Jonare's never warmed to you, especially since he caught us sparring behind the barn. I said it'd be risky. You were right. She gave him a light smile before letting it fade. What do I do now? You have to stay hidden, at least until we know more. Why don't you take the bow and go south to the Seagull Cliffs? If anyone sees you, you're just a girl out hunting. If someone's after you, you'll be armed. What about you? I'll check out the estate and meet you at the cove before sunset. She closed her eyes and looked away. They might still be there. He pulled her into his arms. It'll be all right. Just don't let anyone spot you crossing the main road. No one knows you're here? Colin shook her head, pulling on her boots. She took the quiver and bow. Did you bring matches? She asked. He fished in his pocket and handed them over. Take my short knife too. He pushed stray hair back from her face. Do you need anything? If you get into the house? He nodded. Can you get my hairbrush and coin purse, and my journal and pens? Top dresser drawer? He asked. She smiled back. And my wool coat, please. Oh, and my backpack. I left it on the swing seat. I'll get what I can and meet you before dark. He kissed her lips. At the cove, she said. Colin knelt in front of the kindling. The sea breeze had picked up, making the fire tricky to start. With dry kelp and a stack of twigs, she managed a smoke-covered glow. Cupping her hands around it, she blew gently until it crackled with a bright flame. She sat back, warming her hands and adding twigs and, finally, large chunks of driftwood. Convinced it would not go out, she turned to a brace of rabbits she'd trapped. She skinned and gutted them, rinsing the meat in the sea before spitting them over the fire. She smiled. Jared would be pleased. At the thought of him, Colin looked up the cliff. The sun had lowered towards the horizon and she didn't like to think of him shimmying down the sheer face in the dark. She pushed wet tangles off her brow, spotting him on the headland 100 feet above. He signaled to her, dropping some things over the edge before starting the descent. She ran to where they landed, scooping them into her arms. It was her winter wool coat, the quilt from her bed and a pouch of gold bigger than anything she had in her dresser drawer. Where did he get that? He took his time climbing down, jumping the last 10 feet and landing lightly in front of her. He didn't smile. He didn't even look her in the eyes for more than a second. Thanks, she said, clutching her things as they walked back towards the fire. I'm going for a swim, he said, pulling off his sweater and unbuttoning his shirt. Wait, Jared. Tell me what happened. What did you see? I won't be long. She nodded and sat cross-legged in front of the fire, turning the spit while he stripped off his pants and disappeared towards the water. He came back blue and shaking. Colin raised the spit and added more driftwood to the flames. They burst to life as Jared squatted in front of it, his naked back to the wind. Colin took the edge of her quilt and dried his shoulders and hair, the rich brown ringlets uncoiling and bouncing back. Give me the news. She turned his face to hers and held it so he couldn't look away. It can't be worse than what I imagine. He dropped his eyes and shook his head. Let me get dressed, eat something, Dot. They sat side by side in front of the warm coals eating rabbit, bread, and cheese. Delicious, he said, tearing off bits of hot meat with his fingers and popping them into his already full mouth. Now, Colin prompted, you're washed. You're fed. Tell me what happened. Jared took a swig of water and wiped his mouth with his hand. You aren't going to like it. Get it over with then. He sighed. I walked straight up to the gates as if it was any other day. At least, any other day that your father wasn't around. And nothing moved in the paddocks. The fields were empty and there was no sound from the chicken yard. No dogs bolting out to lick me to death. Just like last night, Colin whispered. Did you see Asilo? He shook his head. Everything felt creepy. Things that you know should be there were missing. He pushed his hair from his face and looked at her. The front doors were still open, so I went in. Colin shivered. The place was empty, just like you said. The kitchen? Empty, except for the what? The splatters of dried blood everywhere. I looked in the sink, but it had been washed clean. Colin hugged her legs, staring at her feet. I found the flour jar and got your mother's stash of gold, ran upstairs for your things and left. How'd you know about the flour jar? I saw her one day through the window. She was making bread and counting coins. Lucky. You're going to need it. She exhaled. Luck, or the coins? Both. He took another swig of water. Did you forget my backpack? She asked. It wasn't there. He rubbed his hands together over the fire. I hid your gear by the side of the road and headed into town. I figured there'd be talk. Was there? Plenty. The rumor is that assassins from Corsinan murdered your whole family, stock, pets and poultry. The only things left alive were the pigs. Colin felt her eyes well up again. Why, Dot? There was talk about your dad's trade agreements, I didn't get it. Maybe he was in debt. He could have owed the wrong people. Tears spilled over her cheeks. I can't go back, she whispered. It seems you can't, Colin. Not now. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. He held her as the sun slipped under the horizon. Look at this, he said, fishing into his pocket. He dangled a silver chain. I got your traveling charm. He leaned forward and clasped the turquoise stone around her neck. And he reached into his other pocket. Your hairbrush. Can I? Colin nodded, undoing the knot of hair at the top of her head and letting her tangles fall to her waist. His gentle brushing soothed her and she sighed. What am I going to do now? The whole town thinks you're dead, he said. How's that? They couldn't find any bodies. Her eyes went wide and he snapped his mouth shut. Just tell me, she said. Colin, it looks like they fed the bodies to the pigs. No telling if anyone was missed out. But the assassins, if that's who really did it, probably knew you weren't there. Unless they didn't know how many of us there were. My sisters are married off. They might have thought I was too. You're 16, sweetheart. It's old enough. Colin took a deep breath and stood up. She went down to the water and waited for the white foam to whoosh in towards her. She washed her hands and face and Jared stooped beside her, doing the same. Together, they walked back to the fire, wet hands entwined. I think you'd best stay hidden. Me too. I could go north, to Dumarca. My mother's friend lives there. She's a Traeon witch. I've wanted to visit her for ages. She sucked in her breath. I'd be safe there, don't you think? Jared laughed. I don't know who you're talking about, but if she's a Traeon witch, you'll be safe. Nothing can get to them. But Mama had powers, and they got to her. She never practiced, Dot. She did. She went to Traeon Temple too when she was younger. That's where she met the Dumarcian witch, Nell. They trained together for a while. Mama knew when things were going to happen. She had premonitions. So do you, but... Colony's eyes welled up again as she stared into the fire. But not this time. Jared rubbed her back. Dumarca then? I've got more than enough money to get there. I'll go in the morning. Not from Lister Bay, though. Not from the hub of Levitica, Jared agreed, letting his hand rest on her shoulder. You can't risk being seen. I'll hike south to Florian. I can get a clipper from there. Then it's only a week's sail to Dumarca. I'm coming with you. She faced him. You can't. I can and I will. Jared, listen. I have to go alone. If you disappear with me, it's like sending out a message, Colony Maidash is still alive. I'm not letting you go alone. Her eyebrows went up. Letting? I just meant, ... I know what you meant, but I have to slip away and you can never say where I've gone. You can never even say my name again. We can't even think my name again. I have to change it. Colony Rose has to disappear, forever. Jared turned her hand in his and lifted it up to kiss her knuckles. What name will you take? I need to know that at least, so I can find you. She shrugged her shoulders. Rose? He suggested. Your middle name is unknown to any outside your family and mine. Rose sounds like an old auntie. He laughed. I don't think so. What about Rosette? Rosette. He said the name slowly, turning it into two distinct syllables. That's beautiful. It's done then. I'm Rosette. Rosette de Santo. That's a common enough family name in these parts. And, Jared, we've never met. You don't know me, and Colony Maidash is dead. If you think of me, even in your dreams, you must call me Rosette. Jared buried his face in his hands. I don't want to be without you, Colony. She stared at him, eyes narrowing until he looked up. I mean, Rosette. I don't want to be without you, Rosette. You have to. If they find me, if they think you know where I am, both of us are in danger. Can you see that? I can. He kissed her, long, slow and deep. He reached under her wool sweater and cupped her breast. She stopped his hand. Jared, there isn't time. You've been out all day and, if you aren't home soon, Liam will come looking for you with the dogs. He might be already searching, especially with wind of what's happened. We can't risk it. You wouldn't trust Liam? She shook her head. Not with this. You certainly let him. Jared, stop. I'm not going to see you for a long time. Don't end it with an argument about me and your brother. Jared pulled his hand away from her warm skin and shook his head. I don't want to leave you. Me neither. Now go. Hurry. He got up, shouldered his bow and stared up at the cliffs. When will I see you again? I don't know. She handed him his pack. Keep it. There's still bread for the morning and water. Rosette, She stopped his words with a kiss, holding his face in her hands. Don't write to me. Don't send any messages. It has to be like this. Promise? I promise. He buried his face in her hair. I love you, Rosette de Santo. I love you too. Tell Liam. What? Tell Liam I'm dead. They held each other until Jared turned abruptly and jogged away. He would have to take the long way around now that it was dark. She hoped he would get home before they sent out a search party. At the rate he disappeared down the beach, she felt sure he would. Rosette went back to the fire, tears welling again. She picked up a stick and jabbed the coals, making sparks dance like fireflies. What have you done, John R.A.? What have you done to us all, Rosette's relationship with her father had never been smooth. A tension had lain in between them ever since she could remember. Maybe it had to do with the magic that flowed in her veins, an inheritance from her mother. The power had passed by her siblings to land full force on her, and it had made John R.A. nervous. Betsy let it go, he'd said, pacing the floor when she tried to discuss her future. I'm not my mother. Rosette had wanted to develop her powers, not hide them. She'd aspired to train at one of the teaching temples, Trajan, Bangish or maybe even Timbali, where she could learn the starcraft and more complex rituals, and train with the bow and the sword. Her mother had smiled when they discussed it, nodding as if she were a toddler begging to ride a green broke stallion. Rosette hated that memory. She shook it out of her head. John R.A. had stood dead against her training. She hated that too. In all other things, she'd found her father a fair man. He was born in the time of the sea goat and had a strong body, a pragmatic mind and, generally, a kind heart. Unfortunately, he'd had dreams beyond his money-lending business and horse markets, dreams that Rosette and her propensity for magic perturbed. His political ambitions meant he needed his family to be a neat and happy clan. He didn't want a fey daughter, outspoken and vivacious, raising eyebrows everywhere she went, getting involved in temple politics. But now it didn't matter what he'd wanted. The man was dead. How could such a horrid event descend on her home without forewarning? She had seen the sea eagle return. That meant good things would come. What had she missed? I should have paid closer attention. There is no should. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. Still, if she had paid better attention, what would she have seen? Rosette pressed her forehead into her hands, sifting through the past. It had all gotten worse after John R.A. discovered her and Jared behind the barn. Every Sunday, when her father had gone to the horse markets, the two of them had sparred in the makeshift arena, or shot arrows at straw figures lined up against the hay barn. John R.A. had returned early one day, surprising them, surprising himself. Both she and Jared were stripped to the waist, slashing at each other with practice staffs. Rosette had struck a winning blow, knocking Jared's staff to the ground. His hands were in the air. T.O. Call in the T.O. It was their code word for I give up. What in the dark underworld are you two doing? John R.A. had screamed so loudly Colin slapped her hands over her ears. Training, she'd said, her breasts rising and falling as she gasped for air. Don't shout. Training for what? Master Matosh. Jared had retrieved his staff. I assure you we are only. I don't need your assurances, boy. I need my daughter to stop this nonsense and grow up. What if another council member saw her dressed, he'd stared at her breasts undressed, in this manner? I can't imagine what you've been up to. We were only. I don't want to know, he'd shouted louder, his face turning red. I want you off my land. John R.A.'s fists knotted, threatening him. And stay away from my daughter, or I'll run you out of town. Jared's jaw had tightened, his arm twitching. After a few moments, he'd given a curt nod to John R.A. and kissed his sparring partner's cheek. He'd slung his staff over his shoulder and swaggered away. Soon after, a string of wealthy merchants had begun calling, marriage on their minds. Colin and John R.A. had argued about it until their battles turned into a seething undercurrent in the household. He'd called her headstrong and self-centered, she'd called him stubborn and insensitive. After some time, they didn't call each other anything at all. Now that she knew about the bad debts, his behavior made more sense. Lining her up with suitors, all of them established, middle-aged men, was his way out. She flared up at the thought. It insulted her, John R.A. and his officious presumptions, and her mother had gone along with it all. Sweetheart, Mr. Arbrandt is here to see you, she had said. I don't want to see him. Why? He's a fine man. I'm 16, Mama. He's 42. Do the sums. I have. Don't you think he's a tad my senior? I don't, and hurry up. He's not accustomed to waiting. He sounds a right prize. Call in the. Mama, listen to me. I don't care if he owns all the land from here to Corsinon. I won't waste my time on that pig of a man. You can tell him I said so. With the way your voice carries, I doubt I'll have to. Please, Mama. Just tell him to go. I'm not seeing anyone today. Anyone but Jared? At least he's my age. He is that, Colin, but a foundling is no match for you, but. I'm not looking for that kind of match, Mama, and Jared's an equal in every other way. Bethsay had sighed and turned away. Her father had cursed. He said she had too much of her mother's blood, and he'd made it sound like a foul thing. She had bristled then, but now she understood it differently. Why couldn't you have been honest with me, John R.A.? I would have been more mindful of danger. It would have been better, perhaps, if she'd left of her own accord. She could have organized the journey and at least said goodbye. She could have taken Asilo. Her throat tightened. That wouldn't have stopped the murders, though. She wiped her eyes, poking the stick deeper into the bed of glowing embers. The surf pounded the reef and rows of white lines flashed as the waves broke, racing to the shore. Banking the fire, she dug a burrow, wrapped her coat tightly around her body and cocooned herself in the thick quilt. With the rhythm of the sea behind her, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 2. The yap and bark of dogs cut through the evening stillness as Jared slowed to a walk. They bounded up to him, 2 setters and a small terrier, their enthusiasm infectious. He ruffed their necks and slapped their sides, pulling the ball from the terrier's mouth and tossing it back towards the house. They all bolted after it, the little wiry one scooping it up as he skidded to a halt. They turned back towards Jared, but he waved them on to the barn. As they darted off, his smile faded. The moment's reprieve from his thoughts of Rosette made them flood back tenfold. She'd been everything to him. Now she was gone. How was he going to live with that? More importantly, how was he going to lie about it? I wasn't programmed to lie. He shrugged. I wasn't programmed to fall in love either. His heart was still pounding when he reached the barn, his hand cramped from gripping his bow. He'd run most of the way from South Sea Cove, longing to drive the growing pain from his chest. It burned, an ache he thought might never subside. The run had done nothing to ease his anxiety, but it did get him back in time for his evening chores. After seeing to the horses, he started in on the woodpile, swinging the axe as if each stroke would banish his feelings. He knew his brother was watching him, standing just out of the lamplight. Here it was. Time to pull off the ruse, tell everyone Rosette was dead and not merely exiled, and make it convincing. It wouldn't be hard with all the emotion churning in his belly. He ignored his brother for as long as he could. Somehow, telling Liam that Colony was gone, he stopped himself, that Rosette was gone, would make it more real, and he didn't want that, not yet. No luck? Liam asked, moving into the light. He looked nothing like his brother, who was tall, fair-haired and lanky. Of course, he wasn't a blood brother, though they'd grown up together, close as litter mates. Jared stopped, the blade deep in a split log. How's that? You hunt all day and come back with nothing. I'd call that no luck. Jared lifted the axe, log and all, over his head and crashed it down onto the block, splitting the piece in two. I got sidetracked. Liam crossed his arms, his lip curling. You mean Colony? Jared avoided his eyes. No one here's been to town? Why? Something happen? Jared began to formulate an answer. The news would certainly upset Liam, perhaps as much as it had him. There's been. The sound of hooves on the lane diverted his attention. The dogs took off, yapping a new welcome, all three tearing past them like racehorses from the gate. Father's home, Jared said, putting the axe down and collecting the scattered wood. He stacked it in the wheelbarrow and headed to the barn. I'll see to his horse, Dot. Liam grabbed his shoulder, stopping him short. Has something happened to Colony? Jared pulled free. Ask father. He'll know more than me. Liam called after him, but he kept walking, hands deep in his pockets, eyes on the ground. Rosette quickened her pace, looking down each side street as she passed it. Florian seemed less familiar than she remembered, and less friendly than when she'd come here on shopping expeditions with her mother. Her eyes welled up at the thought and she bit her lip, willing the emotions back down. The way to the docks must be near and she needed to find them quickly. Gripping her backpack, she hurried along, turning her shoulders sideways to avoid bumping into the crowd of oncoming traffic. She had been traveling all day and felt grimy, tired, and hungry. She'd eaten the last of Jared's bread by noon and she didn't want to stop at a bakery for more. There was no time to find the markets if she wanted to get to the docks before sunset. The clippers would sail with the evening tide, and that was already rising. Besides, it wouldn't be smart to wander the streets after dark. A chill gripped her. There was also no telling where the Corsinan assassins had fled to, or who they knew. Rosette caught the eye of a middle-aged woman with 2 children in tow and stopped in front of her. Can you point the way to the harbor? The woman dodged around her, gathering the children together and hurrying away. Rosette made a sour face before moving on. What? I have leprosy? She called back. She asked another woman who was walking past, but she pressed on as if she hadn't heard. Such a friendly town. The last person she approached was an older man with steel-gray hair and a sea-weathered face. He carried a sack of flour over his shoulder and was coming straight for her as if she were invisible. Sir, she held out her hand to stop him from knocking her over, can you tell me where the docks are? Docks? He stopped for a moment, taking a drag of his cigar. You know. Where the boats are kept. Dux, Missy. He extended his arm, pointing the cigar as if taking aim. Down 2 blocks there's a lane to your right. Go that way and you can't miss M. Follow Y nose. She thanked him, taking the directions and trying not to look over her shoulder. It felt as if she were being watched and she was too tired and too distressed to sense if it was her intuition warning her of danger, or exhaustion setting in. She glimpsed a robed figure carrying a staff, but when she looked again the stalker was gone, replaced by an elderly woman sweeping the walkway. Exhaustion, then. I'm imagining things. With a deep breath, she turned down the lane to the right and jogged along the cobbled path until the scent of salt air, fish and tar nearly knocked her down. Follow my nose indeed. The harbor was amazing. She'd never seen so many vessels in her life. They were every size and shape, from little dinghies bobbing up and down like toy boats in bathtub-sized berths to sleek yachts with bare masts reaching endlessly skywards. Fishing boats were heading out to sea, their decks dotted with men coiling ropes and working the nets. Some had multiple cranes hoisting lobster traps, their newly patched wires shining brightly in the slanting light. Seagulls filled the air, their ruckus deafening. Some were hovering over the trawlers, but most jostled for position at the end of the cleaning racks, fighting over the last scraps of the day. Watching a pair of pelicans land awkwardly at the far side of the harbor, she spotted the clippers. They were the ships that ferried passengers and goods up and down the coast from south of Levitica to northern Damarca, fast and sure. With luck, there would be one heading north tonight. As the sun set, a renewed fear gripped her. She wanted to slip away, quickly, and without fuss, the sooner the better. When she landed in Damarca, it would only be a matter of hours before she found Nell, if the woman was about. She had no idea what to do if the witch was gone. She didn't want to think about that possibility. Nell lived a full day's walk from Damarca Bay, in a cottage by the woods. Rosette hadn't visited for years, not since she was 9, though she was sure she would remember the way. If she had a sanctuary anywhere in the world, it would be with Nell. She remembered the warm embraces, walks in the woods, fireside stories, and cinnamon oatcakes. She also remembered the star charts and mobiles of planets hanging from the rafters of the cottage, and the book of spells and rituals. There was much she could learn from Nell Ion Paris. If she'll have me. As the sun dropped to the horizon and bathed the harbor in blood-red light, she spotted a hard-looking man in a captain's hat. She approached him with her buyer's walk, the body language her father had taught her. She automatically adopted it whenever she was about to bargain, smart, confident, and aloof. Passage to Damarca, Captain. She paused to give him a chance to supply his name. Rahman. Captain Rahman, she nodded. I would like to book passage tonight, if that's convenient. She was careful to keep any trace of urgency from her voice. It wasn't easy. Again she felt as if she was being watched. She softened her peripheral vision and glimpsed the hooded figure lurking in the shadows by the storage shed. I've got a berth if you can leave now. He eyed her empty hands. Where are your bags, Missy? This is it. She turned her shoulder to display Jared's small backpack with her quilt tied in a neat roll on top. How much? 20 pieces of gold. She whistled, brief but piercing. Are we sailing on a golden barge? She scrutinized the clipper and laughed. I'll give you 10. Captain Rahman lifted his eyebrows. Where are you from, girl? Levitica. Daddy's a merchant, . She didn't hesitate. He's a physician. Running away, are we? That's not your concern. It is if you're underage. I'm not. So you say. He took off his cap and ran his hand through his hair before replacing it. Give me 15 pieces of gold and I won't tell anyone where you're going. Rosette looked for the hooded figure while pretending to consider the offer. She couldn't spot it. Done. She counted the money into the captain's weathered hand and made her way up the ramp. The foghorn bellowed as they cast off. She tightened her coat and shoved her fingers deep into the pockets, choking with tears as she felt her gloves. Mama had made them last winter from the softest black lamb's wool. She pulled them on and wiped her eyes. Where are you now, Mama? The ship glided through the harbor, the surface of the water shimmering with the last glimpse of daylight. Whispering a silent plea to the sea goddess Sednara for smooth sailing, she headed below deck as they rounded the jetty and set sail. Rosette found an empty bunk and climbed up, spreading her quilt over the straw-filled mattress. The journey would take 5 days and 6 nights if they caught a good wind and the best currents. Plenty of time to think. She lay back, staring at the ceiling, lulled by the rhythmic rise and fall of the hull. She could hear the crew above, charging about as orders were barked. Soon the clipper picked up speed, the sound of the prow cutting through the swell like a water wheel churning full bore. She thought of the wheelhouse back home, alongside the river, and the day she and Jared. She stopped. Focusing on the past just makes more of the past. She called her wandering mind in and tuned into her body. Her legs ached from the long walk and so did her heart. Her stomach felt empty, though she didn't know if she could eat. Her appetite had vanished. There would be plenty of fish soup and sourdough bread in the galley, she guessed, though she didn't get up to find out. Instead she drew her quilt around her tight and closed her eyes, the undulation of the boat rocking her to sleep. The streets of Corsinan were empty, like an old eggshell that had dried up in the sun. The tattered flag snapping above the roof of the central tavern and bits of rubbish that tumbled aimlessly down the road were the only things in motion. This city had been defeated almost 2 decades ago and there'd been no effort to repair the damage. It was a scar on the face of Gaela, one that most ignored, unless they needed something they couldn't get anywhere else. Those who lived here were nocturnal and hard-edged contract killers, thieves, and drug dealers, making a living without custom or principle. The authorities were paid well for their silence, blind to the trading of human slaves for gold, children for the poppy's embrace, and any kind of sex for a warm meal. But the gold and the drugs and the food were transient. What remained constant was the despair. The land had lost its soul, and no one remembered exactly why, or how to get it back. No one cared. What mattered in Corsinan did not require soul. It thrived on guile, treachery and corruption, though it was not always so. Corsinan had once been a rich, affluent district, hosting the celebration of the Five Rivers, an annual spring festival that honored the mystery rites and the ancient deities known collectively as the Watchers, written of in the Draconian tablets and other texts from the now destroyed Dumarchian temple. People from all over Gaela had flocked to the revelry, many remaining to add their own uniqueness and craft to the city. The area not only hosted the ritual celebrations of the temples, it was home to one of the portals, a corridor to the many worlds. For eons, only the Watchers knew of this, until the priesthood of Corsinan, quite by accident, made the discovery. Coveted, it was thought a boon, a way to increase the wealth of Gaela and the prominence of Corsinan's high temple. Some feared the Watchers and voted not to use the portal, but the majority agreed the Watchers were impartial observers that intervened, or not, as it suited them. They wouldn't notice the activation of the entity, the guardian of a portal, or any little trips down the corridors the temple plan cared to make. The Watchers did notice, though, and they were not pleased. Before they took action, Corsinan and its temple were destroyed. The city's downfall came about the same way most civilizations crumble, the misuse of power. A corrupt high council priest had joined ranks with governing officials, making a deadly deal. He had dabbled in a particularly occult magic and had created a spell that would enable him to travel the portal undetected by the Watchers, freeing him to search for wealth in the other worlds. Yet the work was beyond his skill, the consequences brutal. What he summoned consumed him before he could protect himself. It came from another world, another time, another place. It came from a 23rd century Earth. His tampering had severed the entity, unleashing one part, an elemental intelligence greater than anything he anticipated, into the immediate environment. The other portion remained trapped in the portal, ever seeking a way to escape and rejoin its sundered half. All the while a sickness leaked into Gaela, a sickness from that other world. Corsinan's despair was not entirely her own, a good portion of it belonged to Earth. The Temple of Corsinan had rallied to negate the blunder, but their attempts proved ineffective. Other temples had stepped in, also unable to contain the entity or undo the damage. Debates turned into heated arguments, fights into widespread skirmishes, combat into battles until a full-scale war erupted. Many perished, and the effect of the weakened portal unleashed myriad energies, one causing climatic changes within the province. Crops failed, hunger and desperation ensued. Eventually, temple had battled temple, farmers became vigilantes, and the surviving population deteriorated into a collective of violence and anarchy. Corsinan, as it had been for countless generations, ceased to exist, but the severed entity that languished there survived. It adapted, becoming smaller and more self-contained as the riches of the environment no longer sustained it. It lived in back alleys and burnt-out buildings, alone, desperate and aching. Ultimately, all it desired was a way to return to the portal and recombine with its sundered half. There its nature was harmonious, complete, but it couldn't find its way. Kreshkali came upon the drifting entity, recognizing it for what it was. It had also recognized her for what she was, a powerful witch of unknown origin who wore the aura of another world even though the entity knew she hadn't passed through before the sundering. Kreshkali had come after, with designs of her own. Archer watched as shadows advanced over the ruined city of Corsinan, its jagged walls turned red by the sunset. A single gas street lamp flickered on and off, like an eye scanning for signs of life. Somewhere in the distance a door slammed. He turned to the man behind him. Rog looked skinnier than usual in the shadows, swallowed up by the fading light. "Well?" Archer asked. Rog crouched, scooping a handful of dirt from the side of the road. He crumbled it between his fingers, letting it trickle to the ground. The other men gathered around. Archer stooped until his head was level with Rog's ear. "Is she here?" Rog licked his lips before tasting the dirt that clung to his fingers. "Nah." He stood up, dust falling from his hands as he brushed them on his pants. "What now?" "We wait," Archer said. "Ale?" Rog jerked his head towards the tavern beneath the winking light. "Why not?" A gust of wind swept past, blowing Rog's hat, a rag tied in knots, onto the ground. Rog looked at it, shoving his hands into his pockets. The other men stalled as well. "What now?" Archer asked. "She'll skin us. She'll cook us. She'll boil." Archer whooped with laughter, slapping Rog's back and knocking him to his knees. More of this? His laughter vanished. Get it, all of you. Archer's hands went to his hips, head cocked sideways. She's nothing, as good as dead. And the other? Rog asked. Archer winked and pulled out a long, thin dagger, twisting it in the space between them. You'll see. Watch for my sign. Kreshkali stood at the edge of the road, staring towards the heart of Korsanon. A single street lamp shone like a beacon in the darkness, flickering with an eerie glow. She took a deep breath, pushed back her hood and smiled. Nothing, am I? She whispered into the night air, her breath making puffs of mist in the rising moonlight. She smiled, tracing the edge of a boot print with a twig. Intricate tattoos of vines and serpents, wrapped in an ancient caduceus, wound across her wrists and towards her fingertips. Shall I accompany you? A young woman stepped out of the shadows, leading 2 horses. As she spoke, one horse pushed forward, nuzzling Kreshkali's shoulder. The woman laughed softly, holding the mare back. Stay here, Jainan. You'll have your hands full minding these two, especially if things get lively. Kreshkali stroked the mare's neck, flipping stray lengths of black mane over her crest. I won't be long. There are at least 5 of them, Jainan said, pointing at the boot prints. At least. Kreshkali smiled. She rolled up her sleeves, removing silver bangles from her wrists and tucking them into her saddlebag. Jainan leaned forward to kiss Kali's cheek. Be safe, my love. She handed her a long staff of polished wood inlaid with copper runes. Kreshkali flipped her hood up and headed towards the tavern. The horses nickered after her as clouds obscured the moon, sending a blanket of darkness over the deserted street. Archer laughed. The tavern smelled of rancid meat, sweat and sour ale. He called for beer and found a table near the back of the large room. A fire hissed, the blazing logs warming the filthy rushes and soot-covered walls. The tabletop was crusted with food, ash, and spilled wine. Deep gouges, from sword and axe, rent the surface. Archer leaned back in his chair, taking it in. Several other men were seated by the entrance. All were hooded and hunched as if in hiding, except for the barman. His chest swelled under a dirty white singlet, the hair on his back and shoulders sticking up like boar bristles. Archer filled his pipe and took a deep drag. Before he exhaled, he froze. In the chair beside him appeared a hooded figure. Archer felt his heart pound. A magician's trick, he said to himself. Nothing to worry about. Where's the amulet? The figure asked. Beneath the table, Archer fingered his dagger, sliding it from its sheath. Where's me gold? He countered. The woman lifted a coin purse from her cloak and placed it on the table. He nodded, setting an azure crystal vial on the table. It's a trade, he said. Idiot. He had her now. He planned to cut her, take the gold, keeping the prize for himself. Rog had said it'd be too risky, his brow beading with sweat when they'd bickered over it. Archer stood firm. Which or not, she was only a woman, and he could handle any woman. I might even have some fun with her before she dies, or after. She turned to him. Really? He spat. Demon psychic. He hadn't counted on that. She let her hood slide back, revealing electric blue eyes and a shock of spiky blonde hair. And what's that? She whispered, her face close to his. She put the vial in her pocket, tilting her head towards the keg. We ran into some trouble, but we got his blood. You what? Kreshkali shrieked, her eyes boring into him. You said you wanted the blood of the witch child. I said I wanted to protect the blood of the witch child. Archer swallowed the bile in his throat. It seemed he'd guessed wrong. No matter. He sprang, blade slicing towards her neck. Rog leapt for the gold. With her left hand, the witch caught Archer's wrist, snapping the bones. His blade clattered to the floor. With her right, she pointed the staff at Rog, immobilizing him where he stood. His fingers stopped inches from the coin purse, his thick tongue sticking out of his mouth as though he'd been strangled. The other men jumped, one leaping towards her, the rest running away. She raised her staff again, dropping them all to their knees, her voice screeching through the tavern. Horses trumpeted outside. Archer stared at her, mute. His limbs were paralyzed, blood flowing freely from where the bones protruded. He watched it pool across the table, filling the grooves like tributaries dripping to the floor. His vision blurred as she leaned over him, lifting her cloak slightly to keep it from touching his face. The bag of coins disappeared back into her robe. She retrieved the keg as well. Who's the idiot now, Sunshine? She asked, heading to the tavern door. He let out his last breath, cursing her through pale lips. Damn you underworld bitches. Janan handed Kreshkali the reins. The mare was restless, pawing the ground. I take it there's no need to rush? She asked, securing her staff with double ties. Kreshkali reached across the space between them and squeezed her companion's arm. No rush at all. She got Archer? How? Janan hid her surprise. A silence built between them as they headed out of town, punctuated by the horses' hooves clipping over the cobblestones. Much of a fight? Janan finally asked, eyeing the small keg strapped to Kreshkali's back. The moon came out of the clouds, lighting the road with a soft glow as it rose towards the zenith. Kreshkali's eyes were black, glistening. None at all. The last of them gone. She paused. Does that disturb you? Janan shook her head. It's a triumph, of course. But one thing's confusing me. Kreshkali raised her brows. Where is Bethsay's child? Weren't they going to deliver the girl to us, to you? Kreshkali urged her mare into an easy jog, which Janan's horse matched. The child? She replied. Seems Archer got his instructions wrong. The child's dead. Do you know how that could have happened, Janan? She knows. Or at least, she suspects. I can't let her go back to Earth now, and I can't turn my back. What will we do? Kreshkali stretched her neck, leaning from side to side. We'll rest the horses and have supper before we head back home. The death changes everything. But, we have to keep moving. Do we? Kreshkali glanced down at the sheath that held her staff. It isn't safe. Janan gestured out into the black maw of trees that lined both sides of the road. Kreshkali kept her face smooth. What did you have in mind? Keep hiding, of course. We can go straight to Los Loma. It's safe there. If we ride through the night, we'll be. I'm not hiding anymore, Kreshkali replied, throwing her voice behind her as she moved ahead at a gallop. Of course you aren't, my queen. And that's why they sent me, just in case Archer failed. They sped along until the woods thinned out into a gray meadow. Kreshkali brought her mare to a halt, dust rising around the horse's legs. Does this look safer to you? She asked, not waiting for an answer. She dismounted and led her mare out into the field. She looked ethereal, like she was walking on water, the grass's shallow sea undulating beneath her feet. For an instant, Janan's eyes burned, and she brushed the tears with her fists. Wait up, she said, swinging her leg over the saddle and dropping lightly to the ground. There's something I didn't mention. Not quite all the trackers are gone, my love. What's that? Kreshkali turned back as Janan's thin sword leveled at her neck. You have yet to deal with me. Kreshkali let the mare's reins slip through her fingers. What's this? You're coming back to Earth with me. Or die here. Kreshkali lifted her head, avoiding eye contact. I'm not going with you, Dot. Without hesitation, Janan thrust the sword tip forward. Kreshkali's mare reared, iron-shod hooves pawing the air. Kreshkali stepped to the side, inches out of the line of the blade, her own dagger flashing briefly before it sank deep between Janan's ribs. The tracker's eyes went wild, searching for comprehension as her sword fell from her hand. They'll send more, she said, dropping to her knees. You'll never be free. Ah, but I will, sweet Janan. And you would have been too, if you'd only trusted me. Kreshkali bent to kiss the other woman as she slid to the ground. The mare's nose fluttered over the blood before it seeped into the grass. The moon went behind a billow of clouds, sucking light from the meadow as Janan died. Kreshkali closed her eyes, no longer able to hold back the tears. She rode for 5 days, stopping only to feed and rest her horse. On the 6th night, she arrived at the slopes of the Jacker Mountains above the tree-line of Espiro del Rey. The stars winked in and out of view as mist drifted across the night sky. The mare rubbed her face on Kreshkali's shoulder, covering her cloak in horsehair. You deserve a rest. She took off the saddle and bridle, giving the mare's shoulder an affectionate slap, and turned her out to graze. She slipped the keg from her back and dug a shallow grave with her hands. She knelt in the grass in front of it, tears blurring her vision. With her dagger she cracked open the keg, sloshing the contents onto the ground. Unwittingly, Bethsay, I had a hand in this. She covered the site with small rocks, making a stone idol at each of the 4 directions. You, and your family, won't be forgotten. The veil of mist dropped as the 3/4 moon shone through, dimming the stars. It painted everything with an iridescent sheen, bathing her skin in milky blue light. Into the night. Into the dark. Travel the worlds. Unencumbered. The greater mysteries await. Forgive me, Bethsay, and know that you will be avenged. She sat by the gravesite for the rest of the night and wept. Chapter 3. Stars in the sky, look at you. Nell. Rosette whooped with delight as she ran to the gate. Nell Paris stood in the garden, her long auburn hair playing in the spring breeze. She had the body of a dancer and a spirit like the sea, fathomless, unpredictable, life-giving, life-threatening. Her dark hazel eyes crinkled with her grin. However old she was, 30, 40, 50, older, Rosette didn't know. Nell beamed with timeless exuberance and energy. Her ivory-colored dress lifted above her bare feet as she opened her arms, its wide neckline slipping off one shoulder, revealing the tattoo of a black raven on her upper arm. Come in, you gorgeous girl. I've been waiting for you. Rosette unlatched the wooden gate and entered the garden. It was like stepping into another realm where everything around her exploded with color. Pink azaleas and sunny orange tiger lilies lined the path, and vivid unnamed blooms spilled out of the window boxes, setting off the cedarwood cottage with clusters of purple, red, and lavender. Huge roses circled the chamomile lawn, their blossoms exquisite shades of pink, peach and tamarind, their fragrance intoxicating. She took a deep breath. The place seemed smaller than she remembered, though every bit as magical. A creek gurgled in the background as it rushed towards the rugged coastline, a short hike to the west. At night the sound of the ocean crashing against the towering cliffs would fill her dreams. Once she had looked down from that vantage point. Her stomach had turned somersaults. Boulders larger than men were like tiny pebbles from where she stood. It took 3 hours to follow the winding track to the bottom, but she hadn't been allowed to explore. As Rosette raced up the path, ravens squawked and flapped and red-eyed figbirds and brightly colored finches chattered in the shrubs. Several hummingbirds with ruby throats and chartreuse bodies hovered over the honeysuckle blossoms that draped the fence, their wings beating so fast they were invisible. What a wonder to be so close to the wild woods, far away from the noise and clatter of the city. Her father had said that Nell was a hermit, but Rosette saw a sanctuary teeming with spirit friends. How'd you know I was coming? She asked in a rush, reaching for the woman and falling into her arms. Nell nodded to the 3 ravens sitting in the lower branches of a central weeping willow. The corvids stopped their preening and tilted their blue-white eyes as if following the path of a fly. Together they caught again and took flight. Rosette watched them flap away, each shooting off in a different direction, heading for the tall pines surrounding Nell's home. Every twig, sparrow and snake has spoken of your coming for the past 2 days, she said, looking into the distance. The 3 sisters haven't stopped yakking about it all morning. How could I not know? Rosette squeezed Nell tightly. It's good to be here. Where are your things? Rosette untangled herself from the embrace and looked into Nell's eyes. This is all I've got. Leave in a hurry, did you, Colony Rose? Rosette shuddered. She glanced over her shoulder then back to Nell. Don't say that name. Nell searched her face. What's this about? She blanched, her hands beginning to tremble. I'm Rosette now, Rosette de Santo. You mustn't say my birth name again. Why ever not? Rosette looked down at her feet, tears falling. Something terrible's happened. I can see that. Nell gathered her into her arms again and held her tight. The garden went strangely silent for a moment and Rosette felt a warmth flooding her body, chasing away the fear and hurt. When Nell let her go, the garden came back to life, abuzz with chatter. Come inside, Rosette. You're exhausted. You need to eat and rest. Thank you, Nell. I am a bit dizzy. I don't know if I can eat. We'll see about that. Rosette took off her boots, lining them up on the porch next to Nell's, and crossed the threshold. The smells of baking bread, cinnamon, mint and roast meat did seem inviting. They sat at the black oak table, side by side, and held hands. Tell me what happened, Rosette. What are you running from? Rosette felt tears welling again as she reported the events, stuttering when she came to the kitchen scene. Nell didn't speak, nor did she let go of her hands. She drew Rosette out of her chair and into her lap, rocking her gently. Rosette let her tears fall and they ran down her face, mixing with Nell's. You did right to disappear, Nell said, stirring a cast-iron pot. It simmered on the hearth, making Rosette's mouth water. They had just returned from an early morning walk, a good night's sleep reviving her spirits and her appetite. If someone wanted to punish John R.A., that's one thing, and it's done, but if they wanted something else, that's another matter altogether. Rosette washed her hands in the basin, drying them with a brightly colored kitchen towel. What do you mean, something else? Just speculation. Nell frowned. Did you speak to anyone in Dumarca? I came straight here. You remembered the way? Easy, though I've forgotten how far it was. It's not so easy for just anyone, Nell said. She opened the oven door and a wave of heat and bakery aromas poured out. Did you use your family name on the ship or at the harbor in Florian? Only De Santo, if that. You've done well, sweetheart. Nell turned to the pantry beside the stove and took butter and cheese from the cold box and set them out on the table. Rosette got out plates and cups. But, Nell, why did this happen? Do you know? Nell smoothed her dress before putting her hands on her hips. There are enemies in the world, Rosette. Enemies? Come. Eat first. I need to think. Plenty of time for philosophy later. Rosette frowned. Philosophy? Philosophy and speculation. That's all anything is, secondhand. While Nell prepared the food, Rosette leaned back in her chair. Her face relaxed as she scanned the cottage, taking it in properly for the first time. The rows of books by the back wall had increased since she'd last visited. Leather-bound volumes of various shapes and sizes were stacked on shelves that climbed halfway to the ceiling. A four-poster bed with crimson cushions and a purple velvet quilt filled the far corner. Woven rugs covered the hardwood floor, cushions were scattered about, and various herbs hung from the beams over the kitchen, adding a mix of earthy fragrance to the cottage. She spotted the mobiles of planets circling above in miniature orbits around bright orange suns. The broad window seat where she'd slept was covered with quilts, warm and comfortable on the far side of the hearth. Rosette had been warm and snug all night, even though the temperature dropped quickly once the sun set. The glowing coals had been a welcome heat. She studied the design of stained glass in the high windows to the east. They had amazed her early in the morning, the sunlight through them making a splash of rainbows when she awoke. Her gaze was drawn directly overhead, and she started. Nell. She shrank back. What's that? Hanging from the rafters, its body draped in serpentine loops around the wooden beams, was a huge yellow and black speckled snake. Who was that? Nell corrected. Rosette swallowed, not taking her eyes off the animal. Who, then? It's Motsi. Motsi? Short for mosaic. He's a carpet snake, of course, a python. Don't you have them in Levitica? Not like that. Like what? Not like that big. And not in the house. Well, Motsi lives inside. He was there last night? Watching me sleep? More likely he was under your bed. You'll get used to him. Rosette didn't reply. He keeps the rodents down, among other things. Nell ladled porridge into blue ceramic bowls. Still hungry, aren't you? Rosette cleared her throat and nodded. Nell swept away her books and notes, stacking them on a small desk before laying out the bowls, fresh milk, bread and honey. Rosette sighed as she turned her attention to the meal. Very hungry, she answered, glancing back up at Motsi. Nell smiled, toasting her with a mug of spiced cider. To warm reunions. Rosette raised her mug and smiled, the cider sweet on her lips. I see you got away with your traveling charm, Nell said, studying her necklace. Jared got it out of the house for me. Who's that? Jared Kosika, he's my best friend. What's wrong? Nell's brow was knitted. I remember a man with that name many years ago. Is he old? Rosette laughed. He's my age, just a boy really. He grew up next door. Not him, then. Nell blew on a spoonful of porridge. Is he Kosika's oldest son? No, that's Liam. Jared is the youngest. I don't remember him. He's a foundling. And is this foundling of yours the only one who knows you're here? Him, and possibly Liam. There are few secrets between them, though he said he'd tell no one. What about your sisters? Rosette shook her head. Both married. Leah's on a sheep farm near Dumar. She probably hasn't even heard yet. And Sasha? Under Mount Pelée, with a glassblower. 3 kids now. Nell was silent, her eyes drifting to the window. I warned your mother that it wasn't safe. What do you mean? Rosette, your mother may have had enemies too. Rosette stopped eating. I don't understand. She was just a matron, looking after the estate. How could she have enemies? She'd turned her back on witchcraft. Nell raised her brows. Had she? Pardon? Do you really believe she repressed her power to mold herself around Jeannare's life? She didn't? No, my dear Rosette. She was hiding, and she wanted to hide you, too. I told her it would go ill if Jeannare caught the public eye. If he was noticed, so would she be. There was no controlling him though, it seems. I thought someone was after Jeannare. He owed money, I think. Perhaps. Who would want to hurt Mama? Nell shook her head. We can't know for sure. The temples are not all at peace. Did she have some magic they wanted? Rosette thought she saw Nell stiffen, but when she looked again she was relaxed. Anything's possible. Meanwhile, you're here and presumed dead. That's as safe as it gets. Am I in danger, though? Rosette looked out the doorway as if at any moment someone would be coming up the path. We'll be vigilant. Besides, no one gets to me without my knowing. That's what Jared said. Did he? Nell lifted up her mug again. A toast to a new life for both of us. To a new life. Rosette clanked her mug against Nell's. Can I ask you something? Rosette felt heat rise in her face. Anything. Since I'm here, and ready for a new beginning, will you teach me the things Mama forbade? Forbade? Nell stopped. Her spoon, laden with food, hovered halfway to her mouth. She said I wasn't ready, but I am, Rosette went on. And I want to learn so much. Starcraft, curbs, spells, the sword in the bow and shapeshifting. Definitely shapeshifting. Please may I? You can teach me. I know you can. Full of enthusiasm, aren't you? Yes. You fancy yourself a witch? Yes. Nell closed her eyes. Why? She asked, keeping them shut. Rosette put down her bread. I just know it. You just know it, Nell repeated. Good. Now tell me, how so? Because something is calling me, like the woods of Espiro del Rey, and the whispers of stones and the wind in the arroyos, and lately, it's been more than a call. More than a call? It's been a holler. Nell laughed, her eyes popping open. And you want to answer the call? I do. Then you shall. She started eating again and nodded to Rosette to do the same. Does that mean you'll initiate me? It does. Rosette beamed a smile. When can I start? There's no rush. Nell, please. Give me a hint. You'll have an entire lunar cycle, from waning to new to full, and waning again in the sign of the water bearer, to prepare. On my lunar return? She nodded. By the time the moon returns next month, you'll have sought and acquired your initiation name. Rosette's no good, Rosette's fine. Very lovely. It's perfect for all you meet and everything you do overtly. Your name as an initiate is different. It's known to you alone, or shared only with another you fully trust. Okay. It's sacred, Rosette. When you find it, keep it occult. I will. You must also choose the design of your initiation tattoo. She paused for a moment. Though it's more likely that it will choose you. Rosette's eyes went wide, looking closely at the symbols on Nell's bare arms, the raven on the left and a stout tree with serpents entwining the trunk on the right. She sucked in her breath. I've already done that. You have? Rosette glanced over to the bookcase where an onyx statuette of a temple cat sat, slender, regal and fey. The animal had large, pointed ears, the left one pierced with a golden ring. Its face was chiseled, limbs refined, the tail wrapped around its front feet. Nell followed her line of sight and smiled. Basta, mother of the ancient temple cats? I've always known it would be her. Wonderful choice. Rosette smiled back. I knew years ago, on my first visit. I held that statue in my hands and for a second, it came alive. She took another bite of bread, sucking drops of honey from her fingers. After my tattoo, then what happens? Nell patted her hand. Under the eyes of great Ishtar. Rosette held her breath. We do the ritual. Rosette nodded, a shadow crossing her face. What, child? Mama and Janare would not have approved, and now they're. They would have wanted you to survive, Rosette, and studying witchcraft is the surest way to protect yourself. Besides, it's in your blood. Get the whitest ones you can find. Nell sketched the shape of the root on a drawing pad. No smaller than this. You can only see the tips sticking out from the snowbanks at this time of the year, so you have to dig deep. She handed Rosette a copper trowel to pack in her backpack. The summer after Rosette's initiation had fled by, the smell of the woods and the warm sun baked away her fears and eased the sadness. Her arms had tanned a dark honey brown as she'd tended the gardens, and her intuition had sharpened as she'd hunted at the edges of the woods by day and studied herbs and starcraft by the fire at night. Now winter was here, and it was time to collect the snow root Symphytum officinalia that Nell used in her potions, particularly the one that kept joints supple and bones warm through the long dark nights. How many? Rosette tucked the talisman Nell had given her as an initiation gift, a silver pentagram nestling inside a crescent moon, under her sweater and buttoned up her coat. At least 5 more if time allows. Take only the top half of the root and replant the rest. It's sacred, and we don't want to deplete it. Rosette nodded. Get away from the woods well before sunset, it's no place to be on a winter's night, I promise you it. Nell, why are you fussing? It's just a trip to the woods. Rosette's eyes suddenly went wide. Is there a transit you aren't telling me about? You've studied the ephemeris. Is there? Rosette closed her eyes, visualizing the planetary positions for the day. She couldn't see anything outstanding, and said so. What about last month? Rosette frowned. Last month was the lunar eclipse on my north node, but what's that got to do with today? It's long past, oh. Rosette put her hand over her mouth to stop a stream of babble. Yes. Oh. Nell smiled briefly before letting it fade. What can you tell me about the timing of eclipse events? Rosette took a deep breath. An eclipse can have its outcome 30 days before or after the exact alignment, plus or minus 3 days either side. Yes, it can, and that brings us to today. It's nothing to fret about, though I want you to stay aware, and be out of those woods before dark. Don't worry, Nell. I'll be back before dinner. She fished gloves from her pockets and pulled them on, picked up her staff and shouldered her backpack before kissing Nell's cheeks. The wind struck her face as she opened the cottage door. Nell called her back. Here. She daubed a sweet-smelling ointment on Rosette's lips and thrust the small tin into her gloved hand. This'll keep your lips from chapping. Use it sparingly, it's very strong. Rosette put the container in her pocket before flipping up her hood and waving goodbye. Several hours later she was scouring the borders of the Demarchian woods, looking for the elusive snow root. She had found only one small plant so far and no sign of any others. Pausing before the wall of pine trees, she smiled. She remembered a patch of them carpeting the summer forest floor, their tiny purple blossoms dancing like puppets on a stick. They were further in. She glanced up at the pale sun, took a deep breath and entered the woods. The stillness struck her first. No wind whipped and cut at her face and not a branch moved. Only the occasional snapping of a twig underfoot, the crunch of snow and the distant screech of a raptor broke the silence. She couldn't believe a place so still could feel this alive. It teemed with energy, and today not all of it felt friendly. She imagined this would be an amazing place to explore on horseback. How long had it been since she'd so much as seen a horse in the distance? The last she'd touched had been Asilo, right before he died. She pushed the memory away before it choked her and continued through the woods. By late afternoon, she had 6 good-sized roots in her backpack. She sat on a fallen log beneath a tall grove of pines, munching on the oatcakes that Nell had packed for her. The sun had vanished behind the cloud cover, and a light snowfall floated down between the branches like puffs of dandelion looking for somewhere to land. It was already getting dark. She shivered. Retracing her steps, she made slow progress. Her hands and feet were cold and stiff. Her legs felt like lead weights, and she had the eerie sensation of being watched. She turned a full circle, seeing nothing but the sentinel trees and falling snow before she caught a flash of movement. A blast of adrenaline hit her solar plexus, and she sucked in her breath. There it was again, something slipping in and out of the shadows. She couldn't identify it. Then a hunkered shape appeared. It seemed damaged. It wasn't moving right. A high-pitched scream pierced the air and was immediately answered by a squawking challenge. Some creature was clearly under attack. Gripping her staff with both hands, she ran forward, her eyes wide and her heart pounding. As she came closer, she made out 2 birds on the ground, flapping dark wings. There was a tug-of-war going on between a crow and a buzzard twice its size. Both were intent on the quarry and neither would back down. She couldn't make out what they'd scavenged, but it wasn't moving or making any noise. Rosette watched with fascination as the birds bounced and flapped and hopped back and forth, the squawks cutting short as the buzzard stopped momentarily to eye her. When it dropped its grip, Rosette recognized what they were fighting over and her heart pinched. It was a large black cat, dead or unconscious. As she raised her staff it suddenly came to life, spitting and struggling. Rosette didn't wait for her next breath. She held her staff high over her head and charged at the birds, screaming, "Get away!" She swung her staff, well before coming into range. "Let go or I'll break your necks." She struck at them, yelling at the top of her voice, swinging towards the crow first and sending it cawing to a low pine branch. The buzzard opened its wings as if to stand its ground, but hopped away quickly when Rosette's staff whizzed by its head. With a few more swings and curses she had the birds scattered enough to turn her attention to the feline. Kneeling down, she saw that, for all its large size, it was only a kitten. Where's your mama? Rosette looked around the clearing as she spoke. Wherever the mother was, the creature would be huge. She saw nothing nearby except the darkening woods and the buzzard swooping to a branch just above her. The baby cat shuddered in the snow, its nose on the ground. One leg was bent at an unnatural angle and the others were tensed underneath its body. There was blood oozing from its neck and one eye had swollen shut. It tried to leap away only to collapse into the snow, inches ahead. I've got you, Rosette whispered. You're safe with me. She scooped the kitten up into her arms, unbuttoned her coat and thick woolen sweater, tucking it into the warmth between her breasts. The touch of its cold body burned her skin and made her gasp. She patted the animal. Don't worry. They can't get you now, baby cat. She buttoned her sweater over it, tightening her coat as she stood. Drips of melting ice water trickled down her belly, and something warmer too. The baby's blood? She grabbed her staff and ran for home. The birds closed in, seemingly united now in their effort to reclaim the feline, or perhaps even Rosette. She swung her staff and screamed at them before scooping snowballs and firing them at their heads, the fists of ice forcing them to seek cover. Rosette had an accurate throwing arm, thanks to her playful summers with Jared and Liam, and she felt grateful for it now as the birds flew higher and higher in retreat. Constantly looking over her shoulder, the journey home seemed to take forever. At the edge of the woods she turned back, catching her breath. A pale beam of sunlight shone between the clouds. It was near to setting. The baby cat felt warm now, and the dripping had stopped. The double-time tap of its heartbeat against her own reassured her it was still alive. We'll be home soon, she cooed, patting the large bump in her coat. Hoisting her staff like a fishing pole, she jogged the rest of the way to the cottage. Around the corner of the ruined temple, on a fallen slab of marble entangled with bare vines and spotted with snow, a mammoth feline stood. She opened her mouth to roar, but let no air escape her lungs. She closed her eyes instead and sat. Her tail wrapped tight around her body, the tip lifting slightly, moving in fits and jerks. Slowly she lay down on her sternum, her forepaws stretched out in front of her like a sphinx. She didn't flinch, but her heart pounded into the cold marble like a slow, aching drum. Maudy was tortured by her choice. Was it the right one? She was tempted to run down the girl and retrieve her cub. Her whiskers twitched as Drac, a rust-and-black male, approached, sitting a distance away. She could feel the vibration of his purr through the marble slab, through her heart. She knew it was generated from fear, not joy, an involuntary response to alarm, something like the way humans might laugh when suddenly frightened. Drac probably thought she would eat him alive. She considered it. It was the only way, Maudy. She turned her head towards her mate and snarled, her tongue flashing over white teeth. There will be other cubs. At this comment she spun on her haunches and lunged at him, claws swiping towards his face. He leapt aside to avoid the raking. She returned to her vigil. Maudy, Drac tried again, he's bonded now. They will both benefit from the union. I didn't allow it for their benefit. I know, but it's comforting just the same. Not to me. There was no sign of the birds, though a curious sound echoed in Rosette's head from time to time as she ran. Maudy? Maudy? She flipped her hood back as sweat trickled down her neck. Throwing open the gate, she ran up to the cottage door. Help, Nell. Quickly. Nell swung open the door and Rosette stopped just before plowing into her. It's wounded, she said, gasping for breath. Nell pulled Rosette across the threshold, boots and all, and closed the door behind her. She pried the staff from her frozen fingers and leaned it against the wall, noticing the blood on Rosette's gloves. You're hurt? I'm fine. Are you being chased? Nell looked out the window. Not anymore, Rosette stammered. It's a cub, a kitten. Where? I found a huge baby cat. Rosette patted the bulge under her coat. The color drained from Nell's face. Show me. Rosette knelt on the rug next to the glowing hearth and unfastened her coat. She opened her sweater, button by button, until the feline's head popped out between her breasts, one swollen eye making it look as though it was winking. Goddess of the woodlands, Nell whispered. That's not a kitten, Dot. It is, it's just really big. Look at the paws, the size of its head. It's a baby for sure. That's not what I meant, Rosette. Where did you find it? A fair way into the woods. 2 birds were fighting over it. I chased them off, grabbed him and ran for home. She smiled. Oh look, it is a him. Dot. You found him in the Dumarkian woods? Yes, Nell, of course I did. What other woods are there? Nell looked into Rosette's eyes. Deep breaths now. He will be less frightened if our movements are calm. These creatures are very dangerous. He's a kitten, Nell. The older witch gave her a sharp look. Even at this age and this damaged, he could tear your hand off with his claws. Now calm yourself. Rosette spoke softly. I'm calm, but you certainly aren't. What's wrong? Will he be all right? Again the strange sound filled Rosette's mind. She thought her ears must be ringing from the cold. Mouty? Mouty? She turned her attention to the little animal. It's okay, baby cat. You're safe with us. Rosette kept her hand on the kitten while Nell examined it. She counted his heartbeats, checked the gum color, palpated the twisted foreleg and gently pulled open the swollen eyelids. All the while Rosette talked to him in a comforting voice. We need a basin with hot water and clean cloths. I want golden seal, coptis and hypericum, mixed in equal measure. Also that ointment I gave you this morning. We'll use that too. Rosette got up. What else? She asked as she followed the directions. My splinting sticks and bandages. They're in a box under the long bench. Got 'em. Mouty? The sound was plaintive as the little animal turned its good eye towards Rosette. We're going to help you, baby cat, Rosette said, stroking the crumpled body when she returned. Nell's going to fix you up. She's the best healer ever. Rosette went back to the kitchen to mix the herbs. He'll live? He'll be able to run and jump, won't he, Nell? Hunt? Both eyes will see, la dot. I think so, darling. Let's just get him treated and give him something to eat. Bring a cup of milk to warm, and the hot water bottle. He's still cold. Meat? I have lamb in the oven that he can try later. Rosette smiled at the thought, her mouth watering. Nell cleared her throat. Can you hear him? Like a bellowing bull. Nothing wrong with his vocal cords. He was screaming and spitting in warrior fits until he went unconscious. Rosette returned, handing the herb mixture to Nell and setting the milk on the hearth. A good sign, but that's not what I meant. Nell flushed out the wounds, covering them with the soothing ointment. What did you mean? I was wondering if you could hear his thoughts, she said, making a compress for the swollen eye. Hold this over his face. It may sting a little. Be ready. It's going to hurt? We have to get the swelling down to protect his optic nerve. Talk to him. It's okay, baby cat. It might pinch a bit, but it is going to help you heal. Trust me. I won't hurt you. She thought the words, applying the warm compress to the feline's face. Trust me, Mouty. Rosette's eyes widened when she heard the sound in her head. She looked first at Nell and then at the injured cat. He's communicating already, isn't he? Nell whispered. Mouty? She stroked his back. He called me Mouty, she said, her eyes welling. Answer him then, reassure him. Keep your thoughts flowing. Rosette started babbling at the kitten. They don't have to be allowed, Nell said. Rosette closed her mouth. I'm here, little one. Mouty is here. You're going to be fine. Are you hungry? She turned to Nell. I can hear him. It's impossible. Nell shook her head. After all our work this summer, you still think that some things in this world might be impossible? But this, I just wasn't expecting, this. Nor was I a dot. Rosette turned back to the feline and wiped the crusted blood and leaves from the black fur. A tiny, sputtering, rumbling sound vibrated in its throat. Nell. He's choking. He must have an obstruction. Quick. Nell smiled, stopping her hand. He's not choking, Rosette. What then? He's purring. He's happy? Wouldn't you be? Here he is, by the fire, being looked after and loved, where a short time ago he was about to be torn apart by scavengers. He may be young, but these creatures are very intelligent. I think he knows he's got plenty to be happy about. Rosette smiled, stroking him again. She was lost in the vibration of his purr for some time before she looked up. What do you mean, these creatures? Dumarchian temple cats. Rosette's mouth opened, but no words came out for several seconds. When they did, they were a mere whisper. He's a temple cat? Of the ancient line? Familiars to the high priestesses? The offspring of Basta? It appears so, dot. I thought they had all left when the temple was abandoned? Apparently not all. Nell washed her hands in a basin, wrung out a sponge and handed it to Rosette. Clean him up properly. They can't stand a hair out of place, even the younglings. But, Nell, what does it mean? Are we really linked, thought to thought? Maybe not the words, not yet, but he'll learn fast. Talk to him with your mind. You can learn his language too, though it's not an easy one. Nell touched Rosette's left forearm where she had received the tattoo of the guardian feline, Basta, months before. You've got yourself a familiar, Rosette. A bond with a Demarchian temple cat is an eternal one, something to cherish and revere, forever. Rosette welled up again. She sent thoughts of love and safety and warmth to the little feline, and his purring increased. She sponged him clean and offered a bowl of milk. He lapped at it eagerly, white splatters flecking his whiskers. Help me set the fracture. He's going to be one big animal when he grows up, and we want to make sure he has 4 strong limbs, Nell said, her brow creasing. Is the break that bad? It's green stick. It'll heal fine. What, then? It's going to be hard to keep you anonymous with this one in tow. You'll turn every head, if you didn't already. I hadn't thought of that, Rosette said. What will I do? Don't worry. We'll work it out. Through that night and for the next 6 weeks, Rosette rocked, carried, fed and cradled the young feline. They called him Baby Cat for a few days until she understood that his name was Draco. Nell was surprised. The Draconians were primordial creatures, thought to be from another world. They looked like black-winged dragons, and their auras were filled with a very old magic. The Draconians had ruled over beginnings and endings and fateful encounters. They were placed in the star charts as the dragon's head and tail, the north and south lunar nodes, indicators of great portent. I never thought an eclipse on my nodes would bring such a thing. Nell chuckled. Star charts aren't about making things happen. You do that yourself. They are about authenticity and timing, the transits coinciding with events, inner and outer. I get that now, Rosette said, grooming her familiar with a soft brush. His purring filled the cottage. Draco grew fast, his orange eyes bright, all 4 legs sound. He learned her language quicker than she learned his, though she persevered with the strange vowels and consonants that formed his speech. With their minds linked, Rosette was filled with awe. Few humans shared the thoughts of a Demarchian temple cat, now that the order had vanished. The remaining survivors were fiercely independent, most rejecting human contact and forming family structures with only their own kind. She and Nell couldn't figure out how he ended up alone and vulnerable that day. And no matter how many times she went over the events with Draco, he couldn't remember what had happened to his blood family. Rosette didn't know why she had been blessed to be there at the exact moment he'd needed her, but she thanked the goddess of the woods every day of her life for it. For summers later, Draco's back came halfway up Rosette's thigh when he brushed against her, his tail entwining her waist. She hadn't been able to pick him up since he'd turned 2. He's full grown now, Nell said, looking across the table at Rosette. The girl had her head bent over a star chart, listing the angular relationships of each planet to the others. She mumbled as she made notations in the margins, her brow knitted. Mars and Capricorn square Venus and Libra, no wonder Liam could never decide what girl he wanted. So much conflict of interest. Does he assert his will, or does he accommodate to the needs of others? It's like being a self-sufficient recluse and a social hungry people-pleaser, all at once. How can someone with this aspect do both? She lifted her braids off the table, flipping them behind her back. He has to find a way if he's ever going to be happy. Rosette sighed. I'd love to know Jared's birth time. It's such a pity that he was a foundling. I guess an estimate's all I'll ever have for him. He was never even sure of the day. She looked up to see Nell watching her. I need more charts, she continued after staring back at her for a moment. I've studied everything you have, cast the dates and times I can remember of those back home, but it's not enough. If I'm really going to understand StarCraft, I need more data to work with. And it seems you are too. Pardon? Both you and Draco are adults now, Rosette. You turned 21 this summer, have you thought of what that means? Rosette put down her pen and capped the ink bottle. A bit. And I want to keep studying, Nell. If I could train at one of the temples, I'd really make some progress. Would that be possible? Rosette. Nell pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. Nothing's impossible, so anything and everything is always possible. We live in a universe of infinite possibilities. Rosette blushed. Do you have a different question? Nell asked. Rosette hesitated for a second. Where can I apprentice? That's better. And the answer? What do you want? Nell asked. You already know. Remind me. StarCraft, Rosette said, and the bow. Anything else? I'd like to learn more about controlling my power, about boosting the magic without having, side effects. She looked at the north wall of the cottage where new cedar boards replaced the ones that she had burst into splinters last month while trying to heat a cup of tea with her thoughts. Spells and shapeshifting. And what about the sword? Rosette started picking at a scab on her forearm. I'll never be good enough. Not if you keep saying that to yourself, you won't. Rosette felt the blood rush up to her cheeks. Right. The sword as well. Where? Nell asked. Bangish Temple has excellent teachers of both star lore and the bow, spellcraft and swordcraft. It'd be perfect, except their sword master has retired and his successor, though greatly experienced, is hopeless at teaching. I didn't know that. She raised her brows. I was going to say, it's very close to Levitica. We seldom speak of it, Nell, but I don't think it would be safe to go back there yet. Maybe never. Rosette's heart tugged as she said the words. Whole weeks went by when she didn't think of her family. When the memory did come flooding back, it was as raw as ever. And there was Jared. She thought of him all the time. It was like she'd seen him only yesterday, even though she knew he'd have changed. His kisses still lingered on her lips and she wished with a passion he'd stayed that night on the beach, so many years ago. She looked up, realizing that Nell was talking. I feel the danger has passed, as long as you keep your identity to yourself. You have a point, though, the proximity of Bangish might jog the wrong person's memory. We don't want that. Rosette sighed. What about Tre-Eon Temple? Nell suggested, her lips curving into a sensual smile. They have an outstanding sword master there. Tre-Eon? Were you trained? Who's the sword master? And Lawrence, Nell said evenly. What's his chart like? Would he be a good teacher? The sun in the sign of Ceres, conjunct Saturn. Meticulous. Refined, strong, and exacting? To say the least. Moon? Scorpion. She whistled. Intense? Very. He'd like me? Nell murmured, I imagine he would. And he's from? From the east, Rosette, beyond the fields of Corsonon. She smiled. He learned his art from the priestesses of Timbali, many years ago. Before the Corsonon Wars? And during. Only initiates with great potential can train with Timbali witches. Isn't that true, Nell? Either that or they're descendants of the old monarchy. She looked at Nell's lips. Her smile was twitching. Is he of that line? Nell nodded. Incredible. I thought they were all dead. They're still around, alive and well, trust me. They continue to bond only among their own kind just as they had before, all arranged in accordance with bloodlines and astrological favor. Kind of makes you think of breeding thoroughbreds, doesn't it? She chuckled. It does take the romance out of it. Rosette wrinkled her nose. Is he married? Nell shook her head. A free spirit, that one. Anyway, and Lawrence is from the ancient line, just like his mother and father before him. Nell muttered under her breath, and demons if he doesn't know it, but. Sounds like you two are well acquainted? Well enough. Rosette folded her arms across her chest. There's a story there, I can see. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going primarily for a sword apprenticeship. She picked at her scab again. No point. Are you certain? Rosette's face tightened. I told you. I'm focusing on the bow, spells and stars. She closed her book and stacked the charts into a haphazard pile, fussing with her papers when they refused to order. What's the big push with the sword training, Nell? I'm not all that interested. You keep saying that. I don't believe it, though. Why not? Rosette pushed her chair back and stood up, her hands shoved into her pockets. Because you don't believe it. I see how you look at that practice sword leaning by the door. I watch you transform when you pick it up and spar with Makore or do the forms. I can see into your heart, Rosette, and your heart is with the sword. Rosette lowered her eyes. She thought of Nell's friend, Makore, who sailed across the Emerald Straits once a month from Rahana Iti. He was an island man with dark tattoos on his face and a mean sword arm. He and Nell seemed to have some spells brewing. They were always talking in hushed tones, or disappearing into the woods, but on each visit he would make time to train with Rosette, teaching her a style of sword she'd never seen before. Her spirit ascended whenever she heard him striding up the path. Nell was right. She loved the sword. Pity she wasn't better at it. Nell got up and went to the door. She picked up her own bakken, a practice sword made of rosewood, the hilt carved with circular symbols and runes. She held it out flat with both hands, bowed to her stone altar near the fire and then lifted it overhead, swinging it through the air so fast Rosette saw only a blur. A whistling sound followed and Draco jumped to his feet, back bristling. Nell's eyes burned as she stared at her. "Pity you aren't any better?" Nell roared. "Do you hear what you are saying?" Nell didn't wait for an answer to her mental query. She put down the botcan and returned to the table. Magic isn't a competition. Witchcraft, swordcraft, starcraft, none of it is about being good or bad, more or less, better or worse. It is simply about being. Sure, there are levels of competency, and tests, and rituals and sparring, but ultimately the magic is energy, just like everything else. You play with it, or not. It is always there in abundance for you. Good or bad. You decide. Energy makes no such distinction. Rosette relaxed her face and slid back down into her chair. Okay, Nell. I get it. And I do want to apprentice with the sword. I want it more than anything. I've just been afraid I wouldn't be good enough. She whispered the last few words. Nell didn't respond immediately. When she did, she reached across the table and patted Rosette's hand. Fear is instinctive, my dear. Just don't forget that in your life you are the one creating how capable you are. If you want something with your whole heart, nothing can stop you. Do you want this with your whole heart? Rosette looked up. I do. Then consider Trey Eon. There's much you can learn from Lawrence and others there. Will they accept my application? I know the High Priestess. Is that in my favor? Nell cleared her throat. La Maquis and I have a history. It's not a completely comfortable one. Still, we are on better terms now. Shall I compose a letter to her tonight? Rosette took a deep breath. That means I would be leaving soon? In late autumn, before midwinter solstice, if you're accepted. Nell squeezed her hand. I know you're restless, Rosette. I also know you love it here. She smiled. It's your choice. Stay or go, this year or the next. Like I said, you decide. What about my story? What will I tell them of my past? They're sure to ask. My experiences always say what is closest to the truth. Rosette looked around the cottage, her eyes resting on her familiar stretched out in front of the crackly fire. You ready for a change, Dre? I like to travel. See more of the world. She laughed. How do you know? You've never been anywhere. The massive feline yawned. Are you certain about that, Maury? Rosette's eyebrows went up. She looked back at Nell and smiled. Let's write the letter. Earth. Chapter 4. Kreshkali closed the door of her apartment and locked it. She was out of breath from the narrow flight of stairs and the change of temperature. The crossing sapped her energy more and more each time. She removed her long coat and gave it a shake. The rain hadn't let up, nor had the relentless electrical storms that zapped above the city skyline. They never did. Earth's climate was like an endless nightmare now. When a flash of lightning lit up the windows, she scowled at it. What good is all this star lore if I live in a world where I can't ever see the damn things? The smog and pollution were enough to block any view of the planets or constellations, but added to that were the clouds filled with acid rain. Daytime was no better. Solar shields had obscured the sunlight for so long that neither tree nor grass could grow anymore. Assist still had worm-free electrical power, but they were the only ones. Their monopoly on the shields assured it. And what good's all the power in the world if nothing can grow? Rotting husks from long-dead trees still lined the streets, their spongy branches occasionally dropping, breaking open on the ground to release swarms of termites and cockroaches. If nothing else, the insects thrived. I should have been an entomologist, much easier than turning tricks. Kreshkali survived by selling her body on the streets. It wasn't the most pleasant work, but it kept her hidden. It also connected her to the underworld and a wealth of contraband, including quantum computer texts, grimoire, and other occult tomes. If she could elude Assist long enough, she'd find a way to destroy the worm and the allied states with it. If it wasn't too late to restore Earth's ecosystems, it would mean freedom for herself and any who cared to join her. But not you, Janan? She would have to move again. It wouldn't take long for Assist to send more trackers, even if Janan hadn't gotten a message through. Kreshkali closed her eyes, rubbing the back of her neck. She was on her own now. I trusted you, Janan. I showed you the portal, gave you a new life. After being trapped in a world choking on the entrails of its failing technology, polluted oceans and sadistic government, Kreshkali had found a way out. She'd discovered one of the portals to the many worlds, and it still worked. As a child, always in secret, she'd been taught about these doors, her instruction coming to an abrupt halt when her mother was taken. She was too young to recall the details, but not so young she would ever forget the look on her mother's face when they dragged her away, entombed for being a witch. Kreshkali spat. Raised half-heartedly by a distant relative, Kreshkali had educated herself with the aid of her mother's secret library. Hidden behind a wall, the shelves were arranged in ascending order, as if the woman had known her daughter would be learning on her own. Eventually Kreshkali came to study the physics of multiple dimensions in earnest, adding to the library black market texts that had cost her a small fortune in water credits to obtain. She'd also learned to practice the arcane arts and the mystery traditions at great risk to her life. Everything she did in this world was a potential crime against the Allied States. She was a witch, and for that she'd be killed. Growing up, her main goal in life was to not get caught, not be taken like her mother. That was before she'd found the box. Hidden inside a great tome, a Cantonese-English dictionary, was a message from her mother, written 20 years before. It told of her inheritance, of Dr. Janisha and her charge to continue the work, to find a way to delete the worm and bring the quantum sentient back, if he still existed. There was a horary chart, a map to the portal in the sewers under Half Moon Bay, and there were pages of drawings about the genetic changes in her DNA. She'd found the portal and she'd crossed over to Gaela, but in all her searching, she'd discovered no trace of Jared. Had he survived? She didn't have the resources or the methodology to build another quantum sentient, even with his backup CPU. If Jared was gone, that was it until she could find the original Richter journals. Rumor had it they'd all been destroyed at the turn of the century, before the major plate shifts. Her lips twisted into a half-smile. Journals or no, she'd need a more sophisticated laboratory than her apartment kitchen to build a quantum computer, not to mention a steady power supply. She lit another candle, shaking her head. Her only consolation was that no child of hers would ever see her dragged away. She damned assist and the Allied States in her mind. She'd learned the hard way not to do it out loud. The Allied States, the remaining lands of North America, fragments of the Euro community, and a few settlements in what was left of India and Japan, competed with each other for every scrap of food and every drop of water left on Earth. The only thing that held them together was military enforced domination and the threat of attack from any nation not bound by the original constitution. Its governing body had declared martial law at the end of the last century and controlled both the gangland cities and the impoverished outposts, while within the fortresses of Assist, a now impenetrable institution from inside or out, no one knew what went on. The worm still threatened any new software or global wire devised. She suspected Assist wanted to keep it that way, at least for now. Would they also be working on the problem of drinking water and lack of sunlight? There might be a way to find out. She looked at her chronometer and noted the exact time. She would draw up the horary chart later, when she was certain she hadn't been followed. The witch trackers were an immediate threat, and they were on her trail. The study of quantum theory had been prohibited, along with the practice of astrology and other occult arts, especially by women. The gender biases prevalent up to the 24th century had returned in full force. Women were held responsible for the downfall of civilization, again. Like Eve, Janice Richter was being cited as the new Pandora, the source of all evil on Earth, a plague to mankind. Her line must be stamped out, at any cost. Females found emulating her in methodology, knowledge or action were put to death, cruelly. The search for her descendants continued. Kreshkali's guts twisted at the thought. An updated version of Sprenger and Kramer's 15th century work, The Hammer of Witches, had been revived in the 24th century, resulting in mass persecutions, burnings, and hangings. Millions of women had been executed in the past 50 years alone after heinous torture for nothing more incriminating than reading a book on herbal medicine or feeding a stray cat. A peal of thunder boomed as rain lashed against the windows. Kreshkali yawned, knowing she needed to work. The only thing of any real value on Earth anymore was purified water, and she sold her body to get it. Her credits were currently depleted, even with her recent trips to Gaela, but she had to sleep before getting back to the streets. She'd turn a few tricks before dawn sent everyone scuttling for shelter. But first she needed a nap. She struggled out of her boots and stripped, tossing her clothes onto the back of a chair. Running her hands through her short, spiky hair, she let out a sigh, tensing as a fist pounded on her door. She looked again at the chronometer. Yeah, what? Callie. Get out here. I got you a client. I can get my own fucking tricks, Jimmy. Not like this one. I'll give you 60%. What's he worth? 3 pints, high quality. She tilted her head to the side, working the knots in her left shoulder. I'll do him. Give me 5. She yawned again. Want to know what he asked for? Nah. She flopped down into the narrow cot and closed her eyes. 5 more minutes. Kreshkali read the text aloud, her voice resonating through the empty apartment. If the entity wavers at the door, collect both waters pure as mist. Close your eyes against the teeming horde of the sea devil's avid twist. Add high blood and bottle tight with Luna behind the solar lot. Will the double helix bond right and keep open the ring pass knot? She bookmarked her place, grabbed her coat and headed to the jetty. She looked over her shoulder as she neared the seawall. Footsteps echoed behind her, but that was only of mild concern. She'd be out of this shithole in a matter of hours, and when she returned she'd have enough water to stay off the streets for a month, giving her time to study and unravel the mystery of the portal entity. The rain had eased, as it often did around dawn. There was a sliver of rose light on the horizon, illuminating the skyscrapers, an illusion of sunrise that wouldn't last. The darkness and the thunder and the acidic rain returned, as always, along with the savagery of each new day. She cursed as she stepped in a puddle, the water soaking her boot. The seawall was 2 streets ahead, almost there. She'd left her last trick with his pants unzipped. A vial of pure-grade water, her fee, was resting safely in her coat pocket. This time it'll work. The obscure words of the draconic tablets rolled over in her mind. Her first 2 attempts at deciphering their meaning and weaving a spell that would create an interim firewall in the portal had failed. She knew the spell was possible, though, in fact, necessary if she was to preserve the portal's waning integrity. It was a temporary fix, but it would keep her from getting trapped on either side. She had business to attend to in both worlds and she needed to keep the doorway open. The spell had to be conjured during the black of the moon, just minutes before it turned new, and it required several drops of fresh, clear, unpolluted H20 from both land and sea. The seas hadn't been pure for centuries. The once crystal waters of California, with its legendary tubing green waves and endless kelp forests, were gone, along with the iron-blue depths of the Atlantic seaboard and the turquoise lagoons of the Pacific Rim. All the way from the Mediterranean to Australia's Great Barrier Reef, the oceans had become a cesspool teeming with sea devils. Nothing's impossible, she reminded herself. She took the next side street and squeezed through a gap in a chain-link fence. She had to climb over rubble left from the last quake and avoid a squatter's camp. People still lived in the slanting shanties that remained, even with walls destroyed and their lives exposed like a 20th century movie set. The damage must have been from last year, she thought as she climbed over the rocks. There hadn't been any major rips through this city since Santa Barbara had gone under. A dog barked from somewhere within the Warrens, followed by the sound of glass breaking and a woman's shriek. Good morning, California. Rise and shine. She could smell the ocean, its fetid waves pounding against the granite seawall, eating away at mortar and rock. Her tongue tingled with the acridity of it. She gritted her teeth and approached the titterline. Waves tumbled in, vomiting their contents, leaving fresh devils in the pocks and crannies. Perspiration beaded on her forehead as she watched the ebb and flow of each set, counting the seconds between. Go! She dashed forward as the brown water sucked out, draining away to leave only a few puddles. She squatted before one, careful not to let her bottom drop too low, and pulled the stopper from the glass tube. She dipped the vial into the turgid soup, scooping it up almost full. It swarmed with tiny organisms as she held it up towards the pale daylight. She drove the stopper in and ran before the next wave crashed. She kept running until she reached the chain-link fence. Where you rushing to, sugar? The hairs on the back of her neck stood out. She heard the flick of a cigarette lighter and turned around. Smoke billowed above a shadowed face. I'm clocked off, buddy, she said, walking away. If you want something, talk to. I'm talking to you, bitch. She heard a trigger cock and turned to see a gun leveled at her chest. Her face relaxed and her shoulders softened. She let her eyes lose focus as she took a slow, deep breath. Without warning she struck, her kick connecting with his right arm, knocking the gun to the pavement where it fired into the empty street. The heel of her left hand drove up under his chin, dislocating his jaw and sending him sprawling backwards. She jumped after him, catching his neck between her forearms before he hit the ground. With a twist, she snapped it. Said I was clocked off, arsehole, she mumbled under her breath, letting the body drop. She glanced around before disappearing into the gloom. In her apartment, Kreshkali reread the incantation by candlelight. The book was actually a text on quantum DNA transmutation and reality shifting, but its language had been couched in a poetic vernacular that Kreshkali found difficult to understand. The few surviving works on quantum magic, as well as hyperdimensional space, astrology, tarot and numerology, were all written this way, to keep the knowledge occult, to keep it safe. So well disguised not a witch alive has a clue what it says. She knitted her brow. This text, the one she'd paid so dearly for, was particularly meaningful to her. She knew the author had defected from Assist centuries ago. He was Luca Peri, a man whose work with quantum communication and DNA broke new ground. She smiled at his image on the back jacket, worn thin but still visible. He was a handsome man, Janisha's lover. She rubbed her thumb across it before reading aloud. If the entity wavers at the door, collect both waters pure as mist. She had the pure water from land. She just needed to deal with the polluted seawater. The technique, she discovered, was woven into the spell itself. Add high blood and bottle tight. High blood had thrown her until she realized it simply meant the blood of a high priestess. On Earth, High Priestess described the descendants of the techno-witch, Janice Richter, in whose DNA was hidden many things, including the key to neutralizing the sea devils. She had the answer inside her, all along. She pricked her finger and squeezed it over the vial, counting out the drops. She pushed the stopper back in and swirled the contents around. With Luna behind the solar lot. It took her quite a while to decode this phrase, but she'd worked it out. Luna was the ancient reference to the Earth's companion satellite, and Lot was another name even more antiquated for an astrological mansion or house. The only time the moon was behind the sun's house was just before it turned new, when it was dark as dark. Will the double helix bond right? The double helix bond was deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, the long chains of protein that carried genetic information as well as the chemicals that could, on a very small scale, deactivate the sea devils and make the water pure. It's in your blood, her mother had always said. She read on. And keep open the ring pass knot? The ring pass knot was the portal, and the only thing that worried her about this phrase was that it was a question, not a statement. Would it work? Even Luca Peri had been uncertain. If it was successful, the portal would stabilize, at least for the time being. It would stay open, giving her the power to travel through whenever she wanted and bring back whatever she pleased. As it was, she could only take the clothes she wore, the trinkets in her pockets and a few water skins at a time. If the spell worked, she'd be able to carry more, and avoid some of the less pleasant side effects of dimension travel, debilitation not the least. Holding the vial up to the candlelight, she watched. The mud-colored seawater, roiling with microorganisms, began to clarify. In a moment, it refracted the light, crystal clear and sparkling. She smiled. Like an alchemist, she mixed it back and forth with the other vial before pouring the concoction into a small spray atomizer and capping it shut. From what she understood, it was simply a matter of releasing the contents as she traveled the corridors between the worlds, and offering to the entities. She'd know soon enough. The portal was 5 minutes away. Gaela. Chapter 5. Not a soul in sight, Rosette whispered, looking up and down the road. Hills undulated towards the distance. They were bare and brown, haggard as the cows that dotted them. The beasts walked slowly, heads close to the ground, their nostrils blowing puffs of dust as they searched for grass. Everything smelled of manure, dirt, and burnt wood. The air hung thick with smoke, muddying the sky. This place was a striking contrast to the lush fields of Dumarca and their butterball livestock, laden fruit trees and dense forests. Rosette turned towards the dry shrubs. You won't wander far, will you, Dre? She said, raising her voice above the riotous squabbling of crows flapping amongst the oaks. She took off her gloves and tucked them into her pack, smiling as 3 larger blackbirds shot towards the east, squawking a ruckus as they did so. You don't have to watch me, Nell. Nell doesn't watch, Mouty. The 3 sisters do. Same thing. The sun had finally reached high enough over the eastern mountains to warm the frosty morning. She rubbed her hands together, letting her hood fall back. The scab on the side of her head caught, and she winced, feeling its rough edges. It was yet another one, quite close to her eye. She shrugged. A mark from her own sword, it would match the nick on the left side of her face, a reminder to stay focused and ignore distractions. She shook her head, trying not to think of how skilled the other students at Traeon would be. It's not a competition. Rosette stretched her arms over her head, bangles clinking together when her wrists touched. The silver and lapis bands sparkled in the sunlight. They were a birthday gift from Nell. 21 years, my Rosette. Look what you have developed, strength, knowledge, and a thirst for magic. Now all you have to do is cultivate discipline. Let these bangles be a steady reminder of that intention. Rosette loved the bangles. She didn't know if wearing them would help her concentration or not, though it didn't hurt to have them on. She had felt grounded since she'd left Dumarca, a lot more so than 5 years ago, the last time she'd traveled. Of course, then she was running for her life. Now she was striding towards a new one. It'll come to you, Rosette. It'll come. Nell had said the words so many times when they'd sparred and studied, they had become like a mantra. Rosette had found it easier to believe when she was within sight of Nell. Now, far away, a niggling doubt snuck in. What if it didn't come to her? She touched the scab again. What if she failed? Then she heard Nell's voice in her mind. Intention. What you think becomes what you experience. Rosette smiled. I will succeed then, she said, allowed to make it stronger. Stretching once more, she rocked back onto her heels, then up to her toes, flexing her whole body. Her muscles ached for some decent exercise. By the looks of it, she'd get plenty of that today. Maybe we should have paid the coach driver to take us right up to the gates, instead of hoping for a lift. Maybe if you hadn't argued with him, he would have. He wanted a month's rent in gold just to get within a mile of Trajan Temple, Dre. She scanned the trees while undoing the front buttons of her cloak. What's the matter with people? Why are they so greedy? Maybe they don't think they have enough. Enough what, I wonder? That's a very good question. Do you think we have enough time? As Draco's thoughts filled her mind, Rosette watched the big black feline emerge from the woods. He sauntered around the fringing oaks, head high and tail swaying back and forth like a lazy fan. His orange eyes flashed when he spotted her. You're right, Draco. We'd best get walking. She held her hand out towards him as he leapt down the embankment. The momentum carried him forward and he bumped her thigh with the top of his head. His purr hummed around them. When are we meant to arrive? Noon. She looked down the road. Can we make it? Draco sniffed the air, turning his face up to Rosette. Nope. Pessimist. Realist. On foot, it's too far, unless you care to run the whole way. I can, of course. Can you? Rosette scratched behind his ears and sighed. Maybe we'll get a lift. Draco studied the road, his tail twitching as his head turned left and right. Who from? Honestly? I have no idea. She laughed. Let's go. She gave Draco a final scratch and hoisted her bag. It wouldn't be much fun, jogging along with the weight she carried, but it wouldn't pay to be late either. She set off at a brisk walk, taking in the landscape. Twisted oak trees and groves of tall redwoods spread out to her right while overgrazed pastures rambled off to her left. A rickety barbed wire fence bordered each side of the dirt road, the posts listing at odd angles where the wire had sagged or snapped. She felt sad for the beasts scattered across the fields. The one she could see close up looked about to calve. Don't they cut hay in this part of the country? Doesn't look like it. Draco sniffed the air. A few valleys further, they do. Good nose, Dre. Thank you. An occasional moo haunted the valley, reminding Rosette of the foghorns that boomed across Lister Bay. The sound made the road seem even more desolate. She shivered, glancing at the sky. Aside from a flock of pigeons circling above and a few white egrets amongst the cows, she and Draco were alone. Even the three sisters had vanished. Dropping any hope of getting a lift with a passing farmer, Rosette looked briefly behind her, straightened her shoulders and started to jog. She'd been traveling for days, mostly in the comfort of a first-class coach. The smooth roads and clear weather had given her time to read and muse while Draco stretched out across the opposite seat, alternately napping and staring at the countryside rolling by. That luxury had ended abruptly this morning when she had learned how much the driver wanted to take her to the gates of the Trajan Temple. Clearly he'd thought he had her stumped. He quoted a price 5 times higher than it had cost to get here from DeMarca, a week's coach ride. She would rather walk than be robbed outright, and had told him so. Be my guest, he'd said, laughing as he dumped her heavy pack on the side of the road. See how far you get on your own legs, luscious as they are. She felt certain he had more to say, but Draco had stepped forward, his lips pulled back in a snarl. The coachman had tipped his hat and drove off in a cloud of dust. Good riddance. Rosette trotted down the road and Draco loped at her side, energetic and alert. He darted off into the bushes and scuttled straight up tall pines only to shimmy down with much twisting and turning of his head. It made her laugh. He was 5 years old now, but still such a juvenile at times. His tail lashed as he stalked prey, real or imagined, she didn't know which. At least the journey was amusing him. She shifted the weight of her pack and slowed to a walk, trudging up a steep hill, using her staff as a walking stick. When they crested the rise, she let out a long, hearty exclamation, "Whoopee! Look at that view! Quiet, Mouty! I'm hunting!" Draco's eyes were fixed on a gopher hole by the side of the road, little spurts of dirt shooting from its opening. "Oh, come on, Dre! Look out there!" She pointed towards the magnificent valley, a wide river coursing through it. The pastures were golden, rippling with tall oat grass and pale green alfalfa. It's so inviting. Let's get to the water and have a snack. My snack's right here. Hush, before you scare it away. Draco sat inches from the gopher hole, ears pricked forward, frozen like a statue. Little flicks of dirt were flying up from the depths, making his whiskers twitch with each spurt. He bunched his haunches. Before he could pounce, Rosette stiffened. "Someone's coming," she whispered. Draco spun around, his head high, his mouth opening slightly to taste the air. His hackles rose, almost touching Rosette's hip as he pressed against her. "Danger?" She squinted. "I doubt it. Looks like a lad on a plow horse to me." Draco took another sniff then yawned. "Great. Here come more interruptions." Or, "Great. Here comes our ride. And there goes my snack." She laughed. A huge, dappled gray horse trotted towards them, head down, eyes half closed, shaggy fetlocks scuffing the hard-packed dirt, making dust rise with each hoof fall. He carried a young man and a lot of gear. His rider wore a green cloak and a blue scarf with a small guitar slung across his back. Oblivious, he whistled as he bounced along. "He doesn't smell like a farm boy." Draco stood watching their approach, his hackles slowly dropping. "I don't know about that, but not many farm boys travel with their guitars." "Better let me do the talking." "If you insist, Mountie." Rosette and Draco watched while he crested the hill. She guessed the lad was a little younger than her, perhaps in his late teens. He certainly looked comfortable on that big horse, his expression merry beneath a brightly colored knitted cap. She returned his smile instantly. "Whoa." He pulled his mount to a halt. The horse didn't seem at all troubled to find a temple cat and a cloaked woman in the middle of the road. He fluttered his nostrils in their direction and then looked quietly into the distance, seeming pleased at the chance to rest. It surprised Rosette. Usually Draco created quite a stir among equines, at least at first. "Finally, some people," the young man said. "You're the first I've seen all morning." Rosette looked up into his bright blue eyes, about to speak. "I'm Clay Casarillo, from the southern Cusca Plains." He made a bowing gesture from atop the horse, pulling off his cap to release a shock of curly red hair. "I'm Rosette de Santo," she said with a quick dip of her head. "This is Draco, from the Dumarquian woods." "Wow, two dark beauties from the lands of Dumarca. This is my lucky day," he exclaimed as he dropped the reins, kicked free of the stirrups, and jumped to the ground, a large leather bag and bedroll dangling precariously as he landed. The horse sighed and cocked a hind leg. "That's some cat." Clay's expression became even livelier. "Is he your familiar?" "Is he?" "Yes," Rosette said. "My companion." Clay leaned his back against the horse, not taking his eyes off Draco. "I've heard of Dumarquian temple cats. I never thought I'd see one this close up. He's huge. Draco is large even for his kind, but... Can I pat him?" he asked, reaching out his hand. "I wouldn't," Rosette said, stepping between them. "He can touch me if he wants to lose some fingers. I wouldn't mind a crunchy snack." "The gopher's gone." It didn't sound like he was kidding. "Definitely leave him, Clay. He's not a tabby cat." He clasped his hands behind his back. "How did you meet him?" "It's a long story," she answered, gazing out across the valley. Clay brushed horsehair from his pants and followed her line of sight. "Demons, it's beautiful here. Do you travel much?" she asked. "This is the furthest I've ever been, but I plan on doing a lot more." He pushed a lock of hair from his face. "I'm a bard." "A journeyman bard?" "Really?" "Not quite. I'm an apprentice. I won't make journeyman for another year, though I plan on covering a lot of territory when I do. I'm headed for Tre-Eon Temple to continue my studies. Gotta be there by noon. That's where we're going." Rosette smiled at him, watching his eyes light up. "Which? You might say. Apprentice too?" "Initiate. I'm to apprentice at Tre-Eon." "Well, Rosette de Santo, you're never going to make it there on time. It's too far to walk." "I realize this." She took her long cloak off and draped it over her pack, her dark green dress swept around her ankles as she leaned over. It covered her curves like soft skin on ripe fruit. It was something Clay noted, judging by his open-mouthed stare. "Want a lift?" he asked, taking a breath and tearing his gaze from her body to look her in the eye. "That'd be wonderful, thank you. There's one condition." He winked at her as he spoke. "Condition?" "You have to agree," he said in a rush. "What?" Her forehead creased. "Here we go. Boys and their one-track minds. Tell me how you got your familiar and I'll get you to Tre-Eon on time." Rosette laughed. "That's it?" "Yep. You're on. Classic, Mouty. You ride all cushy on that fur-topped mountain, no doubt with the lad's erection pressed against your backside, and I follow along like a dog. First up, Dre, I'll ride behind. No pressing of anything anywhere. And second, my black lovely beast, you couldn't follow like a dog if you tried. Draco sat for a moment and licked his paw. You're correct on that. She smiled and half closed her eyes. Bending down to kiss the top of his head, she felt his silent purr. I don't know what just happened, Clay said, staring at the two, but I'm guessing we have the temple cat's approval to move on. We do. She looked up at the horse and wrinkled her nose. How tall is he? Dozer's every inch of 21.1 hands. Clay reached up to the horse's withers. He's my family's drafter, pride of the village. I've only got him on loan. Come on, we can line up next to that fence and use the post as a boost. Is this all your stuff, Dot? Rosette nodded, still gazing at the horse as Clay moved him over to the fence, retying his bedroll and duffel bag onto the back of the saddle. He pulled the guitar over his head, strumming a few chords and breaking into a spontaneous song about traveling with a beautiful witch, before strapping it to the saddle as well. Rosette handed him her staff but kept her backpack on. Once Clay was up on Dozer, Rosette grabbed a handful of white mane, stepped on a fence rail and mounted behind him. Great view, she exclaimed. Clay took a deep breath as she slipped her arm around his waist. He glanced down at her long slender fingers over his belly. Better than I'd imagined. It took a bit of urging to get Dozer's head out of the oat-tasseled grass and into a smart trot down the middle of the road. Once in motion, Draco loped beside them. So how did it happen? Clay asked. Pardon? How did you bond with a wild temple cat from the Demarchian woods, Dot? That's a day I'll never forget for as long as I live, she sighed. Rosette closed her eyes and let the memory fill her mind. Are you going to tell him? Draco asked. Do you mind? I like hearing my story. Rosette smiled. Me too. This is really weird, Rosette. It's like listening in to half a conversation. Can he understand you aloud as well as your thoughts? Clay asked as he urged Dozer around some large potholes in the road. Either way he hears me, I hear him. Does he understand what I say too? Sure, even with your accent. What accent? Rosette laughed. That accent, country boy. She gave his belly a pinch. Clay twisted around to catch her eye. I assure you I do not have an accent. That's fine if you think so, but don't be surprised if the other bards make mention of the way you say your A's and E's and R's. They'll shut up when they hear me play. I'm quite decent. That's good to know. Now, are you ready for this tale or not? Fire away, Dot. It happened 5 years ago. I was 16. Really? That means we're the same age. We are? I am turning 21 after midwinter solstice, in the month of the water-bearer. Well, I'm before you. I turned in the summer, in the month of the twins. Perfect. I love older women. He took both reins in his left hand and gave her thigh a squeeze. Rosette nudged him with her shoulder. Settle down. We aren't going to have any escapades today. We'd never get there on time. Oh, I can be quick if I have to. Rosette laughed. I'm sure you can. She leaned forward. Clay Casarillo, she whispered, feeling the curve of his ear against her lips, speed doesn't much impress me. He laughed. I can take my time. I'm quite decent at that as well. Also good to know, she said. And I'll mind my manners. You best do so. This is not just a walking stick I carry. It isn't? I train with the sword. You're going to the right place then. Swordmaster in Lawrence is the best. So I've heard. Dozer clopped across a wooden bridge and plowed tirelessly up the next hill, as Draco scampered through the creek coursing for water rats. It was 5 years ago? Clay encouraged her to continue. I was living with my mentor on the edge of the Demarchian woods. Did you grow up there? Not really. Where were your parents? It's complicated. I left home rather suddenly. It couldn't hurt to tell him some version of the truth. He was just an apprentice bard and this would be good practice for getting her story down. She hadn't counted on his persistent questions, though. Why? Silence. Really, Clay repeated. Why did you leave your home suddenly? If you must know, I'd had a fight with my mother. About what? Clay asked. It doesn't matter. I think it does. It doesn't. If it led to you bonding with a temple cat, it does. Rosette sighed into the back of his neck. Oh, all right. You can have the whole murky story if you want. You'll be wishing you hadn't asked soon enough. I doubt that. I'm a bard. Stories are my stock in trade. What? Stories are my stock in. Listen to me, Clay Casarillo. You're not to trade this one. I don't want to hear any songs or rhymes or limericks going around that have even a hint of what I'm about to tell you. On pain of my wrath, do you understand me? Oh, come on. It's gotta be a fantastic tale. It's one you will never hear if you can't keep it to yourself. Silence filled the space between them as Dozer jogged along. I understand, Clay finally agreed. It's in the vault. All right then. I was 16 and I just had a dreadful fight with my mother. She started a marvelous tale, one that could easily have been true if her family hadn't been murdered, her horse shot dead and her best friend Jared barred from her life. It felt good to tell a new version, a less traumatic one. This is how it could have been. Wow. You ran away from home because they wanted you to marry a wealthy merchant? Clay leaned back as Dozer picked up speed in a hammering downhill trot. The boy's back bounced against her shoulder, jarring into her collarbone with every stride. I would have done the same. Really? Clay shrugged. Maybe not. My family's always been supportive. This is actually the first time I've been away from home. Sounds like you've lived a sheltered life, she said, her lip curling. You don't have to say it like it's bad. She nodded. You're right. It's probably really lovely. I might be jealous, is all. He patted her leg. Then what happened, Rosette? Did your mentor give him to you? No one can give you a familiar. You find each other and if it's right, you bond. Like love. I got it. Rosette wasn't certain he did. As she formed her thoughts to explain it to him, she wasn't even certain she understood. Familiars aren't pets, Clay. They're autonomous creatures with a life of their own. What makes them distinct is their ability to communicate and to switch. I know. You can trade off bodies for a time, him and yours and you and his. Do you do that? Sometimes, when I'm asleep. How do you know it isn't a dream? Well, for one thing, I wake up with twigs in my hair and mud on my feet. Wow. Clay twisted around in the saddle to look at her, his blue eyes sparkling. Tell me how he chose you. If you'll stop interrupting me, I will. Not another word. He pressed his lips together tight. She laughed. Where was I? You were on a clipper ship, running away from your family, heading for your mentor's cottage at the edge of the Dumarkian woods. Say, how did you get a mentor anyway? Rosette shook her head back and forth. The boy's mind was like a box of trapped lightning. My mentor was friends with my mother. We'd visit every now and then. I'd wanted to move up there to train full-time, but... My mother said I was too young and that the life of a witch would only bring me trouble and pain. That's harsh. So then what? I was heading for Dumarca, unsure of how I'd be received. I hadn't heard from my mentor in several years. But I found her, and she initiated me and taught me everything I know about the stars and spells in the bow. Did she train you in the sword too? Clay asked as he urged Dozer onward. Nell uses other weapons for the most part, but she has a friend, an island man. He taught me the forms and sparring. Is that where you got the scars? Rosette rubbed the long red slash on her forearm. Yes. You play rough. He wanted me to be able to defend myself. Can you? I can. Clay whistled. And you're a star watcher too? Tell me about the water bearer. I thought you wanted to know about Draco. I want to know everything, but... That's what I would say of a water bearer, especially if he had moon in the sign of the twins. Clay laughed. You're good. Maybe we should stop for a drink. One of us is about to anyway, Rosette said as Dozer pulled off to the side of the road where another creek babbled past. The two slid off the horse's back and stretched. Rosette looked up at the now cloudless sky. It's an hour before midday. How close do you think we are to Tre Eon? We'll make it. He pointed a ropey arm into the distance. It's only a couple of miles. You've been there before? I have a map. He straightened his shoulders. A bard has to know his way around the world, milady. Yes, and that too is a trait of the water bearer. What? Always knowing where they're going, always in control. And that's a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. Rosette smiled at his perplexity. It's not a good thing either. It's a water-bearer thing. She winked to make him smile back. Let's eat. Clay flipped up the stirrup to loosen the girth a few notches, giving Dozer a chance to breathe deeply between gulps of water. Our first picnic, he said, cocking his head towards the carpet of recently mowed oat grass. It was tasseled here and there with bells of lavender flowers from the late-blooming flax. A meal, not a romp. Rosette pulled a loaf of bread from her pack and split it in two before unwrapping a small parcel of cheese. Hungry? Yes, please. I've got red apples, fresh from my family's orchards. Does he have any mice in there? Draco eyed Clay chomping into the crunchy fruit. No, Dre, but I have more dried beef. Chewy meat? Yes. Come and let me pick the grass seeds from your belly while we eat. Clay cleared his throat. Can't at least one of you speak aloud? It's unnerving. We're discussing lunch. I'm not on the menu, am I? Rosette laughed. Don't worry. It's only your pockets that interest him, for now. Clay took the bread and cheese she handed him in exchange for one of the apples and settled next to Rosette on the grass. He was careful to keep her between himself and the temple cat. Come on, he said around a mouthful of food. What happened next? They lounged in the grass by the creek, eating and talking, Rosette telling how she'd rescued Draco. While she spoke, the temple cat chewed on strips of dried beef, his white teeth flashing in the sunlight, red tongue licking his chops. Dozer did what he was named for. He dozed. Mother of the plains and rivers. And you say I can't tell anyone? Are you kidding? It's worthy of an entire ballad. Clay protested as they packed up their bags. I shared it with you, not the world. Keep it to yourself or I just think it's a waste, locked away like that. Rosette looked at Draco stretching in the sun. It's not a waste. Clay shook his head then scrambled up onto Dozer. He held Rosette's staff and hauled her up behind him. I'm honored you shared it with me. His voice took on a different tone. You're welcome. Rosette smoothed her dress. Now come on. We only have half an hour by my mark. I don't want to miss the welcoming. With that, Clay pulled the horse's head out of the grass and clucked to him. They didn't move. He reached his arm behind Rosette and slapped the horse's round dappled rump, sending a cloud of dust skyward. Dozer accelerated into a smooth trot. Trust me, milady. Clay Casarillo will get you there on time. Chapter 6. Sacred demons, Rosette whispered as they came to a halt at the top of the cliff. Look at it. It's bigger than I thought. Clay pulled off his cap and stuffed it into his back pocket. Looks like a nest of ants from here. She braced an arm against Dozer's haunches, leaning back from Clay to get a better view of the valley. Swarms of people in dark robes flowed out of buildings and into the courtyards surrounding the main temple. Some on horseback, most on foot, they filled the pathways and thoroughfares, all intent on a common destination. Rosette traced the course of traffic and saw that everyone was headed to a raised oval at the west end of the valley. That's where we're going, she said, pointing towards the manicured field. Black and green flags snapped in the breeze around the perimeter where a drill team warmed up their mounts. They were divided into groups of 6, the horses well matched by color and size, blacks, bays, chestnuts, grays, and one golden palomino in the lead. Their synchronized movements looked like a kaleidoscope of shifting shapes and colors. Rosette felt butterflies in her belly. It's the equestrian training ground. Look at all those stables behind it. Massive, Clay said, following the direction of her still outstretched hand. He gave Dozer's shoulder a playful slap as he urged him down the descent that zigzagged its way to the valley floor. Now, Rosette, what did I say? She smiled. You said Clay Casarillo would get me here on time. And I did. Thanks, Clay. You're wonderful. She leaned forward, kissing his cheek. His face lifted into a wide grin as he turned around and caught her lips with a kiss of his own. My pleasure, I assure you, he said in a soft voice. There's another temple cat here. Draco dashed ahead, down the slope, and out of sight. Wait up, Dre. You can't just burst in unannounced. Did you hear me, Mouty? It's another feline. He's not listening, she said into Clay's ear. That's terrific news, Dre. But can you talk to him first so you don't take everyone by surprise? It's a her. Right. Can you talk to her? Rosette squeezed Clay's leg and whispered, It's a her. Who's a her? What are you two talking about? She won't link. I know she's here. I can smell her, but she hides. Draco had stopped his descent and was pacing back and forth across the road halfway down the grade. Why does she hide? No idea. Maybe you're scaring her. Me? Yes, Dre. You. How about we all enter together? There's plenty of time to meet her. We're going to be here for years. Hurry up then. What's he saying? Clay asked. There's another temple cat about, it seems. Didn't you know? The sword master has a familiar. She's not Demarchian, though. She's from the southern cliffs of Tuscaro. Where's that? A month's sail and another on foot to the east. It sounds like the far end of the world. It is. She tapped him on his shoulder. You've been there. No. Clay grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze. I haven't been anywhere yet. I just look at. I know. Maps. They fell silent as Dozer's iron-shod hooves clicked over the cobbled road. He seemed more animated now, clearly picking up on their excitement. His neck arched and Clay had to shorten his reins to keep him to a walk. Someone's waking up, Rosette observed. Clay didn't answer. The long descent gave Rosette time to survey the temple valley. It had an ancient feel, its architecture and design preserved for hundreds of years. She'd read about the living history of Trajan but had had no idea how tangible it was, until now. The trees alone took her breath away. There were massive willows and dark green oaks, wind-contoured cypress along the cliff face, and tall, white-barked eucalypts below, all shimmering and swaying with contrasting shades and hues. Spotting row upon row of jacarandas made her laugh out loud. Her favorite tree in all of Gaela lived here. I can't wait for spring, she said, waving towards a lengthy row. A combination of acacias and jacarandas line most of the thoroughfares to the furthest ends of the valley. Can you just imagine the colors when they bloom? I can, and look there. Clay nodded towards a grove of evergreens near the central plaza. The size of them. She'd never seen redwoods so big. They must be hundreds of years old. Thousands, I'll wager. It would take a chain of 20 people to surround some of the larger trunks standing sentinel in front of the main gates. Their pointed tops, like arrows, thrust skyward, challenging the distant mountains. The buildings around the central plaza were of a sophisticated design, more ornate than anything she had seen in Dumarca or Levitica. They were mostly two-story, and many had rounded turrets or domed roofs. They sported long, brightly decorated flags of many colors, flying like kites over the temple square. Wide stairs flowed down from every entrance, a cascade of steps leading to a massive weeping willow in the midst of the main courtyard. There, statues stood at each corner of the plaza, guardians of the four directions. She couldn't see all of them clearly, but she got chills from the one she could. The east corner held a winged lion with a long tail and sharp claws, crouched to pounce, or perhaps take flight. The statue to the north was like a sea lion, laid out in a playful, luxuriant recline, as if nothing could be of any threat. It was rotund, jovial, with pups in tow. The statue to the west was a draconian, a winged dragon rising from an angry sea. She couldn't make out the south, blocked by the feathery branches of the willow. On the opposite side of the oval, she saw a long wooden building with rows of metal-strapped kegs, some stacked high against the wall and others in unhitched wagons. Past them were acres of dormant fruit trees with bare branches, braced for winter. Trajan was famous for its apple cider. She remembered tasting it in Levitica and she could certainly smell it now. There'll be rabbits in those fields, Draco's thoughts cut through her own. Can you hurry? They caught up with him at the gate. Most of the valley was obscured from view now, disappearing behind the stand of redwoods and the high arch that framed the massive wrought iron entrance. Only the peaks of the Prieta Mountains could be seen in the distance. Stick close, Dre. I don't want bedlam on our first day. Save it for at least the second or third, Clay spoke out of the side of his mouth. Shush. She slapped his thigh. They were met at the entrance by two gatekeepers, a woman and a man, both tall and muscular. They had swords at their sides and were dressed for fighting, in black leathers and body-hugging shirts, with small shields slung across their backs. Halt and present your letters. The woman spoke formally, but her smile was sunny and warm. This was a time of peace and little could threaten Trajan in any case. Rosette dismounted, followed by Clay. Draco stood between them as they fished in their packs for their invitations. I'm Clay Casarillo. He handed over an envelope bearing the Trajan seal. Rosette de Santo and Draco of the Demarchian Woods, Rosette said, offering hers. The woman nodded to them briefly, resting her eyes on Draco for a moment before turning to Clay. Take the horse to the orchard stables. There's a stall and paddock reserved for him. She pointed towards the smoothly paved road to the left. The stable crew will show you what to do. If there are any still lingering about, the man added. You'd best hurry or they'll all be at the top field. Where do I go? Clay gazed out into a network of intersecting avenues and buildings, his brow wrinkled. Straight ahead. Make no turns. That'll take you right to the draft barn. The man stretched his long bronzed arm to its full length, pointing the way. His biceps sported a serpentantry tattoo similar to Nell's, the emblem of Traeon Temple. The welcome gathering is about to start. Clay and Rosette didn't budge. The woman clapped her hands together. Let's move. You'll need to get to the training grounds, Rosette, through the main courtyard, past those low buildings and beyond the dorm rooms. She indicated the way as she spoke. Rosette and Clay nodded but still didn't budge. It was like they were rooted to the ground. Go, you two. The man urged, smiling. You won't want to miss the demonstrations. Rosette snapped out of her daze and tugged at Clay's arm. Come on, Clay. I'll walk you to the stables and we can go together. He shook his head. It's all right. I'll catch up. Are you sure? Of course. Give me your backpack. He grasped the straps, slipped it off her shoulders and slung it up over the saddle before she could respond. You can pick it up after. No sense lugging it when you don't have to. He gave her a shove in the right direction and led Dozer towards the stables. The animal lifted his head high and crested his neck like a warhorse, ears pricked forward. His white mane flowed in rippling waves over his taut shoulder as he trumpeted a challenge. Rosette blinked. For a moment, the animal completely transformed. Clay stroked his neck when he started to whinny again, his whole body vibrating with the sound as he started to prance on the spot. Rosette frowned and looked again. She wondered if she had imagined it, because now his head was drooping, his ears floppy, and his walk languid, back toes dragging over the cobbles as he barely lifted his feet. Clay continued stroking his shoulder, saying something she couldn't quite catch. She was puzzled, but turned away to head for the demonstration grounds. Come on, Dre. Let's go. There are many people here. I know, my lovely. It'll be all right. Just stick close to me. Clay led Dozer to the stables, cursing under his breath. The horse's head had lifted again as they got closer, his ears tense, nostrils whiffing in the scents. The beast's languid act was over. When he pulled back on the bridle, Dozer broke into a piaffe, an exaggerated slow-motion trot. Clay quickly moved his feet as the hooves thundered down. He couldn't keep him subdued any longer. Dozer knew the way. They both did. The hesitation in front of the guards, the drowsy draft horse routine, it was all a performance. Clay restrained the stallion as best he could, his right arm raised, holding the reins tight against Dozer's shoulder, pressing his elbow into him for leverage. He had to jog to keep up. The cue to wilt like a worn-out mule was no longer working. The warhorse was too close to home. Never mind. Clay had accomplished his task. He had Rosette's confidence and her worldly possessions, all in one pleasant morning's work. The temple cat seemed quite tame and controllable too. He'd be okay as long as Rosette didn't suspect anything, and clearly she didn't. The only problem now was his conscience. Before he'd met Rosette, it had sounded like an easy task for a hard-up bard, a simple way to make some quick coin. All they'd wanted him to do was meet the girl, gain her trust and get her to hand over her pack. Demons, he'd come close to getting a good romp with her on the side. She might have been keen, if there'd been more time. Unfortunately there hadn't, and now he wanted to get away. Quickly. Even if they asked him to stay on, offered him more gold, he would refuse. It surprised him, but he didn't want to continue deceiving her. She'd given him nothing but kindness and good company, and in return he fed her lies. It made him sick. If they asked, he'd say no, wouldn't he? He bit his lower lip. Honestly? I'd grit my teeth and do it. Clay reined the massive horse back when he surged ahead. Steady, boy. You did well. His mind was spinning. He needed the gold, and surely they wouldn't harm her. That hadn't seemed their intention. He wasn't really certain why they wanted her watched, or planned to go through her things. She was a witch of Traeon now. Why would they be suspicious of their own? Of course, Clay wasn't sure who they were or how many were involved. This morning, when he'd awoken in a clean bed with a spectacular breakfast of fruit, bread, eggs and ham awaiting him, he hadn't cared. Now that he had met Rosette, he did. She had a revitalizing effect on him. She made him want to write new songs, travel to new regions, work harder at his craft. He even felt the hankering to train again with the sword and improve his equestrian skills. His left hand twitched at the thought, a familiar ache. You cut that close, a man called out, striding towards him from the stables. What took you so long? We stopped for lunch, Clay said, handing over Dozer's reins. And this beast of yours was slow as winter honey. Quite lethargic, the perfect draft horse until we came within sight of his stall. Did she notice? Nah. You've trained him well. I trained them all well, he said, slapping Dozer's neck and giving a light tug to his mane. Sure enough, in the hands of his master, Dozer stopped pulling to get ahead. He walked along, animated but contained. Clay wasn't going to argue with the man. He seemed to be in command all right. Confident didn't begin to describe Sword Master Rowan and Lawrence. His walk alone portrayed it. He moved like a lion patrolling his turf, a man who knew his destiny and strode out to meet it. He flicked away doubt as easily as a child shoos a fly. Bared to the waist, his muscles rippled in the light that filtered through the lattice-bordered walkway. He had a shaved head, agate green eyes and smooth bronzed skin. Tattooed serpents entwined up his arms and rested their heads on his broad shoulders. A winged bird of prey tipped with red feathers, the thunder eagle, stood guard at the back of his neck. On his right arm was a thick scar running the length of his biceps. It didn't seem that old. Did you get her pack? Clay nodded, patting the leather bag hanging from the saddle. The sunlight vanished as they passed under the arch into the deserted horse barn. Everyone was up at the training grounds, or making their way there. Clay sighed, fidgeting with the hem of his threadbare shirt. They stopped in front of Dozer's stall and Clay reached to untie Rosette's pack, dropping it to the ground. He grabbed his own things and faced his employer. I believe my job's done, Sword Master. He'd made his decision. He was out of here. Not quite. The Sword Master didn't look at him as he unsaddled the horse. Did she mention anyone, an Elion Paris perhaps? You didn't tell me to listen for names. Do you recall it, though? She said she'd trained with her for the last 5 years, if that's what you mean. She told me the story of how she bonded with the temple cat too. How, rescued him as a kitten, lost in the woods. I doubt it. What? Temple cats don't lose their cubs. He stopped, turning to face Clay. What else did she say? Only that Nell is a phenomenal star watcher and has taught her the craft. She mentioned something about the bow, gathering snow root, and sword practice with an islander. That's about all. Did the girl say if Nelion would soon travel? She spoke only of her past. Growing up in Levitica? Sort of. She said she ran away because she didn't want to be married off. And Lawrence went back to unbuckling the girth. Did she say why she chose Trey-Eon? That one's easy, Clay grinned. How so? She came to train with you. And Lawrence stopped for a moment before lugging the saddle off. Steam rose from Dozer's wet back. Thank you, Clay. You did well. The bard looked around, unsure of what to say next. Had he been dismissed? He cleared his throat. My payment? It's in a bag under your bunk. Clay nodded. I'll be off now. The swordmaster reached out to Clay's arm, stopping the young man in his tracks. We would like you to stay. Clay whispered before turning around, Stay? They made eye contact for the first time. Clay couldn't hold the exchange for long and Lawrence went back to grooming the horse, methodically picking up each of Dozer's dinner plate-sized hooves, checking them for stones. He grabbed a currycomb from a bucket of brushes and started to groom the dappled coat in small, vigorous circles. Yes. Stay. Perhaps years of training, or battles and adventures that Clay couldn't imagine, gave him such authority. Whatever it was, Clay knew he would obey the swordmaster. He couldn't think how to say, no thank you, I have other plans. What do you want me to do? Keep up the front of apprentice bard. Train for a while, for the winter at least. And Lawrence paused. It means staying in a comfortable dorm with a warm bed and good company, eating well, playing music, and continuing your friendship with Rosette. My friendship? You like her, don't you? I suppose. Then stay. What do I get for it? You get a sack of gold coins and a safe haven for the winter, not forgetting the food, drink, song, and sweet company. What more does a bard seek? Clay watched a line of ants marching from the base of an old feed bucket to the middle slat of the gate. Something in the back of his mind told him to get out, and fast, but the sword master's words were like a spell, lulling him into agreement. His other option, to make his way on foot back to the plains of Corsinon where he could sing for his keep in dingy pubs and brothels, had a lot less appeal. All you have to do is build on your relationship with Rosette and report to me when I contact you. That's it? Hopefully, you'll work with the fourth-year students on composition. You've a knack for that, I've heard. Is there anything you haven't heard? It wouldn't hurt to train with his peers, even though he was already a journeyman. He liked the idea of teaching, and there were tunes floating around the music halls that he'd never heard before. It would be great to expand his repertoire. I don't have to remind you of the consequences if you should reveal our agreement to the girl or anyone else, do I? The sword master's voice had a deep finality to it, jolting Clay from his musings. No, you don't. Clay looked out through the doorway, taking in the expanse framed like a picture on a wall. The breeze touched his face with the scent of apple pulp and freshly stacked hay. He rubbed his cheek on his shoulder and turned back to Lawrence. When do I start? The sword master gave a half smile as he unbridled Dozer and flipped open his stall door. The horse nickered, heading straight for the manger filled with oats and alfalfa hay. Right now. Find Rosette and make sure you accompany her back for her things. I want to know if she suspects this pack has been searched. She wouldn't, would she? You don't know her very well yet, do you? Do you? The sword master didn't answer right away. She's an initiate of Nelion Paris. Best not underestimate her. He started going through the contents of Rosette's pack. It seemed he was looking for something very specific as he set out each item, one by one. He glanced at Clay. You'd better hurry. I want you to get as close to her as you can. Do you understand? Clay hesitated for an imperceptible moment, then lifted his head. Sure thing. He winked at the sword master, then dashed out of the barn. Coming through, a woman in a dark blue robe called out. She nearly bumped into Rosette as she shouldered past. Oh, Guy Biza. What in the underworld is that? She didn't wait for an answer but swerved, giving Draco a wide berth before breaking into a run. Rosette felt herself being sucked into a stream of people, all intent on one destination. After years of living with Nell and only the occasional visitor to fill the small cottage with a foreign voice, Rosette felt overwhelmed. As the intensity of Trey-Eon swirled around her, she faltered. Mouty? What's wrong? The temple cat seemed unperturbed by the energy of the place. I can't breathe. More robed figures veered past like a river around rocks. Rosette wavered in the middle of the thoroughfare, Draco at her side. She could hear the gasps and exclamations of those startled by the temple cat, and it made her feel even more out of place. Her chest was tight. She couldn't take a proper breath. Moving out of the traffic, she stopped in front of the plaza's southern statue. I really can't breathe, she gasped. Sit. Head down. Look away from the crowd. Rosette slid to the foot of the statue. It was a huge winged deity, recognizable now. Looking skyward, she identified the head of a falcon, the body of a lion, the wings of a sea eagle and the tail of a snake. It bore many names, most she couldn't pronounce. Nell called it Warfay, the goddess of transformation who presided over birth and death. Fitting. Rosette felt like she was about to die. Take a deep breath. Rosette closed her eyes and drew in as much air as she could, then spilled it out in front of her. And another. Keep going. After a few more inhalations, her dizziness settled. She rested her eyes on Draco, mindful of her breathing, slow and steady, in and out, in and out. When she started to relax, she looked again at Warfay. The statue fascinated her. It was carved from a sea-green stone, smooth as glass and cool to the touch. The sculptor portrayed the beast in a contemplative pose, perched on an outcropping of boulders, serpentine wrapped tight around a lower rock, partly submerged by a placid lake. The raptor eyes, for a moment, seemed to query Rosette, as if it had come to life. When she blinked, the statue looked blank, only a carved rock after all. Feel better? A bit. Too many people? Rosette sighed. Maybe we should wait for Clay. You have to get used to them at some point. Draco sat, resting his head in her lap. We are meant to be here for a fair while. Rosette's nose twitched when she heard her own reasoning coming back at her. She smiled. To think she'd been worried about how Draco would cope. She stood up, letting out a little laugh. That sounds better. It feels better, Dre. The traffic in the courtyard had thinned with only a few stragglers darting through, robes flying out behind pumping legs. She put her hand to her forehead and scanned the avenue leading to the oval, shading her eyes from the noonday sun. We're going to miss the start. If we don't go now, we'll miss the finish. Rosette kept gazing up ahead until Draco nipped her hand. Someone's coming. Where? Behind. Her spine stiffened. Are you lost? Rosette spun around and looked into the face of a tall, solid-built man in a black robe. His expression was sunny, his manner purposeful. He had a strong jaw, a shaved head, smooth skin, and when he smiled, his eyes crinkled with delight. Pardon me? She said. It looks to me like you and your companion are lost, he said again, this time directing his words to Draco as well. We're just getting our bearings. He watched her with an intensity that gave her goosebumps. His eyes were green, flecked with gold and brown and shaped like a cat's. I know a shortcut, he said. Come on. What? Rosette creased her forehead. A shortcut, he enunciated slowly. It's a way of getting somewhere faster, more direct. I'm familiar with the term, she said, suppressing a giggle. I can get you right up close to the demonstrations, if you want, and you will want. They aren't to be missed. Shall we? Draco nudged her hand. He's harmless. Harmless? He looks to me like he could mow down an army blindfolded. Draco sneezed. You're right. Let me correct myself. He looks like he means us no harm. She hesitated. Shyness washed over her, making her wish she were back at Nell's cottage. She imagined herself sitting in front of the hearth, listening to her mentor read from the stellar opus while she combed grass seeds from Draco's fur. Thanks, but I should probably find my own way. Should? Mine's quicker. He winked. Come on, he said, holding out his hand. You won't regret it. She hung back. He smiled at her anew. Ah. I have no manners. He slapped his hand to his forehead. Let me introduce myself. He turned his back on her for a second, then spun around as if seeing her for the first time. I'm Rowan. He lifted his right hand, palm upward, in a gesture of open greeting. Rosette responded automatically in the same way, their palms touching. She took his hand and felt the fire of his grip. Energy jolted up her arm, like a zap of lightning. She blocked it before it reached her elbow. I'm Rosette, she said, surprised by the tingling sensation. She looked deeper into his eyes. She felt a strength of purpose beneath his jovial manner. He'd been in plenty of battles, she could tell. She suspected there was more to his name than just plain Rowan. You two are from the Demarchian woods, I'll wager. He fixed his eyes on the cat as he spoke. This is my familiar, Draco. Honored, he said, bowing his head slightly to both. Can I show you the way now? Come or not, I've got to run. I can't miss this. Nor can we. Come on, Mouty. It's all good. Thank you, Rowan. Lead the way, please. As he turned, she saw a stunning tattoo at the back of his neck, 2 wings, extended in flight, a gray wash of feathers, black with red tips. It stood out brilliantly against his bronzed skin. She couldn't pull her eyes away. Apprentice? He asked without slowing down. He dodged down a series of side walkways, glancing to see if she and Draco followed. Initiate, she answered. We've just arrived. No kidding, he said, turning his head again to smile. Ha! A woman like you, I would remember. She laughed, relaxing her shoulders as she rushed along. Her breath came easily now. It felt good to run, especially without her pack. And why's that? Because, he said, keeping his eye forward, you're beautiful, in a raven-like way. Raven? She sputtered out another laugh. How so? The black hair, of course, and the nose. The nose? Raven for sure. Very distinct. Rosette reached up and felt her nose as if considering its shape for the first time. She shook her head, following him along the twisting pathways, wondering who he really was. His plain robe and the name he gave her offered no clue as to rank, and his manner didn't help either. It was too contradictory. The commanding grace said one thing, his jesting speech and boyish mannerisms said another. Trickster, do you think, Dre? Maybe. When she spotted the hilt of his sword as his robe wafted back, she sucked in her breath. It was ancient and elaborately designed, clearly not owned by a low-ranking journeyman. Do you train with the sword, master? She asked in a rush. You could say that. He lengthened his stride to a full run. She worked hard to keep up, Draco loping at her side. He ducked down a narrow side path hedged by late-blooming camellias. The red and pink blossoms against the shiny green leaves filled her vision with a thrill of color. She sped up, matching his pace stride for stride. That's why I'm here, she said between breaths. Pardon? The sword master. I'm here to train with him. Does he know? Not yet. You're ambitious. So they tell me. He touched her hand, tilting his head to the left. This way, he said, leaping forward to ascend a long flight of stairs. How they would get to the training grounds ahead of the crowd, even at this pace, she had no idea. From what she remembered of her elevated view of Trajan, the demonstration grounds were straight uphill, and a fair way off. Still she climbed, forcing her legs with no thought of slowing down. They turned a bend, dashed up a second set of narrow stairs and then came to a sudden stop. "Whoa," Rosette gasped, putting her hand down to her side to stop Draco's momentum. Her eyes widened. They stood side by side, chests rising and falling in rhythm, looking at the horse in front of them. Obsidian black, with a mane that hung in braids down to his knees, the animal turned his head towards them and trumpeted, blasting a throaty challenge. When they didn't respond immediately, he pawed the cobblestones with alternating forelegs, setting sparks flying with each strike of his iron-shod hooves. Rowan motioned for them to wait. "Don't be cross," he said, stepping up to take the lead rope from around the massive neck. Bringing the horse forward a few steps, he came to a halt right in front of Rosette and Draco. "This is Diabli," Rowan announced as the horse fluttered his nostrils at Draco and let out soft whickers. The fur around the top of the temple cat's head parted in the gusts of air. "I think he will consent to carry us both bareback. He's been to Dumarca." Draco seemed surprised. "He knows my kind." "He's been to Dumarca? Are you sure?" "I am sure." "You're talking to him?" Rosette said. "He understands you?" "He hears all of us." "Yes, he does," Rowan answered, thinking Rosette's words were directed towards him. "Sometimes he knows what I'm going to say before I even think it." "I know what you mean," she whispered. Rosette marveled at the animal. He was tall, about 17 hands, she guessed. His neck arched as he looked at her straight on, his huge brown eyes gazing through a long and dense forelock that covered most of his face. His nostrils flared as he took in her scent, then he tossed his head, trumpeting again. "Diabli," she said softly. "I would cherish a ride with you." She lifted her hand to stroke his shoulder, making it ripple with the touch. It felt like silk, the muscles beneath were tight, ready to spring. Rowan grasped a handful of mane at the horse's withers and vaulted up with practiced ease before extending his arm down to Rosette. She ignored it. Grasping a handful of mane as well, she took a backward step towards Diabli's head and vaulted up neatly behind. Settling in, she pressed her face close to Rowan's cheek. "Shall we be off?" "A horsewoman, are you?" "I used to be." She was about to frown but lifted her face instead. "Perhaps you'll apprentice with the swordmaster after all," he said as he urged Diabli up the remaining slope. "He favors equestrians?" "Of course." She slipped her arms around Rowan's waist. The power of the horse beneath her and the man in front of her made her take a deep breath. Invigorating. This was quite a contrast to the ride she had had earlier today. She could feel the undulation and tensing of every muscle in Diabli's spine. Energy shot through him at such a rate, she thought they might fly up the cliff instead of climb it. "Why the sword?" he asked. "What's that?" She turned her attention back to Rowan as she held him tight. "Why do you want to train with the sword?" "I feel more alive with a sword in my hand than at almost any other time." "Any other reason?" Rosette hesitated. "Promise not to laugh?" "Not if it's funny." "All right." "Promise not to snicker?" He nodded. "I train with the sword because I had a dream." "A dream?" It was vivid, lingering. "I know I will apprentice with the swordmaster. I have to. I've seen it. Do you base all your plans on dreams?" "Pretty much." She clutched him as they skirted around a cluster of oaks and up another steep incline. "Don't you?" He didn't reply. "How'd you hear about our swordmaster anyway?" Rowan asked, gripping Diabli's mane. "He's the best." "Is that what they're saying where you come from, in Dumarca?" "Actually, I come from the south, near Lister Bay, but either way, north or south, that's what they say." "And who are they?" "My mentor says so." "Your mentor?" Rowan said the words so softly that Rosette wasn't sure he had actually spoken. "And who might that be?" he asked, the question ringing out. She cleared her throat. "Nelion Paris, of the Dumarcian woods." "Nelion Paris?" He whistled. Rosette bumped into Rowan's shoulder as Diabli bunched his muscles to leap over a broad hedge that divided two tracks. "Hang on," he said. They landed lightly on the far side of the hedge and galloped on. "The Nelion Paris?" he asked again. "You keep saying her name, but you had it right the first time." Rosette pinched him and laughed. He didn't laugh back. Rosette wasn't sure what the problem was. She's a powerful witch, a great teacher. He didn't respond for several strides as he urged Diabli up a climb of stairs. The horse's hooves tapped out a beat as they hit the stones. Rosette tightened her leg muscles, and her breath came in rushes, though it was Diabli that ran. They crested the top of the stairs, directly behind the arena, just a short length from the stage. Indeed she is, Rowan finally answered, turning his face to her as Diabli came to a halt. And here we are. As promised, the shortcut and the horse's speed had secured them a spot in front of the main stage. Draco stood very close to the horse, his tail twitching as he surveyed the crowd. His sides lifted and fell with each quick breath. Amazing, Rosette said. Did you doubt I could do it? A little, she said without apology. I don't know you. Perhaps we can remedy that, he said, giving her thigh a squeeze. She released her arms from around his waist, leaned forward and slid her leg over Diabli's rump. Next thing she knew, her feet were planted on the ground, her head tilted up to thank the horseman. It was then she realized he was barefoot, his toes brushing her arm as he turned Diabli around. You have a wonderful horse. Thank you, my lady. He smiled down at her. Actually, he's the sword master's. Rosette's eyebrows went up. Go on, Rowan prompted, giving her a wink. Find a good place, right up front. She followed his gesture, then turned back only to see him galloping away. Thank you, she called out. Too late. Horse and rider were gone. She looked over at the crowd. Ready to get amongst them, my lovely? Ready, Draco purred. She's near. Who's near? The one like me. Maybe you'll meet her soon. Not yet. She's hiding. He pressed his head briefly into Rosette's hand and led the way into the crowd. A path parted before them as they moved towards the stage, dead center, front row. Rosette looked straight up into the faces on the raised platform. She guessed immediately which one the high priestess was. Even though Rosette had never met La Maquis, she had heard her described many times. She was easy to spot. The red hair gave her away, and the fact that everyone around her was listening intently, responding to her directions with nods and gestures. She was definitely in command. Red hair, short stature, huge energy. Huge? The woman was luminous. And her hair wasn't just red. It burned like fire, falling in tresses to her waist. Several large azurite stones were draped at her neck, secured with a double chain of silver. They glinted in the sunlight while she paced back and forth, stopping now and then to speak with the others. A sword swung at her side, the hilt inlaid with silver and bluestone. Rosette took a quick look at her own lapis bangles. They were of similar design. That's interesting. What, Maudie? Just noticing La Maquis' sword hilt. You would. Draco sent a playful purr with his thoughts. As the high priestess strode about the stage, her silk robe blew open, revealing black leather trousers and a finely quilted vest. Embroidered on the edges of her robe were entwining green serpents, and on the back a soaring golden falcon. Her hands lifted gracefully above her head, slipping on a band to secure her hair away from her face. They were tattooed, somewhat like Nell's. La Maquis stopped suddenly and stood like a warrior, legs apart, arms crossed under her breasts. She eyed the crowd as if they were new troops. The high priestess of Traeon Temple wasn't very tall, 5 or 6 inches shorter than Rosette, but what she lacked in height she made up for in sheer potency. La Maquis exuded power and command, her toned muscles well defined, each movement agile and precise. Her face seemed timeless, ancient and full of youth all at once. She had to be over 50 years old, but her birth data, like many of those in high rank, was kept secret. Nell said she was born under the sign of the Archer, adventurous, philosophical, and free. Looking at her on stage, Rosette didn't doubt it. La Maquis beamed with fortitude and conviction, and something else. Something regal. She guessed the sign of the lion was on the eastern horizon when this woman entered the world. She'll not let you off with the slightest imprecision or flaw, Nell had warned. She knows true from false at the glance of an eye. Be honest in what you say to her, though no, you may not always want to say too much. She knew Nell and La Maquis had a history. They hadn't seen each other or communicated for decades, until the letter Nell wrote applying for Rosette's entry to Traeon. Rosette had asked what lay between them, but her mentor seemed reluctant to speak of it, and Rosette hadn't pressed. Now that she was here, she wished she had. As La Maquis clapped her hands, several others joined her, though they stood further back. Rosette was startled to see 2 men leap up onto the platform belatedly. They shed their black robes, one tightening his sword belt and striding forward to stand beside La Maquis. He towered above her, powerfully built, serpent tattoos entwining his forearms, shaved head revealing a striking face. The other, a slightly shorter man with spiky hair, followed quickly behind to stand beside him. Both were bare to the waist, barefoot and sculpted like fine art. Rosette swallowed hard. There was no question about who stood directly alongside La Maquis. It was the man who called himself Rowan. As if he knew he was being watched, he glanced down into the crowd and winked at Rosette. Without breaking eye contact, he leaned towards the shorter man beside him, whispering something out of the side of his mouth. Both now looked in her direction. She felt her face flush. Why would he deceive her like that? Her mind spun. Trickster. Is he the... She didn't avert her eyes from Rowan as she tapped the young girl next to her, pointing towards the man on stage. The sword master? The girl finished Rosette's sentence. Yes, it's in Lawrence. He's amazing. Unbelievably fast. You'll see. They're going to give a demonstration. She looked down at Draco and her smile fell. She edged away. Hush. A woman standing behind scolded both girls. Draco turned his head, but she didn't flinch. La Marquise is about to speak. She glared at Draco and he glared back. At least someone here wasn't intimidated by the feline. Rosette nodded at the woman and looked back to the stage. For those who are new, La Marquise paused to scan the crowd as if she identified them immediately among the hundreds in front of her. Welcome to the Coven of Trajan Temple. Everyone raised their hands over their heads and cheered their greeting, Rosette joining them. Draco sprang up to rest his front paws on the edge of the wide stage, whiskers twitching as he took in the scents. I have one thing to impress on you today, she continued. It's a simple thing. It takes only a moment to say. You'll spend the rest of your life considering it. Marquise's voice boomed out into the crowd. Her head turned slowly, scanning each face. There is no turning back. There was no other sound in the entire valley. When you enter Trajan Temple for training, you make a binding commitment to this coven and to the gods. It will not always be an easy bond. There will be times when the growth and development of your skills will be arduous. You may question if there is any progress at all. These are the times that test your will, your power to become who you are meant to be. The path is not simple or straightforward. It is not one to choose lightly. Make certain you understand this without question, before you commit. She paused and drew her sword, raising it above her head. I say it again, one last time, there is no turning back. She looked down at Rosette then, her eyes boring into the girl. Rosette broke out in a sweat. No one spoke. The valley seemed to echo with La Marquise's voice, though she had stopped speaking. The sun shone directly overhead, making her sword tip flare, lighting it like a beacon. Far off towards the cider barn, a dog barked. Then a cloud passed over the sun, dimming the light and breaking the spell. Cheers welled up and the crowd became animated. The high priestess spoke in detail about commitment and intention. She talked of the mentors and tutors, of the masters and how they chose their apprentices. Rosette was riveted, her senses catching every word and nuance. Directions were given. Her name was called, along with a dozen others for the dormitory of Mistress Savin. She hoped all her dormmates would cope with Draco. She didn't notice any other familiars in the crowd, and Dre had spoken of only one other apparently bonded to the swordmaster. Rosette didn't imagine she would be coming into contact with him again, or his familiar, at least for a while. She flushed at the thought of her casual manner only moments before. Did he assess all his potential students in such a covert way? The clash of steel on steel grabbed her attention. Two apprentices were giving a demonstration, the arc of their swords slicing through the air with choreographed grace. It was the beginning of the forms, the prescribed movements exhibiting calmness, strength, dexterity, and precision. She watched, transfixed, as the two apprentices, a tall man and a woman nearly his height, danced with the swords to the pounding of wooden drums. Their focus was amazing. Whoops and hollers burst out around her as the apprentices finally froze, sword hands thrust forward, bodies facing each other in a deep lunge. Then they stood back, briefly lowered their eyes in an almost imperceptible bow and sheathed their weapons in perfect synchronicity. As they backed away, two more students stepped up, executing progressively more complex forms, their movements astonishing. The drum beat increased, sending chills up her spine. Each demonstration proved more intricate and hazardous than the one before. Rosette took a deep breath when the high priestess and swordmaster and Lawrence walked to the center of the stage, squared off, and drew their swords. The ring of steel sang over the assembly. La Marquise had dropped her robe, her hair a tail of fire behind her. Both she and the swordmaster were barefoot, and they moved at precisely the same instant. Rosette watched wide-eyed, the complexity mesmerizing. Makare hadn't taught the forms like this. He had said, I teach you island style. It is not as they do in the temples. It will save your life if you trust it. He talked of the sword forms as living things, and sparring as a chance to let the soul of the sword speak. Rosette smiled. Their souls were certainly speaking now. With the speed of a striking snake, the high priestess lunged towards the swordmaster, her shield arm blocking a blow. The cut was repelled by Lawrence, and the warrior priestess did a backflip towards the row of apprentices who stood to the side of the stage, drawing one of their swords with her free hand before she landed. Facing her opponent, she dropped to a forward roll and rose, blades inches away from the swordmaster's face. The sound of the drums reverberated up Rosette's legs as she gasped. The blocks and attacks were so quick that she couldn't follow the blur of movement. Lameki pressed him back, but Lawrence dropped down with a spinning kick and rolled to the other side of the stage. Squaring off again, they faced each other for an instant, bowed slightly and resumed. After another series of full attacks and counterattacks, fast and fluid, and Lawrence and Lameki were in a deadlock, face to face, hilt to hilt, swords pointed to the sky. No one in the crowd seemed to breathe. In a feat of sizable strength, the high priestess suddenly did a standing backflip away from her attacker, her bare feet aiming to kick his hilt away as she landed. Not quick enough. The sword master had dropped to his knees, dodging the kick. He sprang back up, pointing the tip of his blade straight at the high priestess's throat as she landed. Rosette swallowed hard. There was no way out of this one. As Rosette brought her knuckle to her mouth, a shockwave blasted her face. The outline of the high priestess darkened and blurred. In a blink, the sword master's blade no longer held the witch captive. He stood there, guarding thin air. His eyes shot upwards, and so did Rosette's. Above them a lemur raven, the size of an eagle, spiraled towards the sky, shrieking a fierce challenge, or was that laughter? The crowd burst out with resounding cheers, waving and pointing at the bird. The sword master sheathed his sword and held out his bare arm while the raven coursed above the stage, then back-winged to a graceful landing, talons lightly circling his wrist. The image of the bird darkened and blurred. In a swirl of energy, Lameki manifested, standing in its place and bowing to her opponent, her hands clasped in front of her in the traditional gesture of respect. Rosette had never seen such a demonstration of shapeshifting, and she cheered wildly along with the rest. When the applause died down, Lameki spoke. "Fight them with all the skills you have," she roared, "and if it looks like you have no more to fight with, flee." A wave of laughter rolled through the gathering. Meki picked up her abandoned sword, raising it to Lawrence before sheathing it. The sword master blew her a kiss. He took her hand and they bowed to the students, dismissing them. When they straightened, he did not let go of her hand. Rosette grinned widely. What an amazing experience, especially the shapeshifting. She knew that Nell could do it, but it wasn't something she had taught Rosette or even allowed her to see. Lameki was unbelievable. While Rosette stood staring in awe, the crowd began to disperse. Some went to the stage to talk with the masters, others moved off to get on with their day. She touched Draco's head as he dropped his front legs to the ground, and they both slipped quietly out of the crowd. "What did you think of that, Dre?" "Not bad, for two legs." "I agree. Let's find Clay." "He's finding us." Clay's face was red and he seemed out of breath. "I had to fight my way through the crowd." "How'd you get up so close?" "I had help." She glanced up at the stage and caught the swordmaster's eye. He waved and she raised her hand, palm towards him, fingers spread. "From high places, it seems." "It was a chance meeting," she shrugged. "Did you see all the demonstration? Did you see Lameki shift?" "I sat halfway up that tree." Clay pointed to a tall, twisting oak at the edge of the oval. "I saw everything, including you. Wasn't it amazing?" She folded her hands on top of her head, looking at the empty stage. He smiled, fishing deep in his pockets. "This is what's amazing." He handed her a green apple and took a bite from his own, talking around his mouthful. "There are bins full of them behind the stables." She laughed, polishing the fruit on her sleeve until it shone like hard candy. She took a big chomp and closed her eyes. Juice trickled out the corners of her mouth. She beamed. Delicious. The sweet nectar washed over her tongue and down her throat. She wiped her mouth with her fingers and sucked them clean, the crisp white fruit tantalizing her with its heady fragrance and sugary taste, the scent of apple blossoms lingering on her breath. "Thank you, Clay. That's magic." "My pleasure," he said, taking a little bow. They walked on. The demo was impressive, but I enjoyed the syncopated drumming as much as the swordwork. She laughed and took his hand. "That doesn't surprise me, my bard." Rosette was feeling better about coming to Tre Eon. It seemed the right place to be, even though the sheer numbers would take some getting used to. All she had to do was stay focused, advance through the preparatory training, and before she knew it, she'd be sparring with the sword apprentices. It'd be like peaches and cream, or make that baked apples and cream. She took another bite. "What do we do now?" Draco's question cut into her thoughts. The temple cat was yawning. We have to find our dorm and report to Mistress Savin, Rosette said. Clay, I need to get my pack. The young bard looked away, his eyes focusing on the distant winding road that led out of the valley. Sure, he answered, staring at the horizon. Draco twitched his tail. Then what, Mouty? Then, it begins. Chapter 7. And Lawrence watched them head for the barn. They were friends already, hand in hand, companionably munching apples, smiling like the summer days were already here. He frowned uneasily and turned away. Part of him felt disappointed in Rosette for not sensing trouble, and another part of him was pleased that the bard could pull it off. It meant he could tell Maquis that all was in place. Of course, Clay wasn't really working a deception. That's why it was so effective. The lad was taken by her, clear as crystal waters. He didn't have to pretend to be interested or enthused, or aroused. Good. Yet, oddly, and Lawrence felt uncomfortable. Something wasn't sitting right. Of course it isn't sitting right. His familiar's voice floated into his mind. When did it ever, with Mulengro about? You're right, Scylla. What's setting it off? Guilt? Envy? Assumption, deceit? Deceit mainly, and perhaps some envy. That's honest. I know, and it hurts. He didn't want to begin the training of Nell's student with deception, and he told the other members of the High Council so. He wanted to take the direct approach, everyone open and upfront. She was their initiate now, for the goddess's sake. But the council disagreed. La Maquis disagreed. Too much was at stake and he had been overruled. And Lawrence fingered the hilt of his sword and shook his head at the memory. If she's anything like her mentor, La Maquis had said, she doesn't deserve our trust. Rosette has potential, or Nell wouldn't have bothered. I'm not referring to Nellian's mentorship skills, Swordmaster. I am referring to her stubborn will and subversive intentions, but. And Lawrence had glared at her, the corner of his mouth turning into a half-smile. You seem familiar with those attributes. The witch stole from me. She could say the same of you. Maquis had looked him up and down. Old feelings, Swordmaster? Not at all. Then why the resistance? You underestimated Nelion Paris, and I fear you may be underestimating Rosette as well. Really? And you feel that being, how did you put it, open and upfront is going to resolve this problem? I'm just saying it's worth a shot. And Lawrence had paced as he spoke, his face red, forehead perspiring. There is nothing that directly implicates her, nor her mentor. He had said the last few words to himself. Isn't there? What do we know for sure about Rosette de Santo? He'd countered. Why don't you tell me? It wouldn't take long. Let's consider instead what we don't know. We don't know if she has any links to the Matosh murders. She may not have even met the family Adat. That's the point, and Lawrence. We don't know. I charge you with remedying that lack. It could be done in a clear instant if we simply asked her. Are you convinced she wouldn't lie so well that we couldn't pick it? He'd stopped in front of La Maquis and crossed his arms. I am. What's more, I'm convinced she would tell the truth. We're encouraging Mulengro with this dishonesty. Mulengro? Is that what you're worried about? It will bring nothing good. Mulengro's a state of mind, Swordmaster. It brings what you expect. You talk like you can control it. Because I can. Of course you feel its presence, the prickle at the back of your neck, the tension in the air, the twist in your guts. You're weaving a deception, manipulating others for your own ends. Get used to it. Mulengro isn't the enemy here. It's energy, like anything else. An energy you're feeding. It will grow. Assumption. Have you forgotten who started the whole thing a quarter of a century ago? The Swordmaster had pressed his lips together and looked away. Then don't give your trust to this girl just because she trained with a woman you once knew and admired. Think back, and Lawrence. Nell left, and she left with more than what was rightfully hers. I want it back. Rosette may be the key to our puzzle, and I'll not have you scattering the pieces in the wind again. We're running out of time. Mind you don't fall under her spell as well. None of the other council members had spoken. Some shuffled in their seats, others looked away. La Maquis, this path is one you'll regret. That may be, Swordmaster, though the path is mine to choose. What are you waiting for? The question startled Rosette, bringing the room back into focus. All the tables in front of her were empty and wiped clean, chairs tucked under them and even rows. All except hers. She puckered her lips, remembering her optimism when she'd first arrived. Like peaches and cream? What was I thinking? So far, she had danced at 2 solstices here at Trajan and reveled in the bonfires of as many sabbats, and still had not sparred once on the training grounds. The preparations for the Samhain Sabbat were now well underway. Nights were colder and winter was coming, and still she wasn't called to join the sword and staff classes. The only practice she got was in her free time when she and Clay would slip away to work on forms and spar. It was fun, though it wasn't like training with a master. She caught her reflection in the dark window and wondered how the naive girl of last winter could have thought her apprenticeship at Trajan Temple would be such a breeze. It had been anything but. Rosette felt the eyes of her tutor, Mistress Mara, focused on her. She tried not to cringe. Mistress is livid, and who would blame her? Mistress Mara seldom lost her patience, though she had came close more than once with Rosette. Tonight was promising to be yet another battle for them both, for Rosette to perfect the spell and for Mara to hold her temper. Her instructor was really a gentle soul, placid, intuitive and sensitive. Tonight she was like a storm at sea, looking for a ship to wreck. Mara didn't travel at all, not in her physical body, and she never seemed to take a break. She devoted her life to meditation and the teaching of the ritual arts, spells, dreamwalking and evocations. Age had barely touched her, though she had to be in her 70s. Born with the sign of the aurochs rising, the qualities and temperament of the ancient bull infused her with strength, endurance, sensuality and tenacity. As usual, she showed no indication of tiring and they'd been at it since noon. Rosette closed her eyes and tried not to think of her stomach rumbling. Of course, Mara had reserves. She was plump, in a voluptuous way, and was not shy about displaying it. She wore robes that showed off her ample bosom, draping herself with large pendants and colored gemstones. Her gray hair was swirled into a loose mound atop her head, curls escaping about her face. She usually had a just ravished look, but lines of tension were etched about her mouth and eyes tonight. Her brow was deeply furrowed. Rosette also thought she could see horns sprouting from her forehead. The candle spluttered, and so did Rosette. The chamber was cloistered, with the doors and windows closed. There were no chinks or gaps in the stone walls, yet suddenly wisps of Rosette's hair escaped their braids, tickling her cheeks. At least the elemental air had not ignored her. Why would it? That was her ruler, linked to her sun and Mercury in the sign of the twins. Pardon, mistress? Rosette answered. She realized that Mistress Mara was still staring at her while she had daydreamed. I asked, young witch, what are you waiting for? Rosette brushed the back of her hand across her forehead, sweeping away stray hairs and stifling a yawn. Good question. She wasn't actually waiting for anything. Procrastinating, seeking distractions, evading, yes. But waiting? No. Not really. Answer the question, please, Mara commanded. I was just, she stopped mid-sentence. It wouldn't do to lie. A nighthawk whistled in the distance, shrill and eerie. Rosette resisted the impulse to look in its direction or answer back. What could she see out an opaque window in the moonless black? Rosette! Just collecting my thoughts is all, Mistress Mara, she said in a rush. And are they collected now? Yes, mistress. Then begin, Mara said through clenched teeth. Rosette squared her shoulders. Running her hand across the stones that lay on the table, she picked one up, a smooth black pebble shot with flecks of gold, and dropped it into the chalice in front of her. It rippled silently to the bottom, invisible in the dark water. Rosette knew she had to get this aspect of her training right before she could move on. Why was it so difficult? It wasn't like she was changing the course of time, or even the course of a river. It was a simple summons, one she thought she knew quite well. Apparently she did not well enough for Mara's standards anyway. Rosette inhaled, half-closed her eyes and then opened them slowly, while delivering the ritual words, yet again. It must have been the 50th time that day she'd woven this spell. Each time, Mara found a flaw, a deviation, or imperfection, too much air, not enough fire, where were Gaela and water? Rosette felt sure that all 4 elementals were completely bored with the exercise by now. She certainly was. The spell didn't move mountains or even heat a cup of tea. It conjured no more and no less than the attention of the elemental spirits residing in the 4 corners of the world, the 4 corners of Trajan, of this room, of her body, of her soul. The elementals were within everything, the spirit of everything, the whole in every part. Any witch worth her salt could call them up at will, and Rosette wanted to be a witch worth her salt. She took another deep breath and released all her thoughts and judgments. A babbling mind wasn't going to get the spell right. She let it out, long and slow. There were only the elementals, and the energy they transmitted. There was no place where she ended and they began. Her mind smoothed like a long straight road leading to a distant horizon. The spell would work perfectly if she let it. She just had to get out of the way. While chanting the summons, she visualized the elemental's nature. Fire was like the rumbling peaks of Pele, the western mountains bubbling with molten lava. He brought inspiration, creative drive and spirit and ruled the signs of the ram, the lion and the archer. Gaela was the fields and woods, sprouting the crops and calling to the wild deer, horse and ox. She was nurturing, fecund and rich, ruling over the aurochs, ceres and the sea-goat. Water was diverse. It pounded the shores, carving passion into the rocky coastline, or lapped in tranquil ripples against the edges of mountain lakes, the embodiment of feelings and emotion. It ruled Luna's cobra, the scorpion and the twinned fishes. Air swirled about the snow-capped mountains of Prieta, tall, jagged and vast. This was her element, the will and power of the mind, ruling the sign of the twins, Bilancia and the water-bearer. Rosette smiled to herself. With full intention, she called them in. This time her lips did not go dry, and the deep, guttural words she chanted did not stick and jab in her throat. They came out smoothly, untroubled as a swiftly flowing stream. She felt a humming without sound in the back of her head and a feeling of lightness in all her limbs. The air in the chamber stirred. The candles in front of her lit of their own accord. Fire's accord. The water in the silver chalice lapped the sides like a miniature tidal flux, rippling with echoes from the sea. The stones, mostly agate, chalcedony, jade and lapis, began to shake while the breeze in the room quickened. Rosette felt her whole body shimmer with joy. She tucked her hands into the long sleeves of her robe, folded her arms and softened her eyes. She waited for the verdict, even though she knew what it would be. She finally understood what Mara had been teaching her. It wasn't enough to conjure the elementals. The skill was to invite them all in equal measure, regardless of her personal elemental balance. She was lopsided, as most are, with a predominance of air and Gaela, having many planets in the sign of the twins and the sea-goat. When she'd worked this spell in the past, she'd mirrored the imbalance. There would be plenty of air, a rumbling of Gaela but only a ripple in the chalice and a flicker of one candle. This time, she called them in symmetrically. Done. Mara raised her hand in the traditional spiral gesture. If she was pleased, or relieved, it didn't show. No emotion played across the older woman's face. Blessings be. Rosette began the traditional response, lips pressed tight to contain the exuberant grin bursting to escape. Blessings to the east, north, west and south, to the elementals of fire, Gaela, air and water. I honor your presence and your power. She lifted the chalice and took a sip. I am your ally, and you are mine. She leaned forward to kiss the warm hand of her mentor, the tiny bells woven into her long braids tinkling as she did so. Inside, she felt like jumping up and down. Done. Success. Triumph. Was it possible that she finally might move on to a proper apprenticeship with the swordmaster? Everything would change now. She could feel it. When Rosette's lips touched her tutor's hand she sensed stiffness there, and her rush of exuberance fell flat. There was resistance in Mara. She felt it immediately. Rigidity had replaced the normally expressive limb. Rosette sighed. Something was definitely wrong. Go to the pools and bathe. You start at dawn tomorrow, Mara instructed. I do. Rosette's head tilted to the side, making one braid dip below her waist. Start what? You'll need a good rest tonight. Rosette nodded. Thank you, mistress. Mara, already slipping out the chamber door, seemed to miss the gesture of gratitude. Several candles fluttered out as the door whooshed closed. Pushing her sleeve to her elbow, Rosette took the silver candle snuffer and extinguished the remaining flames, all save one. Near darkness swallowed the room and doubt entered in with it. Maybe coming to Traeon Temple had been a mistake. There were other ways to train in witchcraft and perfect the sword, other paths to developing her creative powers. She had done quite well under Nell's tutelage. If she'd known what life at Traeon Temple was really like, perhaps she would not have made the application in the first place. Then where would I be? She pulled on her boots and laced them. Taking a final look around the room, she snuffed the last candle and whispered a thank you to the elementals. She stepped into the night, the spirits of fire, Gaela, air and water dancing out with her. The evening was cool and crisp, smelling of autumn, a hint of apples and freshly cut hay reminding her of warmer days. Pausing at the top of the steps, she closed her eyes and reached out her thoughts until they touched Draco's mind. I did it, Dre. I perfected the spell. She could feel him yawn. You've been doing that one for years. I do it better now. Coming home? I'm going to bathe first. I won't be long. He answered with a purr. Rosette headed down the steps, peeking at the stars through the courtyard trees. At least Draco had adapted to life at Traeon Temple. She wished others had adjusted to the two of them with as much ease. Shaking her head, she walked across the dimly lit plaza and down the path that led to the granite bathing pools. She relished the idea of soaking away her worries tonight. The pools were the best part of this place. The path wound off to the left, beyond the horse barns and apple orchards. Torches lined the way like sentinels, making her squint after the darkness of the chamber. The bright, smoky light obscured the stars, but she looked up anyway. It felt like her arduous Saturn transit was going to last forever. She sighed. Of course, it wasn't really negative. She just had to do the work, pay the price, and earn the advancement. That's what mattered to Saturn, and if she were to get through this, it had to matter to her as well. Honor the gods, Rosette, each after their own nature, and you honor yourself. Ignore them and a demon is born. Nell's voice from the past came as a comfort and a guide. Looking for the moon, she confirmed it had already set. It'd be nearly midnight now. Clay had probably given up on meeting her after training. He was a patient friend, but her consistent tardiness was probably beginning to irritate him. She wondered sometimes why he was so forgiving. Her boots crunched on the gravel as she walked, silencing crickets and night owls along the way. If only she could silence the stream of thoughts running unchecked through her mind. They tumbled over and over with nagging doubts about myriad things, but tonight they centered on her relationship with Clay. For all his support, she didn't completely trust him. There's no real reason not to. He's always there for me. They'd spent every spare moment together since the chance meeting on the road. Lately, with her study load and his musical journeys to towns across the countryside, those moments were becoming fewer, yet she always found them fulfilling. They talked as they wandered, exploring the landscapes of Trey-Eon. Together they perused the books and maps in the library, picnicked in the orchard under falling apple blossoms, and swam in the crystal gorges behind the upper reservoirs. Sometimes they explored each other's bodies until the small hours of the night. Rosette smiled. Clay was definitely fun. He was like a holiday away from the demands of her studies, and she knew he loved her. She felt it in her soul and trusted it. What she didn't trust was the pesky doubt that something wasn't quite honest between them. He seemed to be everything he boasted, quite good at music, and quite good at lovemaking too. But underneath it all, something about him made her wary. She sensed a lying mulengro between them. She wondered if he was committed to some other woman, or perhaps he'd lied about his past or his family. Well, she had done that too. Maybe she simply felt her own deceit thrown back in her face. Still, it festered. Whenever she tried to broach the subject with him, it was like bouncing a ball off a brick wall. Clay was most skilled at deflection. Sometimes it would be hours later before she realized he hadn't actually answered her question. He was a true bard. She shrugged. She didn't care about commitment or a formal relationship. She cared about friendship, love, and intimacy. She cared about a feeling of family. Somehow, the murders that descended on her family's estate 5 years ago had come to the foreground of her thoughts again. A part of her feared that the funny feeling she had about Clay might be connected. Or I'm just being paranoid. She pretended everything was fine. She did that very convincingly, but it didn't change the apprehension. Aside from Draco and Nell, there was no one in the world with whom she felt completely safe, no one she trusted implicitly. Jared too, of course, but she hadn't heard from him and probably never would. They'd agreed it would be so. They protected each other with silence. Stop thinking about this. She put both hands to her head. If you must think about it, put up a mind shield, for great demon's sake. Without vigilance, a receptive traveler might hear her thoughts, and there were plenty of those about, practicing at all hours of the day and night. Their bodies remained inert, but anyone sensitive enough could feel their spirits darting around, learning to hear the thoughts of others, sending messages of their own. The last thing she wanted was to arouse curiosity about her past or her concern with Clay. He had moved up in rank in the last 6 months and enjoyed a fair measure of popularity. Suspicions would be reported to La Maquis. If that happened, Rosette would have some explaining to do. She and Nell had agreed the past needed to remain buried. It would be safer that way. Lost in her shielded thoughts, she raised her head just in time to avoid colliding into a group of girls coming up from the pools. They were wrapped in copper-colored towels, their long wet hair dripping down their backs. They looked golden in the flicker of the torchlight, and she wondered how she could have missed their approach with all the noise they made. Having a late one again, Rosette? Amelia spoke, clutching her towel with one hand and pushing wet hair off her face with the other. You missed communal dinner. Training, Rosette replied. She barely slowed her pace, determined to continue along the track with just a nod and a smile. The pretense involved in conversing with these girls was not appealing. She didn't have the energy for it. Not tonight. You're always out in the wee hours, Amelia said, moving to block the way. You, and that mammoth familiar of yours, where is it? The girl looked around, eyes narrowing. Rosette stopped just short of her and crossed her arms. Amelia, not it. And how is Draco's size, or my training schedule, any of your business? I didn't mean to pry. Amelia stumbled back a step only to have her companions push her forward again. She stuck out her chin as she spoke. It's just that you're a recluse, and it's so big. How does a kitty cat get to be that big? She giggled with the rest of the girls. He is not a kitty cat. Rosette's jaw tightened. Oh, excuse me. Temple cat. Her voice became sickly sweet. If you're finished with the semantics, Rosette dropped her arms to her sides and pushed forward. I'm going to the pools. Not quite. I've a message. Rosette stopped. From whom? Your friend Clay. He said if I saw you to let you know he couldn't wait any longer. He's off in the morning to Moorzone. She winked, her grin widening. What are you hiding, little witch? Rosette glared. What else? She asked aloud. The girls around Amelia burst into laughter. Without another word, Rosette pushed through them and continued down the track. Silly girls full of gossip and jealousy. When would they grow up? This was more about Clay than her, no doubt. Amelia had had her eye on him from the start. Take him then, if it's so damn important to you. I don't care. Rosette didn't bother to send her mental thoughts straight to Amelia. The girl wouldn't hear her anyway. Take who? Draco replied. Oh, my lovely. It was just a random thought spilling out into the night. Girls bothering you again? No. Really? A little. Do you want an escort? Nah. Nearly there. She didn't want to think about it anymore. She just wanted to submerge her body in the hot pools, have supper, curl up with her familiar and go to sleep. To dream of the one I have never met? The question came from Draco's mind, still linked. Rosette smiled. Yes, if I'm lucky. She blew him a mental kiss and jogged down the path. The high wooden doors that led to the granite bathing pools were open. Rosette unlaced her boots and lined them up on a low bench. There were no other shoes there, no sign of anyone else. Clay really had gone. He was traveling so much this season he'd make journeyman before his next birthday. She yawned. At least someone was progressing. The granite slabs felt rough on her bare feet. They were wet but not slippery. Steam enveloped her, making her skin warm and damp. The place echoed with drips from the vaulted ceiling. She looked up only to see the reflected darkness of the pools and the orange glow of the torchlight. Beads of perspiration rose on her brow. The water would be hot tonight. The pools were fed by deep underground fissures, heated by the lava streams that flowed beneath the surface. Although the temperature fluctuated, it was always warm. According to rumor, it was once so hot that an initiate had passed out and drowned. They were warned not to bathe alone, though Rosette did so from time to time. Pushing lank strands of hair off her face, she looked down at the shimmering surface. The crystal water was black in the torchlight, as if it had no bottom. She watched the drips make circular patterns that radiated, sending on impact tiny waves towards all four corner steps. She couldn't wait to get in. Unbuttoning her robe, she let it slip over her hips and fall to the ground. Reaching down to retrieve it, she cursed. The floor was soaking wet, water pooling around her feet. There had been many people here recently. She shook the robe out and hung it on a hook. Rosette tuned into picking up any sound or thought around her. She was a receptive and a mind traveler herself, more than a novice. Her range was expanding and she hoped to surprise Nell with a message this winter, a solstice greeting, mind to mind. Dumarca was a long way to send a thought deliberately, even Draco couldn't do it, but she was determined to perfect this skill. Tilting her head and listening, she convinced herself she was the only one in the cavern. She reached high above the row of hooks to the top shelf and found a dry towel. Inhaling, the scent of lavender and rose made her smile. She finished undressing and hung the rest of her clothes up, throwing the towel over her shoulder. While making her way to the steps, she untied her hair, setting the tiny silver bells chiming. She coiled her hair ties and bells into a nest at the edge of the steps, picked up a handful of salt grains and dipped her toe into the pool. Hot! She exclaimed aloud. Her voice echoed through the empty chamber. Hot, hot, hot! She dropped her towel. The steam rose around her as she descended the submerged steps. Her hair fanned out over the surface of the water until, saturated, it sank to her buttocks. Just as the water lapped up to her breasts, she started sensing she wasn't alone. Her hand opened in reflex, the salt grains falling silently into the depths below. Hello? She turned a complete circle, listening. Maybe Clay had come back to surprise her. Who's there? She smiled, guessing it must be him. I didn't think you'd leave without seeing me, Casarillo. Where are you hiding? I thought we instructed initiates to be mindful of their environment. The voice was male, mature. Not Clay's. Rosette's mind raced. She knew that voice, though she hadn't heard it directed towards her since the day she arrived. There was no mistaking the tone and accent. It was the Sword Master. Excuse me? She tried not to squeak. I said, he articulated slowly, what pressing matters occupy your mind that you're unable to sense my presence? What pressing matters? Rosette quickly found a rocky outcropping and sat down, water up to her collarbones. She flushed. How do I answer that? She couldn't lie, had no inclination to. She didn't want to spill out a stream of dribble either. That kind of response would never get her an apprenticeship with the man. And now she'd hesitated for so long, he certainly would think she had something quite involved to say. She didn't. Only the small things, the day-to-day things, had been bubbling in her thoughts, like, should she braid her hair for the new training tomorrow, or leave it out? Mara hadn't even hinted at what kind of training it would be. Of course, she was also thinking more profoundly too. What was Clay hiding? Did it have anything to do with the murder of her family? Stop. She chastised herself. Reinforcing her mind shield, Rosette slipped her bottom off the marble seat and submerged her entire head under water. Quick! Think of something. Under the surface, Rosette heard the rush and reverberation of the waterfalls further downstream where the pools drained into the terse river and eventually made their way to the sea. The tinkling of her earrings echoed in the current like a child's laughter. Her chest tightened. She couldn't hold her breath forever. She had to breathe. Popping back up, she gasped, looking around. Where was he? Are you going to answer me? He queried. Or turn into a fish? Rosette twisted in the direction of his voice, her forehead creasing. I didn't imagine anyone would be here this late, she said, letting her breath out in a rush and gulping in another. Perhaps, he said, creating ripples as he shifted on his perch, you need to develop your imagination. She could make out his silhouette now. He was leaning back against the side of the pool, one arm reaching out along its edge, the other behind his head like a pillow. And perhaps it would have been more courteous if you had announced your presence straight up. Her voice gained volume. This is a place of leisure, Swordmaster. I come here to unwind, not to test my receptivity skills. There's no separation between the work and the life. His voice sounded stern. You've also been cautioned against bathing alone. Well, I'm not alone now, am I? She snapped the words back, glaring in his direction. He laughed. Have we met? Goddess of the night, he doesn't even remember me? Now she was certain she wasn't under consideration for his apprenticeship. She bit her lip. Under no circumstances would she cry. Bother this man and his deprived memory. Yes, she replied slowly. We met the day I arrived. You and Diabli gave me a lift to the demonstration, do you remember? It wasn't long ago, Sword Master Rowan and Lawrence. You're right, Rosette. It wasn't that long ago. He moved into the light. How's the training going, What's he playing at? Does he know me or not? I'm progressing. Are you ready for something new? Say again? Do you have a hearing problem? What? Perhaps you can hear me more clearly now? He sent the thought directly to her mind. Very strong. It surprised her how easily he slipped through her shield, or had she let it lapse. I hear you, Sword Master. Get some rest tonight, Rosette, he said aloud, swimming to the steps. It's time to put you to work. Okay, she whispered. I will. Her mind started to spin with excitement. What did he mean? He was ascending the stairs, water running off his bronzed back and his fingertips. His body was sculpted with rippling muscles etched with myriad tattoos. Her mouth formed a circle shape but she didn't speak. And, Rosette. He paused midway up the steps. I'm the Sword Master, not a god. You can say anything to me that you like. She snapped her mouth shut and didn't reply. How much of my mental platternat did he pick up, She listened to the pad of his bare feet as he made his way to the exit. The huge wooden doors shut with a reverberating thud. She let out her breath, realizing she'd held it in. Pushing away hair that clung to her face, she leaned back, staring up into the dark space above her. Now that's an attractive man, she whispered. She tucked her chin down and blew bubbles in the water. Their first conversation since arriving hadn't been like she'd imagined. It was actually quite peculiar, like a dream. Taking another deep breath, Rosette swam to the steps and got a scoop of salt grains. She went wild with them, scrubbing her body. She immersed herself completely and then floated on her back, only her nose, forehead, and toes peeking above the dark surface. The water buoyed her up in a loving embrace. Mesmerized by the rushing sounds beneath her, she kicked slowly back to the steps. It was getting late, time to head home. One more thing, Rosette. She startled as the sword master's voice boomed in her head. I'm listening. Braid your hair for tomorrow. Rosette saw the message tacked to her cottage door before she reached the porch. It shone in the lamplight, a small slip of paper pierced by a copper nail. Pulling the towel off her shoulders, she took the steps in 2 strides. She examined the seal before tucking the note in her pocket. Mistress Mara had paid her a visit. What tasks could she have for her at this hour? She'd said to get a good night's sleep, not work until dawn. Yawning, Rosette smiled as Draco appeared from nowhere. She forgot sometimes that he was a superb predator, adept at camouflage. He leapt the steps and pushed his head into her hand. She sank her fingers deep into his plush coat. Did you see Mara, my black hunter? Yes, and another. He purred, his words forming inside Rosette's mind like waves on a tropical shore, cresting, rushing up and receding. It was the closest thing to a mental caress she'd ever experienced. You're in a pleasant mood tonight, she said as he arched his back against her bare thigh, tail entwining her waist. Yes. Who else came by? She continued to stroke the top of his head. Another mistress? No other mistress. Clay? She smiled. You can say his name, you know. Draco hadn't taken much to Clay. He wouldn't say his name and he wouldn't explain why. Not him. She roughed his back vigorously. Are you going to tell me, or is this a guessing game? Is there milk? Of course. The sword master came. Chills rushed down Rosette's back. And Lawrence had come here? With Mistress Mara? She pressed. He came after. The purring increased. Could we possibly see to the milk now? Rosette tousled the temple cat's head, then pulled her hand back when he reared and took a playful swipe. Yes, yes. Come inside and we'll both have some warm milk and honey. Honey tastes like tree sap. I like it. Rosette laughed as her familiar mind what could only be a cat trying to get peanut paste out of its mouth. Plain milk for you, of course. Thank you. She unlaced her boots and lined them up by the door before entering her sanctuary. It smelled of herbs and scented candles, leather and polished wood. She gave the place a blessing as she crossed the threshold and lit the nearest candle. A warm glow filled the room. I'm so grateful to be home. She knew how lucky she was. Second or third year apprentices usually shared the tiny cottages down by the river with 2 or even 3 others, but Rosette, still unassigned, warranted one of her own. Unlike most of the students at Trajan Temple, she came with a large and vivacious familiar whose nature had been enough to get them a place to themselves before the sun had turned even a quarter past the first solstice. It was clear that dormitory life was not for them, though they had done their best to fit in. 6 weeks after her arrival, 3 different dorms and several roommates later, the entire temple population had supported her move to the cottage. She smiled at the memory. How was I to know that your roommates didn't want rodents on their pillows every night? The temple cat sent the query when he picked up on her thoughts. Rosette laughed. You know I don't care for it much. I always thought you were strange that way. Did you now? She smiled. It all turned out fine because we have this place to ourselves. Lighting more candles, she reached into her pocket and fished out the note, ready to face whatever task her mentor had set for her. The message got straight to the point, no frills from Mistress Mara. She read it over twice between stoking the coals of her hearth, pouring milk from the cool box and slicing a thick piece of bread. Her body shook when she finally put the message down on the table. Maudy? Draco inquired. Are you going to give me the details or burst on the spot? You're not going to believe this. I don't even believe it, she added in her mental voice. Draco jumped onto a chair beside the table and continued to purr, black cat hairs levitating about him when she scratched behind his ears. I'd like to have the chance to believe, or not believe, if only you would tell me. Your thoughts are a jumble. I can't read them. He spoke in a curious tone, feline sarcasm. Is it good news? At least tell me that. Oh, I think so. She said, hugging herself to keep from floating away. Mara says I'm to start sword classes tomorrow. Tomorrow, Draco. Tomorrow morning. It's tomorrow then? She flicked his tail. It is. I thought I would have to stay with the ritual spells for another 6 months at least. Actually, I was beginning to wonder if I would ever get a chance to train with the sword at all. What a surprise. Not such a surprise when you consider the level of your intention. How's the milk coming along? He leapt down to sit closer to the fire, watching the pot begin to steam. What's that, Dre? She asked, reading the note for a third time. The milk? Here it is. She poured it into a bowl and placed it in front of him. Hot. I like it hot. She stroked his neck as he began to lap. Now we just have to figure out why the sword master came by. That was after Mara, yes? It was. What could he have wanted? Reading his note might elaborate. Draco sent the suggestion in spurts, clearly not wanting to be distracted from his bowl. What? He paused to stare at her. The note from the sword master. Perhaps you would learn more if you read it. Tiny droplets of milk spattered his whiskers and he licked them off with his pink tongue before going back to the bowl. Rosette sprinted out to the front porch. Where is it? She yelled, squinting up at the lamplight. She checked the doorframe, and then looked down at the bristly horsehair mat. There it was, tucked under the left-hand corner. Clutching the note, she brought it into the firelight to read. It's from him, Draco. It is from the sword master himself. Really? The feline's comment dripped down the edges of her mind. Shush. I am reading. Read it to me too, Draco instructed without looking up. Aloud. Okay. It says, Rosette de Santo, you will be attending sword classes starting tomorrow. Best you don't lose concentration in my arena. Reported Dawn. RL. She pressed the note to her heart. He signed it RL. His initials, perhaps? Draco had finished the bowl of milk and was grooming himself by the fire. His wit, as usual, increased in proportion to the fullness of his belly. Of course it's his name. Arkel Rowan Lawrence. It's just that personal initials are not often used in correspondence to initiates. Could it mean he is going to make me his apprentice? You read a lot into it. Draco looked up briefly before twisting around to reach a spot directly between his shoulder blades. Rosette smiled at her companion. Just let me have this thrill. He wrote to me. He called me by name. I will be in his class. Draco looked at her and sneezed. I can't wait to tell Clay. He's gone. I heard. He left earlier tonight, headed for Moorzone. Supposedly he's playing for a wedding celebration on Sunday. Rosette turned her head. What do you mean, supposedly? Draco stood, outstretched and lay down on the sheepskin in front of the fire. He tucked his front paws under his chest before responding. I mean supposedly because first of all, he took with him a bird of prey, hooded and clutching his gloved wrist. Tell me, when did he become a falconer? Second, he left by the south gate. If he was going to Moorzone, he planned to get there the long way around. Rosette stared at him. How'd you get so good at geography? I know what you know, Mouty, and then some. Clay wasn't going where he said. He was going south, towards Levitica. Or maybe he was just going home to Cusca first. Maybe. You don't sound convinced. If he was going to Cusca first, he'd never get to Moorzone in time for a Sunday wedding. Chapter 8. Draco was right. Clay hadn't gone to Moorzone, he'd gone to Levitica. He sat at a table in the harbor pub, smoke floating in drifts around him. He'd drained 3 pints of home draft in the last half hour and was on his 4th. If he didn't stop guzzling, his performance would definitely suffer, but he didn't care. He wanted to escape. He picked up his guitar and checked the tuning. Lowy was flat and he tightened the tuning peg slowly while plucking the string, comparing it to his top E and the harmonics further up the neck. His ear was bent close to the fretboard as he strained to hear the subtle changes in pitch, not an easy task in the boisterous pub with glasses clanking, people cackling, an argument exploding in one corner, and fists pounding the table behind him accompanied by shouts for more beer. The cacophony was more than distracting, it felt like debris floating down the river of his mind, smacking into his thoughts, bumping them out of place. I never heard of the girl, a drunken voice declared. Nor I. It's a ghost he's after, I'll wager. Plenty of them around. How would you know? You weren't there. Neither were you. The voices drifted into the background of his mind as a fight broke out, a table overturning and glasses breaking before the barman tossed the drunks out. Clay sighed. They would call for more songs any minute, and though he was exhausted, and quite drunk himself, he looked forward to getting lost in the music again. His performances were a success even if nothing else about this trip had been. Damn the sword master and his cryptic intentions. 7 days ago, on his way to meet Rosette at the bathing pools, Clay had been waylaid by Lawrence, the mission urgent. He hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to her or even offer an explanation. Of course, it would have been a lie, whatever he said, but at least he could have seen her. He didn't like the idea of leaving her stranded with only a message from Amelia. He could just imagine how that would translate. He sighed again. Women. And Lawrence had given him an assignment he didn't like, yet he couldn't, or was it wouldn't, refuse. He was to take a mountain horse, along with one of the sword master's falcons, and travel down through Cusca, skirting the Jacker mountain range to the port of Levitica, Rosette's hometown, or so she said. He was charged with finding out anything he could about the young witch. Find her family, Clay and Lawrence had instructed. Discover everything you can about her past. I particularly want you to find her connections, the sword master had gone on. Are any of her relations linked to the witch Nelayon Peri? From the past? From Treyon perhaps? I want to know everything, and for them to suspect nothing. Do you understand? Play your songs and ask your questions as if you were a curious lad in love with an elusive young woman. That would be the best ploy. Clay laughed. Ploy? It wouldn't take much of a witch's glamour to pull that off. If he wasn't already curious about Rosette before this trip, he certainly was now. The in-love aspect was a given, had been so since the day they'd met. What he discovered, though, didn't put him at ease, and he was certain it wouldn't satisfy the sword master. He'd been here a week now, playing his music in every pub from the northern docks to South Lister Bay. Between sets, and in the busy shops and markets by day, he'd asked his questions. He queried as any enthusiastic suitor might, but nobody in the whole town had ever heard of Rosette de Santo. There was a Rosa de Santiago, and a Rosie del March. There was even a Vera and Armone de Santo, but no Rosette. It was like he'd dreamed her up, and word was getting around that the red-headed bard from the north played wonderful tunes but seemed to be looking for a girl that didn't exist. He flicked the breadcrumbs from the table when his dinner plate was cleared away. You'll be playing more? The maid asked, her dimpled face blushing as she balanced the tray of crockery on her hip. Yeah, sure. Clay managed a wink before he returned to his contemplations. The results of his queries weren't completely fruitless. He had aroused the interest of more than a few young women, gorgeous girls enamored with his eccentric ways and alluring music. The flirtations were heady, and he was planning to act on one of them tonight. He'd met her today by the jetty, a girl full of charm, touching his arm when she spoke, giggling at his every sentence and jouncing her bosom when she laughed outright. Her embroidered peasant top and short white skirt had made a very pretty backdrop for her waves of chestnut hair. If he couldn't distract himself with the likes of her, he needed to visit the local herbalist. He wondered when they opened. Clay drank the last of his beer and stared at the empty glass. Tipping it slightly to the side, it caught the light from a candle, creating sparks of brilliance on the rim. The punters were turning his way, eyebrows up, glasses raised. Their desires were clear, and if he was to do well when he passed the hat, he'd best give them one last round of songs. He put down the glass and finished tuning his guitar. Soon he'd be playing, and that would vanquish the torment from his mind, for a while. It was like shooing away a stray cat, though. As soon as he turned his back, it'd be there again, right beside him. Meow. Rosette was always on his mind, and having to leave Treyon and dig into her past rankled Clay like no previous assignment. Why hadn't he walked that first day? This had been the worst year of his life. He laughed at himself. Who was he kidding? This had been the best year of his life. Besides, he couldn't walk away from Rosette, not then, and certainly not now. Clay was living a paradox that haunted him. Rosette had become his love and his nemesis all in one. He wouldn't dare cross the swordmaster, who insisted on the deception, and he could barely look Rosette in the eye because of it. It was like being trapped between a bear and a lion, and he didn't know how to free himself. He wasn't even sure it was possible, and now here he was, in her hometown, supposedly her hometown, searching out her past and coming up with nothing. Rosette de Santo? Nah. No girl of that name or description, but there are plenty of de Santos further east. Perhaps you are in the wrong seaport? Have you tried Florian? He got the same story every time he asked, except from the girl he met today, the girl on the jetty. Sally. She had told him there had been someone here like he described, until about 6 years ago. She had lived on an estate with her family not far out of town. She matched his description right down to her slender arms, wide eyes, hawk nose, and flowing black hair, but her name was not Rosette. Her name was Kalindi Matosh, and she had been murdered, along with the rest of her family. Tragic, really. Assassins from Corsinon had done it. Never caught, though. Intuitively, he felt it was true and not just a fancy strategy to get his attention, which she definitely wanted. But between the flirts and hints and innuendos, he learned things about Rosette he'd wished he hadn't. It could not be undone now, and it would have to be reported to Lawrence. What he would do with such news, Clay could only imagine. Meanwhile, he twisted alternately between feeling like the betrayer and the betrayed. Clay pushed his chair back and walked towards the stage. He stumbled on the way up. This would be his last gig. He was heading home tomorrow, as soon as Sally was through with him and the hangover eased. He'd sent a message back to Trajan earlier in the day via Claudia, the sword master's peregrine falcon. It unnerved him to call in the bird, but he swallowed hard, donned the red cap and walked out to the very end of the jetty to wait. The smell of fish and salt air had filled his lungs, and the constant barking of sea lions had drowned out all other sounds. He'd pulled on the leather glove, stretched out his arm and closed his eyes until wind had swept across his face. When he'd opened them, the falcon was back winging onto his wrist. The huge talons, seemingly out of proportion to her delicate frame, wrapped around the leather gauntlet. They pinched through the glove and into his flesh. He shivered. "Welcome, beauty. We're friends, remember?" He found it hard to breathe. "It looks like you'll be home long before me after all." The blue-black head tilted at Clay's words. She blinked her eye once, as if to say, "Of course." "Can I give you a message for Lawrence?" At the sound of the sword master's name, Claudia whistled loudly. She fanned the air, extending her wings to reveal creamy white underparts. Clay cringed, holding the message in the palm of his hand, a note tucked into a small leather scroll case. She rolled it over, her razor-sharp beak surprisingly gentle against his skin. When she had it just right, she grabbed it with her talons, looking him straight in the eye. "Okay, gorgeous one. Go home." He launched her with a sudden lift of his arm and watched as she disappeared up into the clouds. One more night's work and he would follow her, back to Trajan and his mysterious girl Rosette. The pastel hues of daybreak washed over Rosette. She sat sipping jasmine flower tea and stirring a small pot of porridge. She ate in silence. Draco's whiskers twitched softly in his sleep where he lay curled like a living pillow in the middle of her bed, his black fur a stark contrast to the red velvet spread. She smiled, catching the dream image of a dusky she-lion giving him a nose touch in the night. Dressing in dark leggings, sword belt and leather bodice, she gazed into the mirror, braiding her hair. She skipped the silver bell charms, weaving in a strand of thin red leather instead. Her thoughts were on the challenge ahead. If she impressed the sword master straight up, she would have a better chance of gaining an apprenticeship. He chose only a handful of initiates each year, and there had to be over 50 students clamoring for the position. They'd been practicing formally all summer, which Rosette had not. The odds weren't good, though she kept her spirits up, her intention clear. "I'm going to get this. I'm really happy I'm going to get this." She took a moment to feel what it would be like to have the apprenticeship with Lawrence and grinned. She looked forward to the physical exercise. It would be a welcome change from quiet meditations, extensive astral research and endless rituals. She put on a necklace of obsidian, for containment, secured her multiple braids in a high horsetail at the back of her head, and kissed the sleeping Draco goodbye. "Wish me luck, my lovely," she whispered, quietly slipping out the door. By noon, the sweat was pouring down her back, her cheeks were flushed and her mouth dry. How silly it was to have worried about impressing Lawrence. The man was nowhere in sight. Even if he had been around, she'd not have made much of a mark on his memory. All her attention was directed towards staying on her feet and avoiding blows from her relentless opponent and his wooden practice sword. He was a fourth-year apprentice, strong, supple and lightning fast, nicknamed Zero, which seemed to equate with the number of times she could actually strike him back. Offense was completely out of the question now. It was all she could do to keep him from cracking her ribs, snapping her arms and sweeping her off her feet. This wasn't training. It was an exercise in sheer survival. It might have been better if she hadn't said, with a boast, that she knew her way around the sword and staff. Zero seemed bent on proving otherwise. Dozens of students had gathered to watch. Didn't they have something better to do with their time? What could possibly be so interesting about a young woman being repeatedly thrashed by a superior opponent? "Break for lunch, Rosette?" Zero suggested as their practice swords thudded together in a rare draw. "You've earned it." The jarring motion reverberated down her aching arm. She looked up at him, squinting to blink the perspiration out of her eyes. "Have I?" "Sure. No one's ever lasted this long on their first day." He had barely worked up a sweat. His breath was only a little uneven, though his smile remained broad. If nothing else, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Lunch would be welcome. Rosette gasped for air as her chest rose and fell. She was beyond trying to conceal her exhaustion and frustration. Thank the goddess it was noon. If she hit the ground once more, she wouldn't bother getting up. They walked together to the canal that skirted the training grounds on its way to the crops and orchards. The fresh water coursed along to all the complexes at Traeon through an ancient system of aqueducts. Some drove a series of water wheels and paddles that generated power, but mostly they were for bathing, heating, and irrigation. Zero nodded for her to drink first. Dropping to her knees, Rosette took a few tentative sips from the clear mountain water, then immersed her entire head in the rapid stream. She kept it under as long as she could, drowning out the sound of laughter around her. The other students had followed them, unwilling to disperse. Lifting her head, hands braced against the smooth granite sides of the trough, she wasn't sure if the last of her breakfast would stay down. Inhaling deeply, she dunked her head again before flinging it up, spray flying through the air from her hair. A mix of sweat and dirt dripped from her shoulders and down her back, making tiny rain dot patterns in the powdery dust. In this state, she cupped her hands delicately in the stream and drank her fill. You seem a little ragged, Rosette de Santo. She spun around. What great timing for the swordmaster to appear. Her knees, which had barely kept her upright, were trembling. She swayed briefly when she stood. He smiled. It's all right, Rosette. Everyone goes through this at the start. You'll find yourself fit and strong in no time, though I did think you would have had more stamina. There it was again, criticism. Or was it a goad? She wondered how long he had been there, how long he had watched. She wanted to disappear, to vanish on the spot. Perhaps she could learn to weave a spell for such a thing. I'll bet Mistress Mara could have taught me that. Too late. She had to face the swordmaster, and she planned to do it with grace and whatever dignity she could gather. Master and Lawrence, I assure you I have more stamina than you can imagine. She had wanted to say just the right words, but these came out before she could bite them back. Not exactly the line she had hoped to deliver. What possessed her to utter such a challenge? Everyone around them went suddenly still. This tête-à-tête was gathering even a larger audience than her activities in the training ring. She ignored their presence and focused on the man in front of her, the man she desperately wanted to train her. So it's my imagination that is in question now? His eyebrows went up, and he folded his arms across his bare chest. Rosette, Zero cut in, it is not appropriate to speak to the swordmaster as if. What's not appropriate is the way you go about this indirect assessment. Rosette snapped her mouth shut, stopping the words before she dug herself in any deeper. And Lawrence did not appear amused. Eat something, Rosette. Rest. I'll train with you myself at second call. We'll test both our imaginations then, shall we? And Lawrence nodded to Zero, and gave Rosette a fleeting smile before walking away. Rosette stared at his back. No one was laughing now. Most of the glances she caught out of the corner of her eye had the flavor of pity in them. Her fellow students seemed to feel sympathy for her bad luck at having to match wits and skills with the swordmaster so soon. Well, bring it on. Second call was 2 hours away and she would have recovered by then. Filling her water bag, she watched the stream rush past her submerged hand. It tickled her fingers, cool and soothing against the bruised skin and bones. Pushing in the cork and shaking her hands dry, she took off her boots, freeing her aching feet. Her stomach growled. Slinging her water bag and boots over her shoulder, she replaced her practice sword on the rack and grabbed some bread, dried meat, and fruit from the long table. It had been set out for the students to eat, converse and refresh themselves, but Rosette had no desire to join in. The last thing she wanted was to sit with others and chat or, worse yet, endure an equally confronting silence. She didn't have the energy. Only one place called to her and she headed there as fast as her tired legs could carry her. Down the path and over a short rise, she made her way to where the fruit trees grew. If she could rejuvenate anywhere, it was there, in the orchard. Rosette strolled under rows of apple trees, feeling nothing but the gentle autumn breeze on her damp skin and the easy give of the grass beneath bare feet. Tossing her boots to the ground, she sat cross-legged in the shade of the largest. Stories were told of how this tree had arrived as a seed in the belly of a strange bird, perhaps from the lost southern continent. Dormant in the summer and lush with fruit in the spring, it certainly had its seasons back to front. Now and then, random blooms drifted down, a rain of pink and white petals. Breathing in their scent, she reveled in the combination of apple buds, greenwood and freshly cut grass. Heavenly. This was one of her favorite sanctuaries. It always rejuvenated her. Draco? Lunch with me in the orchard? You sound tired. I am. I'll come. Unwrapping the bread and meat, she took a long drink from her water bag. She was famished. Eyeing the sandwich after the first bite of sourdough and dried beef, she scanned the ground near the base of the tree, spotting fresh watercress. She plucked a few sprigs to add to her meal. Delicious. While munching, she looked out between the near bare branches of the other fruit trees to the distant horizon. The view to the south seemed so far away. The sky rushed down to meet the hills in a bright and cloudless cornflower blue. It was still, like a painting, peaceful and calm. She knew it was anything but. That was where she had come from, the south. An agitated place, etched by the fierce and pounding Azul Sea, it was less than welcoming to her thoughts. The people of that land were as tough and harsh as the storms that shaped them, and anything unique was shunned in their urge to conform and survive. Levitica had swallowed her family whole. She never wanted to go there again. Then her thoughts turned to Jared. Was he still hunting in the forests, stripping off to swim in the protected coves, fishing from the jetty? Would he be working full-time for his father, shoeing horses and making wrought iron gates? He'd been a skilled blacksmith at 17 and his family would have pressured him to stay. Or would he have been accepted into Montava University to study the healing arts? That's where his deeper talent lay. Rosette wished he was here now to heal her. She missed him fiercely still, though she seldom indulged in the memories anymore. Dreaming of him again? Rosette looked up to see Draco pacing towards her, a limp brown rabbit in his mouth. You brought your own lunch, I see. And you look like you let the opponent win. I did. Any particular reason? Yeah. He was superior. Draco lay down in the shade near her and tackled his lunch. You'll improve. I'm glad you think so. She ruffed his neck and turned to the east. There the Prieta Mountains jutted up like dragon's teeth, sheer, majestic, treacherous. The sky was not so blue in that direction, more a cool mauve. It wasn't the softest of views, yet it offered inspiration. She thought she must be less like the sea, more like the mountains, less thrashing, more impervious. When she had finished eating, she meditated on those distant peaks, allowing the breeze and the sky and the blossoms and the sun to flow in and out of her with each breath. She let the magnitude of Gaela instill her with strength. Soon she felt ready to face in Lawrence, and for once she wasn't thinking of impressing him. She was thinking of how she might survive his instruction when they sparred. The sword master was like those mountains to the east, magnificent, imposing, untouchable. She knew she had no chance, physically, against him with a sword. That wasn't the question, or the point. She would have to use her wits to avoid being hammered, and he would see if she could be even for a moment. She was there to learn and he to instruct. Perhaps if she did it subtly enough, she could augment her skills with a little help from the elementals? Risky, isn't it, Maudy? A bit. It was taboo to boost with magic during training. People got hurt that way. It was taught to journeymen only after years of preparation. Rosette had learned it from Makore, for summers ago, and she'd been sorely tempted to use the technique when sparring with Zero. She'd resisted. You coming to watch, Dre? She asks me to stay clear of her grounds. She? The one who hides. And you obey? Of course. Rosette laughed and kissed the top of his head. Good luck, Maudy. I'll need it. How much more of this can I take? Apparently much more. Standing face to face, wooden swords gripped high above their heads in both hands, Rosette readied for attack. She had no intention of being intimidated. None. This was their fourth and final sparring round. So far, after drilling her in a set of basic forms for over an hour, and Lawrence had dropped and pinned her within seconds, 3 times running. If she didn't use some magic soon, she would have no face to save. Rosette sprang. Lunging forward with her right leg, she dipped her sword in a flash and swung a wide arc towards the left side of the swordmaster's chest. Too wide. Too slow. He countered effortlessly with a downward block. She swung again, this time to his right shoulder. Blocked again. With each attack, she became more frustrated, swinging harder, wilder. Suddenly he turned his sword, flat of the blade towards her chest, and propelled her backwards off her feet. She felt it coming, that extra push. There was magic in it, not just brute force. Was he taunting her? Two could play that game. Rosette let the momentum of his force drive her backwards. She tucked her chin, curled like a pillbug and hit the ground in a somersault. She was on her feet in an instant, blade fixed towards his heart as he bounded forward. Well done, he said, loud enough for the gathered audience to hear. Every sword student in Treeon, and more than a few teachers, had assembled to watch. Rosette ignored the cheers and stayed focused. I'm nowhere near done, came her grating reply. Peripherally she could see initiates jostling around the dusty ring, stretching this way and that for a better view. If they wanted a show, she'd give them one. She gathered her energy and drove forward with a low, crouching sweep. It did not catch him unawares. He leapt over her blade as she cut through the air, projecting energy from her center, up her arms and down the wooden blade. The weapon was a sluggish conductor, yet she managed to knock him back as she blocked his next thrust. Pressing her minute advantage, she cracked her blade into his ribs, energy and all. First strike. No good. His blade was there to meet hers before she touched his flesh. Inches from each other, they locked eyes. She felt the rise and fall of his chest, dusky scents mingling as her breath matched his. All her might was pressed against him, and he blocked it with ease, and something else as well. He drank the energy in. He drank her in. She could feel it. Her heart pounded and her breath tore the air with ragged gasps. He pulled her to him before she could boost again and her wooden sword fell to the ground. His hands tightened around her wrists. Pressed against his neck, she could taste his salty skin. She didn't know whose sweat dripped down her cheek, his or hers. The grip tightened further. She winced as her bangles dug into her flesh. "You're not to boost with magic, Rosette," he whispered into the dampness of her hair. His lips moved slowly as the words formed against the curve of her ear. "This is not practiced in the arena. Not yet. You used it first," she said, tempted to bite. She let her teeth rest against his pulsing jugular. "I felt it." "Did you?" Beneath the bravado, Rosette sensed the tiniest hint of surprise. Then she knew. He was shielding his mind, holding something from her. He had not expected her to feel his magic. This could give her an advantage. Too late. While she speculated, the sword master arched his back, lifted his arms and flipped her to the ground. As she hit, the air in her lungs rushed out and his knee came down hard on her hip. He pinned her arms above her head. "Would you say that I have you now, Rosette de Santo, for the fourth time?" And Lawrence dropped his face to her cheek, the roughness of his stubble brushing away the dust and sweat as he spoke. "No, I would not." Rosette went for one last move. She let her entire body go limp as her lungs silently filled with air. He shifted the weight off her hip and she twisted like a cat inside its skin. Calling on a colossal boost of magic centered in her spine, she sent energy to her legs, tucking them to her belly, flipping over and pulling the sword master with her. Now his head was between her legs, his arms, for a millisecond, pressed into the powdery ground on either side of her thighs. Not exactly the position she had in mind, but a small point nonetheless. She had him flat on his back. Not quite yet. She could sense the stunned aura of the gathering. It would have been better if she had sensed his next move. His energy came from nowhere, no sign of a build-up, just total release. She was on her back in an instant with the sword master astride her hips, the weight of his pelvis against hers. He had her arms bound across her breasts and sweat fell from his forehead onto her throat. "You win, of course," she said as she shielded her mind. She started to gather energy like a tornado draws in the sky. A quizzical look came over his face for such a brief moment she wasn't sure if it had been there at all. Suddenly he was on his feet, pulling her up from the ground. "That'll do, Rosette. And well done. My imagination has been whetted, I'll admit. Where did you learn those moves?" he asked. "From my brothers," she answered, catching herself before she talked of Makore or Jared. "Brothers? Did they train at Bangish Temple?" Rosette stumbled. "They work on their own, mostly." She shielded her mind tighter. Not every sword master had formal training in a temple or even belonged to a coven larger than one or two. It was plausible. "You're lucky you had them." He smiled, taking in her bedraggled look. "And where did you learn that magic?" "It's not Nell's," he asked telepathically. She didn't reply. "Rosette?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Here and there." He looked at her, his expression impenetrable. "Indeed. We're done for the day. Go to the baths now, and see the healer. I'm fine." She glared at him, daring him to contradict her. And Lawrence shook his head from side to side. "You're cut, bruised, and bleeding. Do as I say, and please stop questioning my every direction, it's getting tedious." "Yes, Swordmaster." Rosette gave him a brief bow, then picked up her weapon, brushed the dust off the hilt and headed towards the baths. The crowd made way before her, whispering things she did not bother to hear. She lifted her head, her shoulders back, stilling her mind even as her legs quivered beneath her. She just had to get to the baths without them giving out, then she could let go. For the next month, the routine did not change. Rosette trained with Zero and sparred with the initiates until noon, then did forms with a full class of apprentices under the guidance of several other senior instructors. Sometimes, in the last hour, the sword master would come and watch, making a comment or an adjustment here and there. He rarely looked her way or seemed to notice her progress. Until today. She had done her forms at the back row of the class with 2 other initiates and was sitting on her heels in meditation. When the gong sounded, she stirred, rising to head for a welcome soak in the pools. The sun was dropping towards the horizon and already the air was turning cold. "How are you finding the training, Rosette?" And Lawrence stood in front of her, blocking her way. "I'm progressing." She tilted her head up to look him in the eyes. "But you already know that. Take a beating today?" She glanced at her arms. Bruised patches and grazes were mixed with dust and sweat. "I'm okay." "Of course you are." She continued to match his gaze. He clearly had more on his mind than bantering with her. Rosette lifted her eyebrows, inquiring. "You'll have supper at my lodge tonight." "I will?" And Lawrence glared at her. "I will. At sunset." "Thank you." She bowed. He nodded and moved on. Why in the world does he want me to join him for supper? Elation flooded her mind as she hurried to her cottage. This has to be good news about the apprenticeship. Excited as she was, her body protested. Every bone, every muscle, vein and tendon ached. Her legs wobbled with the effort of climbing the 3 little steps to her cottage door, turning the brass knob and stepping inside. How would she ever be able to lift her sword tomorrow? But she had thought that every night, and every morning she managed. It was getting easier, and she was getting stronger, bit by bit. "Who hurt you this time?" Rosette looked down at the welts, scrapes, and bruises rising on her arms and legs that glistened with the healer's ointment. "No one hurt me really. It's all part of the training." The large feline stared at her unblinking. "I will crush them for you." Draco's tone was calm, matter-of-fact. "That won't be necessary, but thanks." She smiled as his purr rumbled through the cottage. "Training with the sword is very rough." "Will you rest now?" "I'm to go back up and see the swordmaster for supper." "Why?" "Hopefully, he wants to tell me that although I am ruthlessly beaten to a pulp daily, he thinks I am apprentice material." "Will he?" She shrugged. "I don't know. What do the planets say?" "Good question." "I've been under Saturn transits all year, of course, so hard work and slow progress is natural right now. But Jupiter approaches my Mars opposition Venus and squares the south lunar node. Say it in a way that makes sense to me? I get the feeling of adventure, expansion and something to do with the past or someone from the past. Jupiter is honored by being open to new possibilities, and in return he expands the mind through higher learning, the body through travel and the spirit through deeper meditation and magic. Sounds like we are going on a trip to meet an old friend. Or being offered an apprenticeship with the swordmaster. I'd like a trip. She laughed and brushed her hair, wondering what supper with the swordmaster would be like. They certainly hadn't struck an even stride with each other yet. What would they talk about? "I will come too. Only if you like, Dre. It'll be a quick bite and either good news, or a lecture about using magic during training." "You did?" "Not today. That's why I'm so beat up." Draco picked up a paw and licked it. "I'll come anyway." "Are you sure?" "She says I may." Rosette shot him a look. "His familiar?" "Her name is Scylla." "I can't wait to see this." Chapter 9. Draco sat statue still beside Rosette, a formidable companion. His black tufted ear and long whiskers brushed the top of her thigh as she knocked lightly on the swordmaster's door. Her hand dropped to the top of his head. "I'm glad you're here." "Me too, Mouty." Slipping off her boots, she let her toes dig into the fine, plush mat and knocked again, this time a little louder. "Enter," the swordmaster called. Rosette straightened her shoulders, wincing slightly as she turned the knob. She stepped over the threshold, Draco by her side. "Close the door behind you," and Lawrence said without looking up from the hearth. When the latch clicked, he turned around, staring at Draco. "This'll be interesting. You didn't say not to." Before she could finish, a warning hiss came from the rafters, answered immediately by Draco's throaty growl. "It's her. It's Scylla," Draco boomed into Rosette's mind. "Oh boy," she whispered, following his gaze up to the ceiling. "Maybe I should have asked first." Smaller than Draco, this temple cat, if that was what she was, had long buff-colored hair and a bobbed tail. Her ears had tufted tips that looked like black feathers and her paws were huge and shaggy. She hissed like a viper and sprang to the ground in front of them, hackles up. "Steady, Scylla," and Lawrence said, putting his hand out in front of her face. The bristling feline moved her head to the side to see around his fingers and hissed again. "These are invited guests." He stroked her hackles down only to have them shoot back up. May I present my familiar, Scylla from the South Tuscan Cliffs. He turned and spoke in a formal tone. Scylla, this is Draco of Demarca and his mistress Rosette of whom I have spoken. They're welcome company. He emphasized the last two words, and slowly her stance relaxed and her hackles went down. The nape of her neck seemed much smaller now, almost delicate. She's beautiful, Draco crooned. That she is. I'd watch the temper, though, if I were you. Pleased to meet you, Scylla, Rosette smiled. I heard you had a familiar, sword master, though I've never seen her. Draco has sent her messages but says she almost never replies. She keeps to herself. She keeps to me. I know what that's like. He waved Rosette to the large oak dining table. Hungry, Dot. Very. Draco replied loudly in her mind, although he did not look at the table, or even sniff towards the hearth. He was all but inhaling Scylla. They cautiously sniffed each other from a safe distance. Don't even think about it, Rosette replied aloud. Pardon? And Lawrence frowned at her. Sorry. What did you say? I was asking if you were hungry. She had been famished, but now that she sat at the sword master's table, she didn't know if she could eat. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. The smell of supper, the intimacy of his lodge, the warmth of the fire and the glow of the candles all conspired to mellow her senses. What she really wanted was to hear that she'd secured an apprenticeship and then go home, close her eyes and fall asleep. She didn't answer. You're exhausted, he said. I'm fine. I can't get through your mind shield anymore. Good work, but I know how to add up. She looked at him blankly. You've been thrashed every day for a month in the arena. He raised his hand to keep her from interrupting. When you aren't being battered, you're boosting your energy force like a warrior. Forbidden at this stage, of course, but well executed. You've been watching? I'm always watching, Rosette. He rubbed his chin. The point is, boosting is hard work. Drains the resources. You're also fatigued with a sense of culpability. Do I have to remind you why we don't want apprentices using magic on the practice field? Apprentices? Her heart lifted until she saw the expression on his face. This was a scolding, not an award. She folded her hands in her lap and looked down at them, responding by rote. Initiates and apprentices do not boost because it is dangerous to themselves and to others. We don't have the control or the experience to execute that caliber of magic whilst wielding a weapon. So you do know the rule. I know it. And can you admit to me you could use some healing? I've had ointment from the healer, Dot. That wasn't what I asked. She exhaled. A healing would be appreciated, thank you. Either that or a long, belated holiday. Not so bull-headed as I thought, he mumbled under his breath. Excuse me? It's just a healing, Rosette, not a challenge. I want you at your peak tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? He didn't answer. Scylla jumped back up to her perch in the rafters, seemingly uninterested in what was happening at the table. She did, however, give a little purr as she leapt. An invitation? It must have been, the way Draco sprang after her. First the exhaustion, the swordmaster continued. We need to get rid of that. Do your best. She laughed, but it sounded nervous to her ears. And Lawrence stood behind her chair and tingles shot up her spine. He reached out with both hands, letting them hover above her shoulders, moving them slowly down to her elbows, her forearms, and over her long slender fingers. Waves of energy coursed through her and though he never touched her body, she felt instantly revitalized. That's good. Now the wounds, he said. Rosette had no idea how much time passed. She opened her eyes to see in Lawrence slicing bread at a high table near the fire. He must have lit more candles, as the room seemed brighter now. You're back, he said. I feel. Yes? I feel totally refreshed. That was the goal. The proximity to him, the resonance of his voice and the crackle of the fire, the flickering candles and the smell of food made her senses quiver. Energy surged through her body as she watched his movements, his presence, his mindfulness of her. It felt wonderful. He felt wonderful, only one thing seemed not quite right. It was a niggling thought, a perturbing sliver in her mind. In all this rush of energy and power, she could tell he withheld something. Maybe it was a plan or an intention. Maybe he had a hard-on for her and didn't want her to know. Maybe not. All she knew for sure was that he kept a secret. It reminded her of the way she felt around Clay. Thank you, Swordmaster. My pleasure, Rosette, that's some nasty bruising around your shoulders. Zero, she said and pressed her lips together. Fast, isn't he? Like a striking snake. Tomorrow, I'm going to teach you how to outmaneuver him. Tomorrow? He nodded as he placed the steaming bread and a plate of butter on the table. She frowned. How could she learn that in only one day? You're very receptive, he said. Was he kidding? With his touch, who wouldn't be? Thank you, she said around a mouthful of hot bread. Is there honey? She was starting to think of him sexually and wondered if he felt the same. Forget it. You're here for something else. The reply from her familiar came like a blunt arrow, jarring her out of the fantasy. Draco, I was just. The sword master has news. You have to pay attention. Do you have a direct line to him now, Dot? Scylla speaks with me. I like her. That's nice, Dre. Keep her talking. A link to the sword master's thoughts via his familiar would certainly be handy. She paused. Unless it went both ways. She's not asking about me, is she? I think you'll like this, and Lawrence said before she heard an answer. He carried 2 bowls filled to the brim and trailing a spicy scent that made her mouth water. As the aroma drifted over the table, her body turned to follow. What is that? Avanchuk, spiced bean curd cooked with fruit, chile, pine nuts, and wild rice. Old family recipe. You come from the Prieta range? She knew he didn't, but she asked anyway. Their dishes were known to be as exotic as their lifestyle. Those remaining nomadic tribes were fascinating, a people scattered throughout the region, holding to the old ways and the old gods. He shook his head, as she had expected. Where, then? Beyond Corsonon. Rosette had no idea what was beyond Corsonon. Where? To the east. She frowned. Is it a secret? You'd know. Pardon me, master? Rosette stared into his eyes. I think you know what I mean. I'm sure I do not. Eat up. We have much to talk about. He placed 2 other bowls near the hearth and looked up at the rafters. Scylla, bring your new friend down, he said aloud. I've saved some raw meat and bones. The temple cats were on the floor, pacing towards him before he'd finished his sentence. They toasted, dining in silence. It was not a tension waiting to break, but a curious expectation. Rosette closed her eyes with every bite and exhaled slowly. The food was divine. More? He offered, as her wooden spoon scraped the bottom of the bowl. A touch, she smiled. Please. A touch it is, he said, returning to the kitchen. Is he flirting with me? His voice altered when he sat down, direct, stern. Rosette, you've been moved into my school for a reason. Definitely not flirting. A reason? She asked, slipping another spoonful into her mouth. She didn't close her eyes this time. She fixed them on him. Could this be it? The apprenticeship? We have something very specific in mind. Her face fell. We? The High Priestess and I. We've selected you to perform a certain task. We thought there'd be more time to prepare, but it turns out there isn't. Rosette stopped eating and put down her spoon. What kind of task? I can't say yet, only that it involves crossing Los Loma undetected. This time of year? It'll be chilly. Chilly? Are you insane? It's solid ice and blizzards up there. I won't pretend there are no risks in the travel, let alone the rest of the assignment. What rest? An exchange, if things go to plan. And if they don't go to plan? There'll be fighting. He reached for the flagon of wine and refilled their glasses. She lifted hers, but did not take a sip. I'm hardly ready for such an assignment. I know, Dot. Rosette glared at him before taking a long swig. Then why do you want me? She asked, placing her empty glass down on the table. Partly because of your ability to shield your thoughts and use your magic undetected, and partly because you're not without other inherent skills, though I still can't work out why, unless it's in your blood. Is your mother a witch? No, she lied. What about your father or grandparents? Rosette laughed at the thought. Hardly. Curious. But either way, by the next moon, your sword skills will be tenfold. She had a pretty good idea how many hours, days, months, and years it would take to make that true. You're saying I've only a matter of weeks to prepare for this adventure? A little less. Rosette turned to stare out the front window. All she could see was his reflection, watching her like a bird of prey, golden in the fire's glow. Sounds exciting, Draco chimed in. Draco's coming. It wasn't a query. I'll be there. He's not an idiot. Of course your familiar will accompany you. And? She raised both eyebrows. Who else? He looked away. You aren't telling me that's it, are you? Me, Draco, and the mountain of Los Loma? Midwinter? And Lawrence took a long drink before answering. You'll be traveling with me. And Scylla, Draco added. It was a smug, happy cat sound he made in her head. She glanced up to the rafters and saw Draco licking his lips. Scylla hissed, then chortled, then hissed again. Terrific. Sounds real fun, she said under her breath. She lowered her eyes and stared at her bowl. There wasn't much left, but she suddenly felt full. How long will we be away? I can't say. Will we be on foot or horseback? Haven't decided. Why are we? The sword master cut her off with a wave of his hand. I can't tell you anything else about the journey, Rosette de Santo. Stop asking. What can you tell me, Dot? Nothing, except that it will involve stealth and deception, and you'll need to be fit. Very fit. How do you go in the cold? I hate it. We'll get you a new sheepskin coat. Thanks. She was silent for a moment. Can I just ask one other thing? He crossed his arms in front of his chest and ripples of fear ran down her spine. My apologies, Swordmaster. She bowed her head. No more questions. Well, no more allowed, anyway. He couldn't control what bounced around in her mind. What could he possibly be up to? Los Loma offered no easy crossing, and though she had never been near the summit, she had some knowledge of what might be found on the other side, the greater mountains of Prieta. One didn't go there without a good reason. Kreshkali had a stronghold underground, or so she'd heard. Just the four of us? She asked, her voice seeming thin and high to her own ears. She didn't want to anger him further, but if she was going to risk her life, she had a right to know. Shaking his head with a half grin, and Lawrence replied, That's all for tonight, Rosette. Go and rest. We'll begin training at dawn. I want you fighting fit in 2 weeks. I thought I had 3. 2. We need the final week for something else. She pushed back from the table. Summoning her courage, she spoke again, Please tell me this means I'm in line for apprenticeship? He looked her up and down. It's being considered. She nodded. Getting ready in 2 weeks, that's going to take some magic. Yes, it is. I thought that was taboo, especially for an unassigned initiate, she probed, emphasizing the last 2 words as she cleared her place. I plan on using what's necessary, and so will you. Go get some rest, and take your familiar with you. Rosette looked up to the rafters. Scylla had her companion backed into a corner, though she was purring like a waterfall. She likes me, Draco sent. Are you sure? Rosette asked, smiling. It's unnerving. How peculiar does this feel? I don't know what she's up to. It's like that, Dre, it's like that. What's like that? The sword master queried. She shook her head and nodded towards the ceiling. Just something between them. Draco jumped lightly to the stone floor and stretched before the swordmaster. Rosette was surprised. She didn't remember him showing such respect to anyone else besides Nell, no matter what their standing in the human order of things. And Lawrence seemed momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and Rosette suspected he'd gotten a message from Scylla, who still hovered amongst the rafters overhead, watching. The sword master roughed Draco's neck. Some of us will get along, it seems, he said, and showed them to the door. Nell communicated with the Watcher whenever she felt the need. She used whichever portal was nearest, and today it was in the ruins of Temple Demarca, half a day's walk from her cottage, less as the crow flies. All she had to do to link with the Watcher was to touch the field of energy, an undulating electromagnetic pulse that was obvious to any witch of her caliber. She could go there physically, in her body, or simply through the astral space in meditation. Either way, the Watcher's voice bypassed her empirical senses, communicating on a subcellular level. That is, when it chose to communicate at all. She called it the Sphinx, a being, or composite of beings, who answered her questions with a complexity of riddles, more cryptic than clear. Still she would ask, when the need drove her, though she was never certain of the information or how to interpret it. This time, her mind was reeling from the paradoxes. The Watcher, on the other hand, seemed to think it a game. It snorted at her request. You find this humorous, Great Sphinx? You must appreciate the audacity of your request, Nell. Is it audacious to want to preserve life in the many worlds? By the means that you suggest, it is. I can't have you playing with time. Too messy. She frowned. What was the Sphinx on about? If time was an illusion, what was so tricky about manipulating it to her ends? She tried again. I realize time's not what one normally tampers with, but under the circumstances I don't know what else to do. The Sphinx didn't respond, usually a sign that she'd missed something obvious in a previous statement. She searched her mind, coming up blank. You aren't going to help? She asked after a prolonged silence, suspecting the Sphinx had gone. The strength of the reply startled her. I'm not going to alter time to suit your needs. Think of something else, Nelayan Pari. I've tried. There isn't anything else. The Sphinx laughed, a deep belly laugh that rippled through her skin. Are you sure? Nell clenched her jaw. No, I'm not sure. That's why I am here, asking for your help. More chuckling. Nell crossed her arms, resisting the temptation to tap her foot. The chuckling stopped and the Sphinx made a sound much like throat clearing. Have you thought of the future? The communication was soft, seductive. Of course I've thought about the future. That's all I'm thinking about, day and night. Not like that, Nell. What do you mean? Have you thought about how the future can change the past, without worrying time at all? She let her arms drop to her sides. You've lost me, Sphinx. Think of it this way, if you go back to the past, it becomes your future, does it not? She considered for a moment. I suppose. She looked up. Are you talking about reversed causation? The Sphinx clicked, an impatient sound. What is it about being in a physical body that keeps you holding to the notion that causation has direction, either forward or back? Nell curled her lip. Perhaps it has to do with aging. Have you heard of it? The process of being born, growing up and dying? Sequential timelines, sunrise, sunset, and the predictable path of the planets are also a hint. Everything else we learn from nature. She let her voice trail off, realizing suddenly that she sounded like a narrow-minded cleric. Nell took a breath. Time's not directional? Is that what you're telling me? Warmer. Not forward or backward. Correct. Consider the shape of a spiral. Nell let that sink in, though her mind remained murky. I don't get it. Consider this metaphor, Nelayan. Causation is like dropping a stone into a pool. You mean ripples? Yes, waves and ripples, if you must think in such horizontal dimensions. Ripples, Nell repeated. I still don't understand. She felt a flick, like the closing of a book, before the ground dropped out from under her feet. In a split second, she was standing on a wooden bridge. It arched over a flowing river, the water below blue. Everglades spread out into the distance as far as she could see, and water lilies and willows hugged the shore on either side. Look down, said the watcher. He stood next to her, a man of medium height with sandy hair and dark eyes. He wore muslin fisherman's pants and a pale orange cotton shirt, the tails wafting in the breeze. Prayer beads hung around his neck. His hands were folded in front of him. Sphinx? The man raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? She looked him up and down. I like to try on different things, don't you? She shrugged. Look down, he said again. Nell stepped closer to the rail and leaned over. She gazed at the ripples of water under the bridge. They were like little waves that constantly branched off, interfering with each other to form yet another wave and another. Now look out there. The watcher lifted his arm, opening it out towards the Everglades. Nell followed the ripples as they multiplied for as far as the eye could see. The watcher smiled and touched her shoulder, guiding her to the other side of the bridge. There she saw the same thing, endless ripples of waves, and arched bridges, all heading out into the distance, leading to and from the water lilies and willows, path after path after path. Where would you like to stand? She looked at the Sphinx. I can choose? You choose every time you draw in a breath, every time you exhale. He took a stone from his pocket and dropped it over the edge. When it hit the surface, waves flowed out from the impact point. They expanded towards each shore, upstream and downstream, an ever-increasing circumference, interfering with the ripples of the currents, creating more and more little waves. Sphinx, are you saying there is something I can do in the future that will alter what has happened in the past? If I do something on one shore, it will change another. You could construct it in those terms, but I'm suggesting you stop thinking of past and future as if they were two different things. It's all one river, one shore, one mind, one spiral, when you focus on it. And when I don't focus on it? Then it is infinite ripples of possibility, each with a potential destiny of its own. Again he opened his arm out towards the flow of water until it blurred into the horizon. But what if, she felt the tactile sensation of his departure. I'll leave you to contemplate. His voice trailed off, and he was gone. That's it? That's all you have to say? Nell looked down at the water. She thought for a second it was laughing at her. Enigmatic watchers, she mumbled. Just what I don't need, another metaphysical puzzle. She wandered over the bridges for the rest of the day, dropping stones into the water and watching the ripples flow. Just before she dropped a particularly lovely greenstone over the edge, she straightened, slipping it into her pocket instead. Bingo! She shapeshifted into a red-tailed kite and caught a thermal. With one last look below, the ripples still clear with her raptor vision, she shot off towards the horizon, hoping that her cottage in Demarca wasn't far off. The three sisters had been restless all day, scolding and flapping and cawing. They'd be quiet for a moment, composing themselves in a stately row, then suddenly the commotion would start all over again, flap, squawk, raucous. When the slanting light angled through the garden, turning red roses golden, they flew to the highest pine, watching all directions like weather vanes. When will you settle? She asked. Someone comes. Someone tall, long legs. Are you talking about a heron or a person? They squawked and flapped but didn't answer. She tapped the window pane. If someone's approaching, why not fly out to meet them instead of sitting here all day and driving me nuts? I honestly don't detect a threat. The middle raven tilted her head to stare into the cottage, then took flight, followed by the other two. Finally, some peace. Person, Nelion. Long legs person. How far off? Long legs has a long walk. She squared her shoulders and put the kettle on. Nell sipped her tea and studied the chart before her. The eclipse would be on Saturn in less than 3 days. She never felt comfortable in the shadow of an eclipse, and this one seemed particularly potent. It could coincide with a realization, a disclosure, and a choice to make. With Mars at a 90-degree square to the lunar nodes and the cardinal sign of the Ram, things would happen fast. Quite likely, there would be an uninvited guest. Nothing my ravens didn't tell me. She looked up at Motsi draped over the rafters. Be mindful, my beauty. Someone's coming, but I can't say who. The snake flicked his tongue in her direction, uncoiling to meet her eye to eye. Ally? I hope so, Maz. Could use one about now. The fire had burned low when she heard the three sisters return and the gate latch click. Booted feet stepped confidently up the path, a purposeful walk, a man's walk, long legs, indeed. Motsi coiled about the rafter in front of the door, tongue scenting. Nell washed her cup in the sink and set it carefully on the rack. She picked up her staff that leaned against the wall. Motsi followed, but Nell held out a hand to stop him. Let's see who it is first, shall we? The knock startled them, though they knew it was coming. Nelion Paris? A young man's voice called out. Rosette? Who's there? Nell asked. She ran her thumb over the carvings etched into her staff. It's Jared. The hairs on the back of her neck rose. Say again? Jared Kosika, I'm a friend of Rosette's. I've come from Levitica. I have news. Nell opened the door to a tall man with broad shoulders and a wry smile. He swept off his hat, revealing a mass of dark curls, and bowed, his eyes never leaving hers, his grin beaming. Jared Kosika, ready to serve. After a moment his gaze shot past her and into the cottage, searching. Nell restrained a smile. Rosette said you were short. She tilted her head to take in his full height. I grew. So you did. She clasped his hands affectionately. What took you so long? Long? 6 years is quite a long time to be away, don't you think? It's only 6 days by clipper from Levitica. What did you do with the other 2,000? I thought, he stumbled over his words. Nell laughed, long and deep. Get in here, lad. He slid his pack from his shoulders as he stepped through the doorway. Where's Rosette? Is she? Whoa. What's that? Jared stepped back as Mosaic uncoiled to hang right in front of his face, scenting him with his flickering red tongue. It's all right, Motsi. He's a friend of Rosette's. Jared backed up, bumping into the door behind him. That's Motsi, Nell answered him as she rummaged through her pantry, bringing out food and clean cups. Come in. He won't bite you, now that you've been introduced. Take off your boots and hang up your coat. She laughed at the expression on his face. I was about to eat. You hungry? Jared swallowed as he inched around the python. Thanks. I'm starved. He unlaced his boots and put them by the door, taking in the row of footwear and stack of swords and bows. Rosette isn't here, is she? She's been training at Tre-Eon Temple for almost a year. He crossed the room, pulled out a chair, and sat near the fire, warming his hands. Nell cleared her books and charts away and set out a plate of bread, butter, and soft cheese. Start on that. She pointed to the food. Thanks, Nell, he said, reaching for a thick slice of bread. I didn't come sooner because I'd promised I wouldn't. We'd agreed it'd be too risky. She told me. She did? Jared smiled. Nell swung the cast iron pot over the coals and prodded them with an iron rod. Tell me, Jared, why'd you risk it now? He swallowed before answering, sipping the cup of mulled wine she offered. Because until last week, the deception was working. The entire Matosh family was believed dead, the youngest daughter included. I wanted to write to Rosette, to let her know it was safe, to see if I could visit, but I kept my promise. I protected her with silence, just in case someone was still watching. Then, last week, a bard came to the bay. I never discovered where he was from. He played at the pubs and asked a lot of questions. What kinds of questions? He was looking for the DeSanto family, particularly the parents of a woman in her early 20s named Rosette, who'd grown up on an estate near Levitica. He let it be known that he was courting her and wanted to meet the family, to surprise them. Of course, no one knew of her and said so. But people started talking about it and the Matosh murders came up. I don't know what he was told. The bard disappeared before I could confront him. And did you learn the name of this bard? Jared shook his head. No, but he was young, had shocking red hair and was a remarkable guitarist, clearly temple trained. Sounds to me like Rosette has herself a beau. I wonder how much she told him. Too much, I think, Jared scowled. Jealous? Hardly. Jared took another sip of wine. I'm concerned, is all. It doesn't add up. Why not? Rosette would naturally attract. Not that. He tapped his fingers on his lips. Of course she would attract anyone she wanted. So? The bard had a very interesting companion. Companion? A familiar, perhaps, but I don't think it was his. What was it? A raptor. I saw him give it a message. Nell frowned. Did you see where it went? North. It disappeared into the clouds above Mount Jacker. A falcon? Peregrine. Nell poured more wine. Either our Rosette indeed has herself a suitor, or things haven't blown over after all. Jared shot her a glance. I was hoping you might elucidate on the thing's aspect. Just what is it, Nell, that hasn't blown over yet? Is Rosette in danger? She looked him up and down, thinking that perhaps this could be a past her future might change. It wasn't Janare Matosh they were after when the Corsinan assassins murdered him and his family. It wasn't? No. Who, then? They were after Rosette. Jared stopped chewing. What for? There are beings on this world, and others, hunting for something. Jared put down his fork and wiped his mouth. What are you talking about, Nell? His eyes narrowed. She's just a young Gaelian witch. What things could she have that someone on this world, or any other, would kill for, what? She has a spell. What kind of a spell? Nell closed her eyes. The hidden kind. Many are searching for it, would give, or take, anything to find it. Anyone in particular? The High Priestess of Traeon, for one. Does Rosette know she's got it? No. What? She thinks it's some traveling charm? And you let her go to Traeon with it? Sometimes the safest place is right under the adversary's nose. But if they know she's a Matosh, if they link her to the murders, they may have suspicions I hadn't counted on. Makee will stop at nothing to get the spell back. Back? She had a glimpse of it once. It left quite an impression. Why? What does it do? It's a power spell. Great power. If Makee should ever get hold of it, she'd doubtless try to reclaim the temples to the east and extend the influence of Traeon across the whole of Gaela. That would mean war again. That's not the half of it. What else? Nell hesitated. Could she reveal it? She knew that Rosette had trusted Jared utterly. If he was to help her now, he needed to be at least semi-informed. The spell contains knowledge from another world. It can protect the portals that lead to other dimensions, other realms, to keep them intact, unpolluted. It holds the secret to the many worlds' survival. Oh, Jared, there is so much to it that you would never grasp. Even I'm still learning what it can do. It's the key to this universe. Do you have any idea what that could mean in the wrong hands? In any hands? He pressed his fingers together. Yes, Nell. I do. Jared sat in profound silence as Nell stared at him, her eyes like a hawk. What do you mean, you do? She asked. How could you comprehend what I just said? Because I know Pasillo better than anyone alive, he whispered back. Nell pulled the chair out from across the table and sat, her hands shaking. She took a deep breath. I'm listening. I have a few questions first. What name do you go by? My name? With the Matosh family gone, I had a demon's time tracking you down. Rosette told me you were Nell, the Demarchian witch, but no one could tell me more. I'd like to hear the whole thing, if it's not a secret. It's no secret to those who ask. I'm Nelion Pari of the Demarchian Woods. Pari. He said the name like a prayer. Can you tell me where you come from, Nelion Pari? Originally? He nodded. A small fishing village south of Morzone. Morzone? Really? Isn't it more like a small fishing village south of San Francisco? Of course, they can't fish there anymore, can they? Not in those dead seas. Nell froze with her wine mug halfway to her lips. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible. Where did you hear that? I get around. He lifted his head. One more question, Nell. Do you know your matrilineal ancestry? She stared at him, mouth open. Who's the first remembered in your line of priestesses, Dot? We go way back, her voice trailed off. Tell me her name, please. It's important. We call her Docturi Janisha, but it's really Janice Richter. Nell dropped her mug, tipping her chair over as she leapt to her feet. Motzi wove his way across the rafters, lowering his head to hover just above her eyes. She had never heard that name spoken, but had found it with the things her mother had left her. It pulled her mind back to the late-night talks between herself, her mother and her grandmother in the secret places of her childhood training, and she faltered. She gripped the edge of the table. Who are you? Can't you guess? The Jared? She whispered, not knowing if her legs would support her. I always liked the name, he said, lifting his face with a smile. Jared? She whispered again. Still in the flesh. He opened his arms. A newer tulpa, several actually, since I saw Janice last, but me just the same. Oh, Jared. Nell walked towards him, the cottage so quiet she could hear the floorboards creaking underfoot. She stood in front of him, tilting her head up before she fell into his arms. Tell me, Nell, is Earth hanging in there? She gave him a strong squeeze. By a thread. She released him. Where have you been? You're the one missing piece I didn't know how to find. Why didn't you answer me? I've been calling for you from ridge to mountaintop, Corsonon to Morzone, for the last 20 years. Jared took her hands. It's your first-class glamour, Nell. I couldn't spot the blood of the techno-witch, even this close up. I thought it was Kreshkali who carried it. I've been tracking her for at least that long, but damned if I could catch the woman. Nell chuckled. She is tricky, isn't she? But, Nell, why does Rosette have Pasillo? I thought it was to lie dormant until, his face beamed. Is the worm deleted? Are we ready to go back? No, not yet. I'm still working on that. Jared, Rosette doesn't just have Pasillo, a charm around her neck. What do you mean? I'm not the last of my line. What? He stared at her, holding her at arm's length. You have a child? A daughter? He let go his grip. Where is she? Earth? Is she safe? Nell winked. Oh, she's not lost, if that's what you're worried about. Just hidden. Where? Can't you guess that yet? He looked into her eyes. Goddess of the night, right under my nose too? He whispered. Nell nodded. Though that connection was a fluke. Didn't see it coming at all. Rosette? His voice choked. She's all mine. Jared lowered his head and moaned. That would explain the attraction. He let out his breath and wiped his eyes. How'd she end up with the Matosh clan? Is John R.A. her father or? No. Nell stopped him short. No, she said again, softer, looking at the fire. Rosette's not a Matosh. Who's her father then? A man from the ancient line. Ah, he smiled. Rosette was born in Gaela? He looked around the cottage as if the answer were somehow there. Things haven't exactly gone to plan then, have they? Not exactly. I disturbed Pasillo inadvertently. The rivers had changed to a gorge. I couldn't put them back. But I had exactly what was needed to hide Pasillo when I conceived. I came here for the sanctuary of Demarca, had my child and hid the spell. She sighed. Then I hid her. But Rosette doesn't have Pasillo. She took almost nothing with her that night. I know. I was there. Almost nothing. Are you saying she has the spell? Nell winked again. How? It's in her, Jared. It was the only way. But that means if you can't find a way to delete the worm. I know. She can't set foot on Earth now, nor can you, not while the worm exists. I'm the last of my line there, the last hope. Jared buried his face in his hands. Does she know? Nell moved her head from side to side. Not yet. But, Nell, it could get out of control. She has no guidance. I wouldn't say none. Jared slumped in his chair. I can't believe you sent her to Trey Eon. Nell smiled. I had my reasons. In another world, Kreshkali awoke from a troubled dream. She looked at her chronometer, 11:11 a.m. The opaque window, and the sheeting acid rain, made it difficult to distinguish day from night. She kicked back the covers and stretched. Well now, isn't this interesting? She smiled. Jared Kosaka, I've got plans for you. Chapter 10. And Lawrence stood in the center of the dusty arena, heart pounding, his sides heaving. The autumn sunlight warmed the back of his neck as sweat dripped down his face. He hadn't trained like this for years, not since he was a journeyman in the elite ranks of the Timbali High Guard. Because of his background, he had already been initiated and trained at the Timbali Temple, and who would have guessed that those simple things, magic, acknowledgement from a higher ranking officer, a meeting with a witch, would have led to such machinations? He took a deep breath. Rosette was turning out to be as brilliant with her use of magic as her mentor. It was potent, and he never felt it coming. No one here could have easily taught her such skill. It was either innate or learned from long hours of training. He shook his head. What bothered him was that Nelayan Puri didn't use her magic quite this way, at least, she hadn't 20 years ago. Rosette's style was unique, and it made him uncomfortable. He took another deep, focused breath to slow his respiration and steal his thoughts. The sun was dropping far to the west and the shadows from surrounding sycamores cast long, cold fingers through the arena. And Lawrence mopped his forehead and raised his sword. This would be their last round. Again, he commanded, his voice challenging his opponent. Rosette dived towards him, feigning a swipe to his shoulders before tucking down low and cutting for his knees. He blocked the move, only just propelling her backwards with the momentum of his blow. And Lawrence smiled through gritted teeth. She improved with every hour of training. What a delight to work with such aptitude, a delight and a mystery. Good, but next time see if you can actually strike a blow. He said, his mouth quirking. She leapt to her feet and he gauged her stance. She shielded her mind and body so well it was impossible to predict her moves. Her agility astonished him. The combination of flexibility and strength proved an effective weapon in itself. Mixed with enchantment, it became invincible almost. Quickly, he commanded when she stood for several heartbeats. Don't give your adversary any time to recover, but... Her body glistened with sweat and her chest rose and fell in controlled breaths. A snarl lifted the left side of her mouth. Quickly, is it? She countered, still not moving. Rosette was as obstinate as she was skilled. The sword master suppressed a laugh. More shades of Nell. He felt the familiar rush of energy course down his spine as he observed her. She couldn't know how much she reminded him of her mentor. And Lawrence strengthened his mind shield as he speculated. What was Nelayan like now? Had she told Rosette of their past? Doubtful. Nell had made it clear that he was someone she never wanted to speak of or to again. The instant his mind drifted, she was on him, inches from his face, her sword pressed against his chest, the move toppling them both. He rolled as he hit the ground, intent on pinning her down. Rosette de Santos seemed to have other ideas. As the sword master sprang back towards her, he felt her knee thrust up between them, driving into his abdomen and throwing him back into the ring netting. He paused against the ropes, judging as his student vaulted to her feet. She must have been exhausted, but she showed no sign of fatigue. Crouching like a wildcat, she barely moved to fill her lungs. And Lawrence leapt forward, his eyes on hers. He was aware of the sun setting behind him, the blood-red rays slanting across the ground between the lines of shadows, spears of light in his peripheral vision. The breeze whispered past his face, bringing the scent of horse sweat, alfalfa hay, and leather. The students lining the ring diffused into silhouette and a distant bell rang 3 times. Dinner. Still he kept his eyes locked with hers until their breathing synchronized. Done, Rosette. Well done, he said, allowing a smile. Bathe and refresh. We start all over again in the morning. The young witch dipped her head in acknowledgement, sheathing her training sword and ducking under the netting. The students made way as she passed, looking at her with respect. And Lawrence was obviously not the only one she had impressed. He chuckled quietly as he stood alone in the arena with the darkness setting in. He was creating quite a warrior. What would Nell think of that? He rubbed the back of his neck. He couldn't dispel his musings. She clearly had him remembering feelings he hadn't counted on and didn't want. Are you going to the baths as well? The voice of his familiar came to him from behind the armory. His brow relaxed. Scylla, it's a wonderful idea, but that would keep me in her presence. It's not the most beneficial plan. I'm having enough trouble coping when she is attacking me with a sword. I can't imagine what would happen if I let my guard down. She reminds you of another, that's all. You miss the one I've yet to meet. I never said that, Dot. You didn't have to. I've sworn an oath, Scylla. She, Nelion and I will never meet again and I want. You want Nelion. It's as clear and clean as the fur on my belly. Hush, Scylla. It's more complicated than that. When has a little complexity ever kept you from a task or an adventure? All this magic in the arena is forbidden to her rank as well. The girl's not even your apprentice. The journey itself. I know. It's a sticky situation, but we can't talk about it here. Rowan, no one can get through our mind shields, so stop avoiding. Complex or not, you want to see that woman, the girl's mentor. The Nell Witch. Admit it. Saying it, Scylla, doesn't help my resolve one bit. I've sworn to stay away and I won't break that oath. As you please, she purred. It was an alluring sound. It's a moot point, my love. I am the swordmaster of Trajan Temple and my life isn't completely my own. Plans have been made. We've a much greater road ahead than rekindling an old romance, an affair, I might add, that went disastrously wrong. Okay, Rowan. You can stop explaining. I'm convinced. Then why are you still pestering? Because you've yet to convince yourself. Scylla, I haven't seen Nell in decades. You're keeping track. Just because these feelings have resurfaced doesn't mean they're important. It's just a ridiculous memory. I'm sure you're right. It'll pass. If that's how you see it. That's how I make it. He laughed at the cat's mental equivalent of exasperation. His familiar was obviously perturbed. It wasn't the first time they'd broached the topic, finding themselves with opposing views. Let's see about some dinner, shall we? And Lawrence changed the subject. Cooked meat? Good idea. He smiled. It didn't take much more than the thought of a rump roast to get Scylla onto another track. Ducking out of the arena, he saw her emerge from behind the far shed. No doubt her quest for rats had gone unfulfilled. Rosette's familiar had cleaned out the entire training complex over the last few weeks, now that she allowed him to hunt here. Magnificent creature, the Dumarchian Black. On that we agree. Scylla met him halfway down the path, pressing the top of her head into his hand. It was unfortunate that things had ended so badly with Nell all those years ago. He'd been young, stubborn, and fixated. She'd been detached, though patient with his adoration, until she'd let her guard down, for a while. The attraction they'd had for each other had become unbearable. It had to be expressed. Looking back in the direction of the arena, now the color of ox blood as the sun dropped below the skyline, and Lawrence shook his head inside. Rosette was so much like her. Amazing how a mentor can transfer herself into her pupil. Rowan, the young bard comes. He's upset. He's back? Finally. Indeed, and he's spitting mad. Watch out. The sword master looked over his shoulder. He didn't see anyone on the darkening path, but that was no surprise. Scylla would have warned him the moment the lad set out from the dorms. Thanks for the tip, he said, entering the welcome sanctuary of his lodge. He quickly put away his thoughts of Nelion Paris and stoked the fire. He'd heat bath water and bathe here, make some food, have a peaceful night. Within minutes, there was a knock at the door. Sword master? He heard the bard call out. I have that ballad ready, if you'd care to hear it now. The door opened and Clay looked him in the eye for a moment before pulling his guitar from his back. Thank you, Clay. Let's hear it. And Lawrence ushered him into his lodge and shut the door. He waited a moment before speaking, sizing up the lad. He looked haggard and drawn, his red ringlets lank, dark circles under his eyes. Rough trip? Why do you ask? You look like you've been dragged through the underworld to get here. I think I have. What took you so long? And Lawrence crossed his arms. I said get to Levitica and back before the new moon. It's nearly full. I ran into some trouble. Clay sat down and started fingerpicking a soft melody while he spoke. What happened? You got the message from Claudia? Of course, weeks ago. Then if it's true, her name isn't Rosette de Santo. And what do you think? It's possible she's the daughter of the Matosh family, the one they say was murdered 6 years ago. I realize that. How reliable was your source? It could be just gossip. Maybe she worked on the estate? The way she rides? The way she carries herself? I don't think she was a stable girl or kitchen hand, do you? Besides, she fits the description of the youngest daughter, Colony Matosh. She fits it perfectly. If so, she's keeping quite a secret. Wouldn't you, if your family had been murdered? And Lawrence frowned. I wonder what else she's hiding. Clay exhaled, making a low whistling sound. Good question. Do you think she even knows Nelayan Paris? He ignored the query. Tell me what trouble detained you? I never got a good look. You were followed? I'm not sure. It felt like it. Felt like it? It was a presence more than a being. Ominous. An awareness of some kind. He shook his head. I never saw it, but I'm sure it was tracking me. I didn't want to lead it back to Trajan, so I circled north to Morzone, where I was meant to be in the first place, and played a few nights there before coming back. Smart. And it didn't follow? I lost it in the foothills of the Prietas. Or it lost interest in me. I don't know which. Good work. You did well. And Lawrence reached for a coin jar on the top kitchen shelf. Forget it, Clay said when the sword master started counting out gold pieces. I made more than a wage on this journey. He stopped playing for a moment. I can't do this anymore, Lawrence. I'm done. What? I can't spy on her, lie to her. Find out things about the past I can never verify. It's eating me up inside. It's ruining our friendship. Friendship? He asked, the smile gone from his face. It's ruining everything. And Lawrence rubbed his jaw, looking at Clay from a different angle. That's where you're wrong. It's not ruining things. Your information gathering is protecting her. You can't stop now. I can and I will. And Lawrence put the money jar away and straightened his spine. If you want to quit, you'll be banished. Have you considered that? You'll never see her again. I can't risk her finding out, especially now. Do you understand what that means? Clay leveled his eyes on the swordmaster. I've a pretty good idea. Is that what you want? Clay looked at the floor and shook his head. Clay. And Lawrence touched his shoulder. You'll not be banished if you keep your side of the bargain, just a little bit longer. We need you. Rosette needs you. This can turn out well, but not if you take off now. I don't understand why. You aren't meant to. And Lawrence grabbed him by the shoulders, forcing him to look up. This is bigger than your desires, Clay. Bigger than mine. Please. Stick with it. Clay nodded reluctantly. Good. The sword master let go of Clay. You're still bound to me, don't forget, he added. Clay's eyes looked past the sword master to the fire. How could I? He strummed a convoluted rhythm before breaking into a lightning-fast picking pattern. Fantastic new tune, and Lawrence said. Not quite a ballad though, is it? Not quite. He finished the tune with a crescendo of chords and slipped off his stool. Are we done? He asked. I need to sleep. Yes. We can talk more tomorrow. Clay headed for the door. As he pulled it open, he turned back. There's one other thing, Swordmaster. What's that? If she really is Colony Matosh, she didn't learn the sword from Big Brothers. He raised his brow. Why not? Because she didn't have any. Sitting on the top step of her porch, Rosette tossed her boots into the box by the door. She let out a soft groan as she rubbed her feet, peeling off her socks. She lifted her leather bodice over her head and added it to the wash. Her arms ached. Her legs throbbed and her bare belly was caked with rivulets of grime and sweat. Draco crinkled his black nose at her, sniffing. That bad? She asked. Worse. I'll bathe soon. Why not now? Clothes first. She wanted nothing more than to soak away the aches and pains of the day, but her chores called and there would be no scrimping. There was something else on her mind that kept her feeling giddy, even with the exhaustion. A smile lifted dirt smudges on her face as she filled a basin from the wooden rain barrel. Her skills were improving rapidly. That fact delighted her. After so much time spent in the mundane arts of ritual spellcasting, the sword training offered a sense of satisfaction, something new for her at Traeon. She was getting good, dangerously good. She felt certain her progress had pleased the sword master too. She could see it in his stance, his gaze, and especially in the diminishing number of times he'd shaken his head or stormed out of the training ring muttering under his breath. Yes, and Lawrence was impressed, finally. But what else? She felt a struggle going on inside him that she didn't understand. What did he hide? Her admiration for him had not diminished in the last few weeks of training. It was not wearing off with familiarity, nor was it being set aside for more immediate things like defending herself from his blade. Sometimes getting to know a person made them seem more ordinary. It could dim the spark, or even extinguish it altogether, but this wasn't the case with Lawrence. If anything, her respect for him had heightened. Nell had said he was the best and she was right. Still, she wondered what it was the man kept so tightly hidden. It felt like a barricade, shored up whenever she got too close. Rosette brushed her cheek with her shoulder as she scrubbed the clothes. Her skin was itchy and damp in the fresh autumn night, but soon she would be in the baths, then sleep until dawn. Tomorrow would start the final week of preparation. She and Lawrence would exchange practice staffs and swords for live blades. The thud of wood would turn to the clash of steel on steel. She shivered. How would her boosts of energy conduct through such a medium? Like lightning, she suspected. Now to the pools? Draco lifted his paw to her thigh as she leaned against the porch railing, wringing out the laundry. Rosette turned to her friend. Sorry, my lovely. I was lost in thought. And? He prompted her. And I just wanted to know if you had any information regarding our travels? You seem pretty cozy with Scylla these days. Has she said anything? She says many things. Sometimes she never stops talking. It's like a stream of information and I am just a stone in the way of her dancing mind. I see, Rosette chuckled. And in these streams of dancing thought, is there anything about where we're going? Not really. We hunt together, talking all the time, but who knows what the journey will bring? She won't speak of it. Aren't you the least bit curious about this trip? I'm more curious about her. Well, I want to know where we're going. The meeting with the High Priestess should prove instructional. Pardon? The meeting. We'll learn more then. What meeting? Didn't you know? Draco yawned. There's an audience with La Marquise at the end of the week. And when was I going to be told about it, I wonder? Rosette turned her back to the railing and squatted down eye to eye with her familiar. She cupped his face in her hands. What other secrets do you have that I should hear about? Draco stared at her, unblinking. His rough pink tongue came out and licked her nose. Rosette rocked back, squeaking with laughter. Just answer the question, she persevered, once her voice was under control. I only know that you are to go with the swordmaster to the temple chamber of the High Priestess in a few days, and as the moon wanes in the sign of Ceres we set off. Rosette tousled the temple cat's head. That's it? Draco neither blinked nor answered. All right then. Thank you. Time will tell. Yes, my lovely. Time will tell. Now you will bathe? Draco asked with a twitch of his whiskers. Why are you so anxious for me to get to the pools, furry one? Someone might be waiting for you there. Plays back? He might be. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Draco lashed his tail for a moment then leapt down the steps. I hunt. I bathe, she replied, tossing the rest of the laundry over the railing without bothering to wring it. She grabbed a clean robe, slipped on her sheepskin boots and headed for the pools at a run. Clay didn't hear Rosette. He was submerged, sitting on the bottom step, holding his breath. When he popped up with a gasp, she stood above him and opened her robe. You look like you've been to war, he said, taking in her bruises. So do you. She dropped her robe and descended the steps until the water was up to her breasts. Where have you been and when did you last sleep? I'm not sure. He pushed his wet hair back from his face. It's been a long year. Yeah. For me too. They kissed briefly and Clay smiled at her. He sat behind her, scrubbing her shoulders and arms, leaning her towards him until she floated on her back. He washed her hair. You're very quiet, Rosette said with her eyes closed. He roughed her scalp and rinsed her hair, untangling it with his fingers as he did so. Clay? Are you there? He let her go and swam to the outcropping at the far end of the pool. Rosette followed him. What's going on? Clay watched her approach, gliding through the water without making a ripple. He'd been determined not to feel anything different, not to show any of his concerns. Not to suspect. I'm tired, is all. You don't usually act this strange when you haven't had enough sleep. She trod water in front of him. What is it? Did you have your way with a local lass in Moorzone? You know that doesn't worry me. I didn't, in Moorzone, and it's not that. Rosette sat next to him on the submerged ledge, her shoulders just above the waterline. Come back to my place. I've fresh bread and spiced tea. We can talk. Clay nodded. Sounds nice. Nice? He wet her lips with his finger before kissing her, slow and deep. Sounds grand. That's better. He held her hand as they headed back to the cottage, wondering who she really was and thinking he may never know. The chamber was vacant, the high priestess nowhere in sight. La Maquis' dragonbone chair sat empty, with only a dent in the deep green cushion suggesting recent occupancy. Rosette breathed in the air. It was filled with the scent of chrysanthemum, white peony, and a hint of cloves. She wondered if someone was ill. Rosette felt her skin prickle as two of the priesthood emerged from a side archway, their pale gray robes brushing the floor, rustling as they crossed the antechamber. Follow me, the priestess said. And they can come too, the other smiled, nodding towards Draco and Scylla who were side by side with their companions. As if that was ever in question, Rosette murmured to Lawrence under her breath. He frowned and motioned for her to be silent. Apparently this was neither the time nor the place for whimsy. Rosette shrugged. She was certain that the high priestess had a sense of humor. She had read too many of her books, and sat in on too many of her discourses, to think otherwise. If anything, La Maquis was not uptight. Why the stilted formality? Just behave yourself, he whispered through clenched teeth. Don't squash the girl, Rowan. Her wit may be all you'll have left in the end. La Maquis' voice was rich and deep. What end is she talking about? Rosette sent the question directly to the swordmaster's mind. It's a metaphor, I'm sure. Just be respectful, please. The high priestess met them with a warm smile, her hand reaching up to the swordmaster's shoulder. Entwining images, tattooed in deepest black, wound their way intricately over her wrists and down each long, slender finger. And Lawrence moved to kneel but was stopped short. Give me your affection, not devotion. La Maquis responded, presenting her lips for Lawrence to kiss. Better. She turned to Rosette. You, however, may start with devotion. I want to be able to recall you at my feet, at least this once. The words baffled Rosette, but she dropped gracefully to one knee anyway. As she raised her head to look into the emerald eyes of the high priestess, La Maquis took her hands and was lifted back to her feet. Rosette stood smiling. The woman was even more inspiring close-up than she was in the lecture halls. Not so obstinate as you imply, La Maquis commented, taking in Rosette's measure. Perhaps you need to get to know her better, the swordmaster said without a trace of a smile. I look forward to that, as she progresses in her training, La Maquis responded. She is progressing, isn't she? Rosette bit her tongue. Hey, guys, I'm right next to you. They both ignored her thought. Yes, she is, and Lawrence answered. La Maquis nodded, motioning them to follow her. That's it? You've no other comment about my progress? Can't you elaborate? Tell her how well I... Hush. First, let's look at the maps. Maquis directed them towards the large table in the center of the room. There is much to discuss. She unrolled a large scroll and turned to Rosette. Be a darling and see to the afternoon tea. It is being prepared in the kitchen, down the hall and to the right. Yes, mistress. She shielded her surprise. Surely she would not be excluded now, just when she was about to get some idea of where they were going and why. Take the temple cats with you, please. I have fresh meat for them. Thank you, mistress, Rosette said, her jaw clenched. Now she couldn't even have Draco listen to their scheming. With the mention of fresh meat, her familiar would be attuned to nothing but the crunch and bite of his snack. It was no coincidence, distracting them in such a way, she was sure of that. But it's a wonderful surprise, don't you think? Draco interrupted her thoughts. Aren't you the least bit concerned? She snapped back. My only concern is that we might have trouble finding the kitchen. This place is huge. There was a delay with the cooks, and when Rosette returned carrying the tray of hot tea and biscuits, and Lawrence was rolling up a map and nodding to the high priestess. They both reacted abruptly to her approach, like parents hiding a solstice gift from their child. Is that what they thought? She was to be treated like a child? If so, why in the world were they involving her at all? Thank you, Rosette. We'll have tea and contemplate the journey. Yes, mistress, she said, placing the tray on the table. She sat with them while they talked of the upcoming yearling sale and the new student prospects, Naki's horse who'd pulled up lame after a long ride, and the merits of teaching music to all first-year initiates. No mention, let alone contemplation, was made of the impending journey. It seemed as if that discussion was all over and done with. Rosette straightened her back and made ready to interrupt. She would find out what she could. No harm in trying. Excuse me, but where exactly are we headed? Direct and to the point. Naki smiled at her. You're going to Los Loma in the Mount Prieta range. I understood that. I was thinking more specifically, like what are we to do when we get there? Retrieve something that was lost. You'll see. There are too many mind travelers here to say any more. And Lawrence will fill you in when you are underway. It didn't make sense. Why couldn't they just tell her now? They all had impenetrable mind shields, unless the likes of Kreshkali was lurking in the kitchen. Why the secrecy? She sipped her tea, formulating the next question, but the high priestess raised her hand in warning. All those busy thoughts are hurting my head, Rosette. Let it go. It'll be made clear in time. Rosette swallowed hard. She kept her mouth shut, her lips pressed tight together. If the high priestess said she had to wait, then she had to wait. Not as uncouth as you led me to believe, either, La Makey goaded in Lawrence. Rosette raised her eyes to the sword master and mouthed the word uncouth. I really meant abrupt more than ill-mannered, he said to Rosette. You might want to say what you mean if you're going to say anything at all, Rosette snapped. Ah. There's a sample, and Lawrence said, smiling at La Makey. She's just like, La Makey let the sentence hang. Finish your tea and pack your bags, you two. Take plenty of warm furs and dried food for yourselves, the temple cats and the horses. Horses? Rosette interrupted. Yes, and I want you ready by first light. And Lawrence and Rosette stood as the high priestess blessed them in turn before leaving the room. A flutter of wings fanned the air above them. A lemur raven, Rosette whispered, her mouth remaining in a round shape after she spoke. The bird looked over its shoulder, seeming to wink before it shot off after its mistress. And Lawrence said nothing. With the high priestess gone, a silence prevailed. Rosette wrinkled her brow at him though he turned away, reaching for his cup and sipping the remainder of his tea. Rosette put the last biscuit in her robe pocket, she certainly wasn't taking much else away with her. Let's go, and Lawrence said, looking at the empty plate. He avoided her eyes. As you wish, Swordmaster. In silence, the two left the chamber, followed by the temple cats contentedly licking their lips. As they reached the high doors, and Lawrence spoke softly to her, that went well. She couldn't believe her ears. You're kidding, right? Not at all. In what way do you define well? Rosette growled as they walked out of the temple and down tier after tier of smooth stone steps. The afternoon breeze washed across her face, making her green feather earrings brush against her cheeks. We don't know anything new. Or should I say, I don't know anything new. My belly is full. Delicious meat. Draco sent his thoughts of satiation. I am glad one of us is pleased, she quipped back. Pardon? And Lawrence replied. I was talking to Draco. Rosette didn't hide her irritation. The meeting was not without advantage. I have a new map. Looking forward to seeing it, Rosette hissed at him, crossing her arms and turning the other way. If I may be excused, I'll go have my last hot bath for how long do you reckon, and Lawrence? Half a moon, at least. Right. I'll meet you before dawn? At the stables. Bring your new furs. I can't wait. Rosette slapped her thigh to attract Draco's attention, nodded to Lawrence and walked away. Rosette! His voice stopped her dead in her tracks. She turned to him. Drop by the smithies on your way home. He has a new sword for you. She nodded and continued down the path, a smile lighting up her face. Rosette heard the click of iron-shod hooves on the stone breezeway and the occasional blow and snort from deep mangers. The stables were just around the corner, almost there. She'd felt her way along in the dark, the thick fog obscuring her lantern, creating only a blinding glare around her feet and hands. Rosette whistled like a magpie to warn of her coming. The mountain horses were calm and sensible, but she didn't want to get off to a bad start by spooking them. There would be enough adjustment with the familiars so close at hand. I wait with Scylla at the gates. We won't be too long, lovely. She frowned. Here she was, about to go off into the Prieta Mountains with the Swordmaster, and no one cared to tell her why. If that wasn't unsettling enough, her farewell to Clay had been doubly strange. Something was definitely not right between them, though there was no time to work it out now. He had shared her bed last night, but they'd only kissed each other goodnight and fallen asleep. He was gone when she awoke. Rosette tried to hurry, feeling for the smooth fence railing with one hand and holding the lantern out in front of her with the other. Her heavy backpack jostled and bumped with every step. She squinted as she rounded a corner of the stable, shadows jumping up and down in the wake of the lamplight. And Lawrence had the stout mountain horses saddled, their packs stowed and waterskins filled. He was bent over the taller one's foreleg, feeling down the length of the cannon bone. "Everything all right?" she asked, puffs of steam forming with each breath. "Yes," he said without looking up. "Just making sure there's no swelling. They have already come a long way." Rosette frowned at the beast, looking it up and down. She pushed her hand through its dark coat, running it against the grain. Her fingers disappeared completely in the thick shag. "They've got full winter coats already?" she asked. "Where are they from?" "North," he replied, straightening his back. "Far north." He turned, searching her face. "Are you ready, Rosette?" "As ready as one can be if one has no idea where one is headed." He looked past her, ignoring the sarcasm. Rosette's eye went to the thick roll of furs strapped behind each saddle. "Are we going to the northern crossing?" She didn't mean to sound anxious, but there it was. He nodded and tossed her a hooded sheepskin cloak that would cover her from head to toe. Rosette caught the heavy garment and pulled it on over her coat. She was grateful. And Lawrence had told her to bring only a few necessities, and she was certain she would be cold, especially at night. The warmth of the new garment gave her hope. She unpacked her gear, distributing the items into the saddlebags, and adjusted her sword. The finely wrought blade that Lawrence had commissioned for her was in the fashion of the old swordsmiths of Timbali. They used clay on the core for tempering, causing them to curve, single-sided and razor-sharp. It sat at her waist, supported by a belt of broad black cloth, double-stitched like a quilt. Its presence reminded her that the mission was deadly serious. Looking up, she caught Lawrence staring. "I'm ready," she said. "Let's do it." He turned his horse around and led it towards the top of the path. "Check your girth," he added. Mounting up, Rosette sent a mental note to Draco that they were on their way and followed the swordmaster out into the pre-dawn. Chapter 11. Jared paced back and forth, making a narrow path in the snow. His hands were blue, his fingertips numb, yet he had the distinct sensation they were burning. He shoved them into the fur-lined pockets. What was taking Nell so long? She'd sent him out to the shed to tack up the horses while she remained inside with Makore. They'd been talking in hushed voices since well before dawn. The horses were saddled and bridled and packed, ready to go as soon as Nell emerged from the cottage. Jared stomped his feet. "Any time, Nell-ion," he mumbled through chattering teeth. Rosette was in danger, he felt it in every part of his body, cold and rigid as it was. He looked out towards the snow-covered trees, gray-green under a blanket of white. The Demarchian woods were slumbering, blurred by the gusts of snow-speckled wind. Was Nell slumbering too? He rubbed his hands together, blowing into them. To think that Rosette was his link to Earth and she didn't even know about it, any of it. He'd always wondered why he was so drawn to her, and so uncharacteristically possessive, jealous even. Now it made sense, but what still confused him was his lack of awareness. How could he not recognize her, and Nell? Was life in a tulpa body dulling his processes, slowing down his ability to assess and analyze? He was certainly finding it hard to thermoregulate, and that was new. "Come on, Nell." "I'm dying here," he said, his breath making steam as he spoke. Finally the cottage door opened and Nell emerged, still talking with Makore. The man was underdressed for the elements, wearing only a woolen sweater and pants tied at the waist with a colorfully woven belt. Makore was a slender man, corded with muscles, his shaved head bare and his plaited beard decorated with small silver rings. He was dark bronze-skinned, as were many island people, with tattoos on each side of his face in the tradition of their shamans, produced by puncturing the skin with whalebone needles and rubbing ash from sacred fires into the design. After a few words and gestures, they embraced and Nell waved Jared over to her. "Are we ready?" she asked, bright as sunshine. He shivered, staring open-eyed at Makore. The man was standing barefoot on the ice-encrusted steps. Nell chuckled. "I can see you aren't enjoying the fresh morning," she said. "Take these. They'll help." Nell handed Jared a steaming water bag to carry beneath his coat and a pair of sheepskin-lined gloves. "It doesn't get this brisk in Levitica, does it?" She smiled, flipping her hood over her head. "Only in an icebox." Jared shivered, pulling on the gloves and sighing as the blood began to flow back into his fingertips. Have a sip. She offered him her small silver flask. What's in it? He unscrewed the lid and took a sniff. A potion, she said. It'll warm you up quick. He tilted his head back and took a swig. Heat rushed from his feet, all the way up to flush his cheeks. He smiled, doing up the lid and handing it back to her. That's magic. She winked. The three walked through the yard to the horses, tethered by the gate. They were sturdy animals, shaggy as bears, one black and the other the color of fire corals. Nell called it copper chestnut and said the mare's name was Wren. Jared had never seen such a rich coat on a horse. Of course, he'd never seen so much snow either. In Levitica, you could catch a glimpse of it if you traveled a day's ride straight up into the Jacker mountain range. But even there it was only a light dusting. Jared leaned against his mount and stroked the solid neck as Nell went back to another low-voiced conversation with Makore. He fidgeted. Patience, Jared. We can't dash off haphazardly. We do have to dash off, though, if we are to get there in time. In time for what, I wonder? In time to warn Rosette. To see that she is safe? She can chastise me all she likes, once I know she's all right. I feel the same. Nell lifted her hand as she spoke and turned to wrap it around Makore's neck. She kissed him before taking one last look at her cottage. The brilliant summer garden was buried under several feet of snow, the trees all bare bones save for the pines laden with drifts of white powder. Only the cobbled path had been shoveled clear, and that was quickly succumbing to a new fall. The three sisters circled overhead, strangely silent. Let's go, she said, swinging her attention back to Jared. Finally. Yes, milady. Let's. Jared led his horse away from the gate and mounted up. He nodded to Nell, and they headed towards the broad road that wound through the valleys and foothills, a 6 or 7 day ride south to Treeon Temple if the weather didn't turn fierce. On the morning of the 5th day, Jared tied his overcoat to the back of his saddle and stowed his gloves deep in the pockets. They had left the relentless cold behind and the air felt fresh but welcoming, no longer an adversary to be overcome. Nell didn't seem to mind either way, whatever the temperature, though her familiars did. He looked at the massive oak tree beside them, smiling at the raucous sounds. Are they still with us? Nell put her fingers to her lips and whistled. The caws and clatter suddenly stopped as 3 ravens shot out from the center of the tree and circled above them. They go where I go, for the most part. She smiled, following their line of flight. Snow, wind, storm or calm, though they're thrilled now that it's warmed up. So am I. He said the words, but he didn't really feel thrilled. We'll ride until midday, she said, mounting up beside him. She stroked her horse's neck and settled into the saddle, scanning the distances. The hills were a dirty brown, the same color as the wasted cows that were strewn across them. She moved out at an easy jog. Midday? Jared's brow wrinkled. But that means we won't get to Treeon until afternoon tomorrow. We could be there in the morning if we kept going. The horses are in fine shape, and surely there's a town. Yes, there surely is a town, Jared. It's just a few hours' ride northeast of the temple. That's why we're stopping well before it and skirting around at dawn, undetected. He frowned. Why, exactly? The local pub will be full of bards from Treeon tonight. It's where the apprentices go to perform and unwind, if customs haven't changed. The last thing I want is to announce our arrival. The less attention we attract, the better. Remember, we don't know who the opposition is, and if Lameki has a hand in it, I don't want her to see us coming. Jared nodded, shortening his reins as the mare snorted at a burnt-out tree stump by the road. The dead hulk was a startling shape, twisted into the form of a looming bear with outstretched claws. He smiled, leaning forward to pat her shoulder, whispering softly that there was nothing to fear. When she settled, he caught up to Nell. You don't trust Lameki? Nell was quiet, still watching the hills as if searching for something, someone. I did once, she said under her breath. What's that? Nell cleared her throat. Meki won't be happy to see me at her gates. Jared nodded. Does she have any notion of what the spell means or your link to it? She's never been to Earth. I doubt anyone could fully comprehend what the spell does or the nature of the DNA links if they've never seen what can happen when things go wrong. This is an agrarian society. Technology is far beyond her grasp. But magic isn't. She pressed her lips together. You're right there. Magic isn't. Those idiot Corsinon priests, she ground the last few words with her teeth. The Corsinon High Council? They were the ones who helped fracture the entity in the first place, sundering it from the portal with their attempt to pass through. Perhaps we should grant them their wish. How's that, Dot? I'm thinking they might benefit from a little off-world travel. They wouldn't last a minute on Earth. You're probably right. Nell smiled. Interesting thought, she said, but she didn't elaborate. You've been through recently? He asked after they crested a hill. Fairly. What's left? You really want to know? He nodded. Take a world utterly dependent on technology for survival and without warning, pull the plug. Then picture it rotting from the inside out as attempts to bolster the remaining life forms backfire, turning the seas and valleys and forests into cesspools. I must say, the bacteria and insects are thriving, along with many new strains of virulent microbes, bacteria, protozoa, and viruses. And the worm? With you here, is anyone working on that? I can't go back until. I was working on it, until trackers got wind of me. Do they know who you are? I don't think so. It was more a witch hunt than anything else. Still, computer or biological, viruses are rampant on Earth. Water? She shook her head. People are clawing over each other to get it. Jared closed his eyes and asked no more. The sound of the horse's hooves on the packed clay thudded out a regular beat, punctuated by the squeaking leather saddles and an occasional caw from the sisters. That's what it's like, Jared, she said after a long pause. That's what's happened to our Mother Earth. She moved her horse into an easy canter and Jared urged Ren to catch up. So, he said as they loped along side by side, nothing much has changed since I've been gone? She chuckled. Not much, but if we can sort out the entity it might be time for you to return soon. What about the worm? I'm working on a plan. From here? Nell winked and rode on. Rosette climbed, step by step, as glacial winds howled through the pass. She had no idea of their exact whereabouts. All distinction was swallowed up by the tempest, a blur of wind and snow. Her earlier optimism was swallowed up as well. At first the journey had been instructional and near enough to fun. And Lawrence had been open, telling her a great deal of history and even about his own past as they'd sat by their evening fires. Much to Rosette's surprise, he had revealed feelings as well as facts. But Lawrence became quieter as the landscape had changed, his mood introverted. The easy flow between them ceased, replaced by a haunted silence. Demons blight you, Scorpion Moon people. Mouty? These moods are driving me mad. Then maybe don't focus on them. It's pretty hard to ignore. Not for me. She smiled. But the contrast still bothered her. And Lawrence barely responded to her queries. He didn't look her way as they rode into the foothills. It was as though he had forgotten she was there. The environment became treacherous. The wind howled a menacing sound that penetrated the warm layers of her sheepskin-lined coat, biting into her skin. And now a blizzard on top of it all. She led her horse on a loose lead, clinging to the leather reins through icy gloves. It was difficult keeping ahead of the animal. Her booted heels had been clipped several times by his iron-shod hooves before she'd gotten the hang of it. The trail was tight. And Lawrence led his horse in front. She could make out the contours of his mount's brown rump, its tail whipping about in the sudden gusts. Scylla must be further on, or so she guessed. She couldn't see a thing. Draco followed behind, his mutters about the cold and wet invading her mind. His constant drone was the only thing undiminished in the stress of the climb. It was also her only comfort. Whoa! Rosette commanded, almost smacking into the horse in front of her. She squinted, searching through the snowfall. Why was he stopping now, Dot? She wrapped her full-length sheepskin coat tighter around her body, cinching the belt another notch. Her gloved hands were pinned under her arms, searching out some modicum of warmth. They found none. Her fingers wouldn't move. She felt nothing but burning tingles and numbness in all her limbs. And Lawrence was at her side. How he had turned his horse around on the narrow path, she didn't know. He bent his head towards hers, his face obscured by the hood. Scylla has found. What? I can't hear you. Her voice was thin, whisked away from her lips as she spoke. Shelter. We can shelter over there. He made the shape of a tent with his hands and pointed off in the distance. We're stopping in this? She said, rising up on tiptoe to press her mouth against the side of his fur hood. She tried to shout, but she couldn't force the air out of her lungs. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Follow me, he shouted back. He looked different. He took the lead, turning his mountain horse around on point. He may have been concerned, or simply matter of fact. She couldn't really tell. It was impossible to read him, her mind felt so distracted. It was like she couldn't settle on a single thought. Concern. The answer came from Draco, though she couldn't even see where he was now. He's very concerned. Why? Because we'll freeze to death if we don't get out of this blizzard. It's his fault if we do. I could have told him the crossing would be like this. It's serious, Mountie. Still his fault. She followed, her pace slowing, each lift of her leg getting lower, each step smaller. Actually, I think it's all right, Draco. I'm starting to feel warm. It's getting better. Feels good. You're starting to fade. Keep walking. I come. Her toes dragged on the ground and she stumbled, the horse halting before he trod on her. He stretched his nose down to sniff the icy lump in the path. Get up, Mountie. Get up, Dot. Rosette struggled, clenching the horse's mane, pulling herself up. Keep walking. She followed in Lawrence blind, her eyes closed, her body leaden. It seemed to take an eternity to get where they were going. The roaring wind, the ice, and the chill had infiltrated her mind, slowing movements and deadening her already frozen limbs. She couldn't feel her fingers or toes and her knees buckled again. An insidious peace rose up through her, an embracing, soothing radiance, a spell of warmth and ease. It called to her, impossible to deny. Heavenly, blessed sleep. Her body dropped and she didn't fight it. She didn't try to get up. Just a little rest, Dre. The last thing Rosette remembered was a disturbing sound, a vicious screech from Draco. It annoyed her terribly, interrupting the languid descent into oblivion. She tried to raise her hand to shoo away the intrusion, but Draco's hot breath assaulted her face, his tongue rasping across closed eyelids. She heard him scream again, this time from far away. Where was he, she wondered. After a moment, she heard nothing at all. Jared led his horse beside Nell, skirting the small town below. The pre-dawn sky glistened with stars, white sparkles against a deep purple background. The new moon had not yet risen. A dot of light shone from the village, a solitary glow in the silhouette of rooftops. It had to be a bakery with its ovens stoked. Columns of smoke rose above the chimneys, unbent by any wind or gust. It was a peaceful scene unlike Jared's mind, which buzzed like a hornet's nest. He and Nell walked their horses in silence. The three sisters perched on the back of Nell's saddle, eyes closed and soundless. When well past the outermost dairy, they mounted and returned to the main road. The sun was rising now in a haze of red and orange that washed over the landscape, heralding a bright, new day. Nell watched it with reverence, as she always did. The three sisters woke, squawked a surprise at their strange surroundings and took flight. Why are they always so noisy? Jared's mouth was turned down, his shoulders slumped. They like to comment. On everything? Nell smiled. Pretty much. The look on her face made him laugh, and in the glow of the early sunrise Jared felt the turmoil subside. He even thought the landscape had improved, but once the sun was fully above the horizon he saw the same desolate brown hills, drought-stricken fields, and scrawny cows. I'm going in alone, Nell said as they trotted across a wooden bridge. What do you mean? I'll go in first and find out what's happening. I thought we were in this together. Jared, how do you feel? He put his hand on his stomach and frowned. Anxious. Twisting knots in my stomach. Like I want to run, or fight. Exactly. I feel the same and we're going to heed the warnings. We're going to keep you out of the picture until we know more. I don't think Rosette is here. I can't feel her close at all, and there may be trackers. Jared looked over his shoulder. What's the plan? Simple. You wait at the edge of the valley, out of sight, and I get an audience with Makee. We'll meet up before dark. And? We'll take it from there. So I wait again? I know you've been waiting a long time, Jared. Generations, he said. A little longer won't be too hard. They rode for a few more hours and the terrain became luxurious. Ripe grain swayed in the wind, and stacks upon stacks of hay were piled up in the corners of freshly mowed fields, the collective energy resonating from Treeon made for fertile surroundings and enlightened farmers. They stopped by a stream to water the horses and share a meal, the smell of alfalfa mixing with the hint of apple cider. How close are we? Jared asked. It's just over the rise. Nell held him back when he tried to stand. Patience. We're nearly there, Dot. When they reached the cliffs above Treeon, Jared let out a shrill hawk whistle. That's quite a view, he said. Nell didn't answer. She stared out over the valley while untying her hair. She fished her black cowl robe from her pack and secured the fur-lined one to the saddlebags. Flipping up the hood, she moved off towards the descent. Good luck, Jared called to her, retreating back into the woods. I won't be long. She twisted in her saddle to face him. Why don't you hunt us up something nice for dinner while I'm away? Girls, she called, smiling at the three sisters, give him a hand, will you? Jared mumbled, rolling his eyes as the sisters flapped and caught in the branches above him. The gates of Traeon hadn't changed at all. They stood tall and imposing just as Nell remembered. She took a deep breath, shielding her thoughts and schooling her manner. Whatever happened, the last thing she wanted was for Makee to discern that the spell had been here, right within reach. The guards approached and asked a few questions before returning to the guardhouse, whispering between themselves. Nell smiled. This is one visit that Makee and Lawrence were probably not prepared for. She touched the blade strapped to her thigh, trusting she'd made the right choice. Nell Ion Pari, the female guard, spoke. Regad will escort you to the temple. You can ask for an audience there. I hardly need an escort. I was walking these halls before you were born. The woman looked up, her composure unruffled. No doubt. Still, we'll stick to tradition, shall we? Nell smiled obligingly. Of course. She rode along the cobbled thoroughfare to the main courtyard, falling into her memories. The trees had grown, making the massive statues in the plaza seem smaller but so much more alive. There were many students rushing about, but then, it was mid-morning. Most would be on their break. In front of the temple steps, Regad, who had said nothing as they rode, nodded for her to wait. He trotted up the steps to the temple doors, whispering to the attendant. Within seconds, the doors swung open and La Makee came rushing out, red hair flaming behind her. She descended halfway and stood, legs apart, her left hand on the hilt of her sword, her right shielding the sun from her eyes. About to spar, Makee, or do you always wear your sword in the temple these days? Nell Ion. What a pleasant surprise. Nell lowered her voice. So we're going to be civil? Makee eyed her up and down. What are you doing here? Nell dismounted, pulled the reins over her mare's head and handed them to Regad. He looked surprised. Mind her for a moment, will you, lad? I won't be long. She winked at him and went up the steps to stand square in front of Makee. She leaned down to kiss her right cheek, then her left, then her lips, the contact so light she barely touched her soft skin. Then she stood back, her arms relaxed at her sides. Can't a mentor come to visit her student? It's been a year. I want to know where she's been apprenticed and how she's doing. I've had no word for months. Makee studied her before answering. This is such a shame. If you'd only written first, you'd have known that she's traveling. Traveling? Off on a training task with the swordmaster. Is she his apprentice now? She's in the running. Ah, well. I wish her luck. Nell stared out at the statue of the winged lion. How've you been, Makee? Well. And you? Very well. She let out a breath. The place looks magnificent. Just as I remembered it. 23 years is a long time. A long time to remain silent? Makee took her hand from her sword hilt and reached towards Nell. Cup of tea? Nell nodded and together they walked into the temple. Jared leaned against a twisted oak, braiding strands of grass into tiny stick figures. A brace of rabbits lay by his side, and wren grazed clover at the foot of the trees, cropping it into a smooth green lawn. Nell had been gone for hours and the sun was getting low. He kept peering through the brush, scanning the road, but nothing moved. The only creature that stirred, besides him and the ravens, was a whistling bird of prey. It flew high overhead, circling in ever-descending spirals. The sisters took flight as it neared, joining it. Peculiar. Jared squinted, scratching the back of his neck as he watched the bird getting closer, heading directly for him. Maybe it's a message from Nell? He stepped out onto the road, checking left and right. Empty. He rolled down the cuff of his leather jacket so the hem covered his hand up to his knuckles. Looking skyward, he extended his arm out like a scarecrow. He whistled his goshawk cry and bent his elbow. He hadn't handled many raptors, but he'd hunted with his mentor at Montava University over the last few years. He was a falconer, R.A. Jameson, a well-respected one, and a surgeon too, a brilliant man. He'd taught Jared some basics. Keep your arms steady, your mind relaxed, he'd instructed. The last thing you want to do is tense up with a falcon inches from your face. The gust from the bird's back winging blew hair into his eyes. He watched, spellbound, as she landed on his arm. He didn't recognize the species. Its talons wrapped around his forearm and its head dropped at an odd angle to look him in the eye. It had no trusses. You're magnificent, Jared said as he stroked the blue-black feathers of its neck. Even if you don't have a message for me, I am delighted to meet you. The black falcon whistled and extended her wings. The span was broader than Jared's shoulders by double. She launched off his arm and landed on the side of the road. A blast of energy hit Jared in the face. He threw up his hands, shielding his eyes from the force. When he looked again, the bird shimmered, distorted, and transformed. Inside of one breath the falcon was gone and Nelion Paris stood in its place, black robe wrapped tightly around her. Nell. She rubbed her shoulders and hands. Let's get off the road. I don't have much time. Did you see Rosette? Is she all right? He asked as they slipped into the shade of the oak. The sisters landed above them, noisy as ever. No, and probably not. She's headed for Los Loma. Alone? The sword master's with her, which is something. He won't let any harm come to her. How do you know that? You said yourself we don't know who the enemy is. What if he... Jared, take a few deep breaths. I'm still not sure why they're heading for Los Loma, but Lawrence would give his life to protect Rosette. How can you be so sure? Nell looked him straight in the eye. Because she's his blood. Jared stared at her, his mouth open. What? And Lawrence is her father. How? She raised her eyebrows. Okay, wrong question. Jared frowned. Does he know? I'm hoping he's worked it out by now. Hoping? He may not know? She could be just any young witch to him? Do you realize what could happen if? Jared. More breathing, less panicking. They headed out on the North Road 3 mornings ago. I think they're going to do some kind of deal with Kreshkali, but that's just a guess. Why don't they just jump off a 1,000-foot cliff into a bottomless sea? It would save them the trouble of a more treacherous end. Jared. It's suicide. Possibly. I'm going to stay here at Trayon and find out what I can. Maki and I are back on speaking terms, but there's much she withholds. She smiled crookedly. Of course, there's much that I withhold as well. But a visiting priestess is regarded very highly, and for the time I'm here it is required that I teach some classes and work with a few chosen apprentices. In exchange, I'll get to the bottom of Maki's schemes. I have to go after them. I know. There's gold in the saddlebags, plenty for more supplies. Go back to the town we passed by this morning and stock up. You'll be needing your overcoat and gloves by tomorrow night. The winds are biting on Mount Prieta. Jared nodded. And you? I'll catch up with you by tomorrow night. Next day at the latest. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him. He wrapped his arms tightly around her lithe body. Thank you, Nell. Jared released her and bent down to kiss one cheek, then the other, then her lips. We'll thank each other when we find Rosette and work out what to do with her wily spell. Nell stepped backwards, further into the trees. Jared felt again the boom of energy and looked up to see the black hawk soaring above the treeline, the 3 sisters shooting after her. He grabbed his brace of rabbits and went to his mare, tightening the girth before mounting. We're heading out, Wren, he whispered, while stroking her neck. And we're going hard. Be strong. He looked down the road towards the town, then up to the mountains. Turning the mare northwards he urged her into a brisk trot then a canter. He had sufficient grain for the horse and almost enough food for himself. That was all the supplies necessary. He didn't plan on losing another moment. He had to find Rosette before Kreshkali did. Earth and Gaela.